Chapter 374. So there's still such a chance of survival in the inheritance of the three kings. If I get the token, I'll definitely be able to do as I please and not have to retreat in advance. Bao Tong sighed. Li Chang took the initiative to raise his cup and toasted Fang Yuan. Little beast, Wang Da's words are really worth 1,000 gold. This cup of wine celebrates you for killing Sentry Boy, the scum of the strength path. Just now, Li Chang was still conversing with Sentry Boy. Now that it was Fang Yuan, he immediately changed his words and labeled Sentry Boy as a scum. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. Fang Yuan did not raise his cup. Instead, he looked at Sentry Boy's godchildren and waved his hand impatiently. Today, I've killed the culprit. I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you guys live. If you don't want to stay, get lost. Get lost, get lost. You're an eyesore. With Sentry Boy's death, these godchildren were already anxious. When they heard this, they could not help but look at each other. What? Stay, do you want me to kill you? Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Immediately, the crowd was in an uproar. Many people left pathetically, and the banquet was instantly half empty. However, a small portion of Centenary Boy's godchildren remained. Lord Fangzheng, you're my savior. One of the godsons suddenly knelt down and shouted with tears and snot mixed together. I was forced by that centenarian boy to acknowledge a thief as my father. Lord Little Beast King, you are mighty and domineering. You saved me from the water and fire. You are my savior. Little Beast, Wang Da, your valiance has completely conquered my heart. Please let me stay and accompany you and serve you. A beautiful goddaughter pleaded delicately. Little Beast, Wang Da, you saved me from disaster. I'll never forget your great kindness. Please let me call you Godfather. An old man in his 70s or 80s knelt on the ground and shouted emotionally. Whoosh! In an instant, everyone fell to their knees in front of Fang Yuan. With the death of Sentry Boy, the leader of this group of forces was gone, and they immediately fell apart. Most of them escaped, while others changed their ways and wanted to rely on Fang Yuan. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed out loud. What a pleasant speech. Not bad, not bad. Joy also appeared on the faces of the group of godchildren. But then, Fang Yuan stopped laughing, and his face turned gloomy. He shouted in a low voice, "A bunch of flatterers! Killing was killing, and evil was evil. What was there to be grateful about? I have never disdained such hypocritical praise. I like to kill, I like to sin. Listen, how direct, how pure. All of you get lost as well. If you want revenge, hurry up and accumulate your strength. I'll be waiting for you to challenge me." The godchildren were astonished. Terrified, they were all stunned. Fang Yuan snorted through his nose. With a thought, the beast shadow pounced forward. One person was killed on the spot. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream and screamed in unison. They fled out of the cave in a sorry state, pissing their pants in fear. The Gu masters who stayed behind had ugly expressions. Fang Yuan was temperamental and killed people at the slightest provocation, causing the people around him to feel pressured. Sentry Boy might be hateful, but compared to him, he was many times cuter. Only Bai Ningbing sat on the left side of Fang Yuan, her blue eyes half closed and her expression as calm as ice. Li Chang had been holding his wine cup without putting it down. At this moment, he forgot about the awkwardness and forced a smile. Little Beast Wang Da people, we need to eliminate the roots when cutting weeds. If we let these people go, what if they become famous in the future? To be safe, it is better to kill them all. Little Beast Wang Da people, it doesn't matter if you can't remember all of them. I remember. Let me kill these people on your behalf as thanks for the information just now. It's fine, it's fine. Fang Yuan leaned back on the chair, smiling lightly. He naturally had his own plans for letting these people go, but he could not say it out loud. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan said, I walk the demonic path and have never been afraid of offending people. As long as I continue to get stronger, what is revenge? If 10 people take revenge, I will kill 10 people. If 100 people take revenge, I will kill 100 people. If the whole world takes revenge, I will kill the whole world. If my revenge is successful, it proves that I am not strong enough, did not work hard enough, and slacked off in my cultivation. I deserve to die. As Fang Yuan said this, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He looked left and right like a ferocious tiger. No one dared to look him in the eye. Little Beast King is ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to himself. This Fang Jing's demonic nature is too strong, not afraid of revenge, not afraid of death, putting life and death aside. Fang Zheng has gone crazy. His mentality is not normal at all. Being enemies with such a person is definitely a nightmare. Everyone heard Fang Yuan's words and felt a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan succeeded in intimidating everyone, so he stopped before going too far. He smiled and said, "Let's drink." Everyone raised their wine cups, trembling with fear, as if they were accompanied by a man-eating tiger. Thinking of their own safety, the wine became tasteless. But following that, Fang Yuan talked about the inheritance of the three kings and exposed many secrets. Everyone's attention was completely attracted as they secretly listened to the secrets one by one. Many people were so excited that their breathing became heavy. Only Li Xian was worried and bewildered. What is this little beast king planning? He actually took the initiative to expose this precious information. What is he trying to do? After an hour, the banquet ended. Fang Yuan killed Centenarian Boy, occupied his nest, and even hosted the banquet. And the others were still not satisfied. They all felt that this trip was worthwhile. When they walked out of the cave, they were even somewhat reluctant to leave. They wanted to hear more information from Fang Yuan's mouth. As for the original host of the banquet, that Centenarian Boy, his torn corpse was still on the ground. Blood had already seeped into the ground, and the deathly white bones emitted a cold light under the moonlight. Everyone talked and laughed as they walked past his corpse. No one cast a glance at this loser. This was the ending of a demonic path loser. Winner takes all, loser takes all. All demonic path go masters more or less had this kind of awareness. It was drizzling in the sky. Cold wind blew in the gloomy sky. The drizzle fell on the young girl's hair, shoulders, back, and even her whole body. Young Master Ruanan, the dead cannot come back to life. Please restrain your grief. The leader of the Tai clan's 4 old-timers stood behind the young girl and consoled her with concern. But the young girl did not speak. Her eyes that were as bright as stars were now listless and empty, no longer having the resolute and sharp gaze of the past. Tai Ruanan dazedly looked at the tombstones in front of her. These tombstones were cut pieces of mountain rocks, carved with the names of the hibernators. Tai Mu, Tai Dao Ku, Tai Xianhua, Tai Ao Kai, Tai Baxiao. Each of these names could draw out the deepest and most vivid memories in Tai Ruanan's heart. But the companions who had fought alongside her and moved forward together had already become the coldest corpses on the ground. Just like Tai Ruanan's heart, there was no longer any warmth. I harmed you all. I did not fulfill the responsibility of a leader. You all died, but I lived alone. I am a coward. All of this is like a nightmare. Father, I have lost face for you. Tai Ruanan fell into deep self-blame, and other than that, there was also regret and confusion. This proud child of heaven, after experiencing the pain of losing her father, worked hard to climb up, like a rising star of the righteous path, receiving the attention and blessings of countless people. But in a battle several months ago, Fang Yuan personally smashed this rising star to the bottom of the valley, turning her into a dark and gloomy corner, smashing on the ground and covered in cracks like a gray meteorite. Sai, the head of Tai clan's 4 old-timers, Tai Xianji, sighed deeply as he looked at the thin and frail back of the young girl in the dark rain. But at this time, an old voice softly resounded behind him. It has already been several months. Is this child Rua Nen still like this? Tai Xianji was horrified. Who was it to be so close to him? But he did not sense it. At that moment, his hair stood on end. He turned around at lightning speed, subconsciously wanting to attack. However, a skinny hand gently rested on his shoulder, and at the same time a voice said, "Xuanji, don't be impatient." Tai Xianji's body immediately stiffened. The boiling primeval sea in his aperture was enveloped by a powerful, invisible force. It was as if a huge mountain that was thousands of feet tall had suddenly pressed down. The head of Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, rank 4 upper stage Tai Xianji, was unable to move at this moment. His whole body was restrained, like an insect trapped in amber. But when he saw the appearance of the person who came, Tai Xianji's heart was filled with fear and despair, before turning into wild joy. "Ah, it's you, old clan leader." Tai Xianji blurted out. At this moment, the bony old man standing in front of him was the previous clan leader of Tai Clan, Tai Mu Bai. "I have already abdicated the position of clan leader. I am no longer an elder now. Xianji, you can call me Mu Bai." The old man gently waved his hand, smiling as he said, "How can Junior dare to call old clan leader by his name?" Tai Xianji bowed deeply, respectfully greeting the old man. Towards this old man, Tai Xianji's heart was filled with reverence and admiration. A name is only a code. The name Tai Mu Bai was originally used to address someone. There is nothing wrong with it. The old man's tone was indifferent. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. He had already seen through fame and fortune. Tai Xianji wanted to speak, but the old man waved his hand, slowly walking up to Tai Ruanan. He stood in front of the tombstone, his back facing Tai Ruanan. Next, he stretched out his hand, caressing the surface of the tombstone, sighing softly. Tai clansmen are buried where they die. This is a rule that has been set since Tai Clan was founded. Do you know why? Tai Ruanan was still half kneeling on the ground, as if she did not hear anything indifferent. Chapter 375. Tai Ruanan's gaze moved as she slowly raised her head, looking at this old man who she did not know, but gave her an incomparably intimate feeling. Our Tai Clan, since its establishment, has always been resolute and righteous, known throughout the world. For generations, Tai Clan has defended justice and attacked criminals. Countless people have shed their blood and sacrificed themselves like this. The Tai Clan men who died here today will not be the first batch, nor will they be the last. Do you understand? The old man continued. Tai Ruanan opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but did not say anything. I feel gratified because these people did not die in vain, but I also feel disappointed because you have lived in vain. Tai Ruanan, do you know the criminals are still roaming free, still causing harm to the world? As for that little beast king, Fangjin. When Tai Mu Bai said this, he paused for a moment. He turned around and faced Tai Ruanan, asking, "Do you want to uphold justice?" Tai Ruanan looked at the old man in front of her, finally recognizing his identity. Tai Mu Bai, rank 5 peak stage. Tai Clan's previous clan leader roamed southern border, dominating an area. During his time, he forged Tai Clan like an iron bucket, suppressing Wu Clan, Shang Clan, and other clans, becoming the leader of the righteous path, causing the demonic path to tremble in fear. Tai Ruanan's lifeless eyes shone with a spark. She squeezed out a word from her hoarse throat. "Yes." "Very good." The old man nodded. His gaze was calm and his tone was still indifferent. "From today onwards, I will teach you Metal Path, the Gu path that our Tai Clan Gu masters used to surpass southern border." 8 days later, 3 kings' inheritance opened again. Red, yellow, and blue pillars of light shot out. They pierced through the clouds, visible for 1,000 li. But on Sancha Mountain there was silence. There was no sound at all. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, countless people were looking at the peak. There, an ordinary-looking skinny old man with a face full of wrinkles and white hair was standing calmly with his hands behind his back. Not far from him, Ihua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, I Chong, and Wu Xin Tong all had ashen expressions. Just now, this old man in front of them, he suppressed the 5 of them together. He had easily defeated them. Strong, he is too strong. Tai Mu Bai, the previous patriarch of the Tai clan, he's still alive. That's amazing. Was this the power of rank 5 peak stage? Ihua, Kong Ri Tian, and the rest were simply not enough. If he wanted to kill us, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. I didn't expect the Tai family to send their old patriarch. Now, whatever Shang clan or Wu clan, none of them will be Tai clan's match. This is an older generation Gu master expert. Little Beast King isn't even fit to carry his shoes. Back then, he roamed the southern border unhindered. Under his leadership, the Tai family was in the limelight. It has even surpassed the Wu clan and is about to become the leader of the righteous path. He is one of the most powerful patriarchs in the history of the Tai clan. He was the glory of the Tai clan, the role model of the righteous path, and the symbol of justice. His battle achievements are dazzling, and even today they do not fade. After a short period of silence, there was a burst of violent noise on Sancha Mountain. There were praises, cheers, and cries of fear. Tai Mu Bai's appearance caused the situation of Sancha Mountain to completely change. Another 3 days later, there was news. It turned out that divine thief Lu Zuan Feng had caused a ruckus in the Tai clan, sneaking into the demon suppression tower several times and alerting Tai Mu Bai, who was in closed-door cultivation. Tai Mu Bai personally made a move, and even though Lu Zuan Feng was a famous divine thief and was also a rank 5 Gu master, he was heavily injured and barely managed to escape with his life. After Tai clan settled down, they focused their attention on Sancha Mountain. Tai Ba Xiu's death made all the higher-ups of Tai clan furious. Just as they were about to send their generals to reinforce the 4 old-timers of Tai clan, Tai Mu Bai took the initiative to suggest going out for a walk. He came to Sancha Mountain and used his peak strength to easily defeat both righteous and demonic experts. Even Ihua, Kong Ri Tian, and the rest had no choice but to concede defeat. From today onwards, all demonic Gu masters are not allowed to enter 3 kings' inheritance. Tai Mu Bai stood on the mountain peak. After defeating 5 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters, he publicly announced he wanted to use his own strength to sweep away all the demonic Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. The demonic Gu masters were all furious, but facing the rank 5 peak stage Tai Mu Bai, the strongest expert who stood at the peak of the mortal world. Even if there were thousands of demonic Gu masters, they did not dare to resist. On that day, Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian left the mountain with gloomy expressions. Behind them, Li Xian, who may err, and the rest also left dejectedly. The heavenly Tao is vast, justice is glorious. Even if 3 kings' inheritance is a demonic inheritance, it can still contribute strength to our righteous path. Everyone, as long as we work together and gather the sparks together, the light will blossom and cover the whole of Sancha Mountain. There will be no more darkness. Tai Mu Bai said sincerely and slowly took a step forward, entering 3 kings' inheritance. Intense cheers resounded on Sancha Mountain. The Righteous Path members were all joyful and celebrated. Their voices were like endless waves. This time, the opening of 3 kings' inheritance lasted for more than half a month. Tai Mu Bai single-handedly changed the situation on Sancha Mountain, allying with the Righteous Path to expel the demonic path, causing the winds and clouds to change. His old body displayed the majestic and domineering aura of the former Tai clan leader. The demonic path members were all expelled, but they were unwilling to leave, so they could only surround Sancha Mountain and watch as the 3 light pillars became thinner. After the inheritance closed, Tai Mu Bai set up a banquet and invited close to 10,000 righteous Gu masters. The open-air banquet covered a large area of the mountain. Gu masters used mountain rocks as tables and chairs and sat on the ground. Wine and food were fragrant, and laughter could be heard. Junior Ihua offers a toast to Senior. Ihua stood up, holding a wine cup with both hands and bowing deeply towards Taimu Bai, who was sitting on the main seat. Among the few great clans, Shan Clan has always had many talented people. I heard Shan Clan is now under Shan Yen Fei's control? Shan Yen Fei has been a genius since young. You are also not bad. Take a seat. Taimu Bai took a sip and said, with his seniority, Shan Yen Fei was also a junior. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation. Even if Shan Yen Fei was an astonishing genius, he was also inferior. Ihu could only nod and slowly sit down, heaving a long sigh in his heart. Taimu Bai's arrival. This already meant that his plan to dominate San Cha Mountain had failed. Facing this expert of the older generation, Ihua, could only look at his back and had no way of contending with him. Old clan leader Tai, I represent E-Clan to congratulate you for coming out of closed cultivation. E-Clan's elder, E-Chong, had a fiery temper, but right now in front of Taimu Bai, he behaved like an obedient grandson. Gu immortals were always elusive and elusive. To most people, a rank 4 Gu master was a lord who ruled over a region, and a rank 5 Gu master was an emperor who stood at the peak of the mortal world. Taimu, by coming out of closed cultivation, was like an emperor coming out for an inspection. The lords could only bow their backs and come to see him. Old clan leader Tai, you are the glory of our southern border righteous path. You are as majestic as ever. With just one sentence, you made close to 10,000 demonic scoundrels retreat helplessly. This junior is full of admiration for you. Unfortunately, that scoundrel Fang Zhang escaped very quickly. A few days before you came, he had already escaped from Sancha Mountain. On the other side, Wu Xintong said in a sinister tone, you are talking about Little Beast King, right? Taimu Bai smiled lightly, not getting angry. This little guy is very outstanding. I have heard of his deeds. Very amazing. Working alone, starting from scratch. Rising like lightning, becoming a rising star of the demonic path. He seems reckless and unreasonable, but he planned before taking action, an expert in scheming. Tai clan's few youths died in his hands. It was not unjust. Taimu Bai continued to speak. His words were shocking. As the victim, the Tai clan leader who had his dignity offended, actually praised his enemy in front of everyone. Rumor has it that the Tai family's patriarch has a fiery temper and hates evil. Why is it that after meeting him, he is different from the rumors, instead gentle and refined, not affected by flattery or humiliation? Wu Shentong was inwardly shocked. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Taimu Bai's gaze. This gaze was filled with vicissitudes of life, deep and unfathomable, containing the wisdom of seeing through the mortal world. Wu Shentong felt his schemes being seen through by this gaze. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. He could not speak anymore. Do you find it strange? Taimu Bai looked around, smiling as he spoke. I am the glory of Tai clan. Why would I publicly praise an enemy of Tai clan? He. Praising the enemy. This is called boosting the enemy's prestige and destroying your own morale. But how can the morale of a person with ambition be destroyed by a few words? Only by appreciating your enemy can you discover their strong points. Be wary of your own weaknesses and treat your enemy more seriously. Don't be blinded by hatred. Your eyes are filled with wisdom. Tai Ruanan, who was standing behind Taimu Bai, shook when she heard this. She knew that most of Taimu Bai's words were directed at her. After Taimu Bai came out of the inheritance, he had been guiding her these days. He taught her metal path gu worms, taught her how to use them, and also taught her the philosophy of life. Don't be blinded by hatred. Your eyes are filled with wisdom. Go and admire your enemy, Tai Ruan pondered over these words, pondering in her heart. Ruanan, what do you think of Fangzheng? Tai Mu Bai suddenly asked. Yes. Tai Ruanan took a step forward, reporting. Although I am filled with hatred, I have to admit that Fangzheng is an outstanding person. He dares to take risks, but also plans carefully before taking action. Although he is a strength path Gu master, he definitely has powerful and unusual investigative methods. This can be seen from him intercepting us. Tai Bashio and I have chosen such a secretive route. Everyone else was kept in the dark. Only Fang Yuan detected it and intercepted us. Lord Old Clan Leader, you came to Sancha Mountain secretly, no one knows. Only Feng Zhang left in advance. Little Beast King. Although he is in the limelight, he hides himself deeply. He cannot be underestimated. Very good. Your analysis is good. Tai Mu Bai nodded, showing admiration in his eyes. He continued, in this world, there is one thing more precious than life. That is glory. Since time immemorial, there was a Ren Zhu crown prince, verdant great son, who gave up his life in pursuit of glory. Ruanan, this Fang Zheng is your mission. Arrest him or kill him, and your shame will be washed away, becoming a glory that belongs to you. Many people call me Tai Clan's glory, but let me tell you, Tai Clan's glory is not mine alone. It is all of you, generations after generations of defending it. Oh, Tai Mu Bai said this, turning his gaze towards everyone, his voice becoming sonorous. Similarly, the glory of the righteous path is also defended by all of us. Come, drink this cup, let the glory of justice shine on the world, like the radiance of the sun. Let the darkness retreat. Let the demonic path cease to exist. Let the darkness retreat. Let the demonic path cease to exist. Close to 10,000 righteous Gu masters raised their cups, shouting in unison. Their voices were grand, spreading over 1,000 li, causing countless demonic cultivators' expressions to change. Damn it, this Tai Mu Bai, even time cannot wash away Tai Clan's glory. Truly terrifying. Chapter 376. The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 2, Section 3. The sunlight of the immemorial era shone upon all living beings. Swish! The summer cicadas were noisy. The noise emitted the heat of life. And the dense green trees formed a large area of shade, swaying along with the wind. A large vat of wine was placed in front of verdant great sun, but he frowned, not having the desire to drink. Divine Travel Gu, O divine Travel Gu, you have caused me trouble. Even though I have wine now, I do not dare to drink. I am afraid that after I get drunk, you will bring me to another dangerous place. Verdant great sun sighed in distress. The previous 2 times, Divine Travel Gu had brought him to ordinary abyss, and the other time, he had been brought into the frying pan of the hairy men. Fortunately, his luck was good, and he narrowly escaped death both times. Divine Travel Gu said, Human Crown Prince, I did not intentionally harm you. Actually, every time it was because you were drunk and used my strength. I am also innocent, moreover. I saved your life once, didn't I? Divine Travel Gu had indeed saved Verdant Great Sun from the tiger-striped bee once. Verdant Great Sun's expression was dejected. Sai, let's not talk about the past. Now, because of you, I do not dare to drink wine. My life has become boring. Divine Travel Gu heard his words and felt ashamed. Since it is like this, I will teach you a method. First, go to the sky. In the azure sky of the 9 heavens, there is a bamboo forest. In the bamboo forest, pluck a jade bamboo that grows in the jade sky. Then go to the blue sky of the 9 heavens, and at night, collect the 8-pointed diamonds from the starlight fragments. Next, at dawn, fly to the sky and use the glory of the morning sun to turn me into fixed, immortal Travel Gu. After I become that Gu, I will no longer bring you around when you are drunk. Verdant Great Sun heard this and was overjoyed. But when he thought about it carefully, he felt the hope was slim. Goo! I am born with my feet on the ground. I am not as light as the clouds, nor do I have the wings of a bird. How can I fly to the azure sky and pluck the jade bamboo? And how can I collect the 8-pointed diamonds from the starlight fragments? It is even more impossible to fly to the morning sun. Divine Travel Goose said, "That's right, humans cannot fly. But it doesn't matter, we can ask Wisdom Goo. Its intelligence is unfathomable. It will definitely have a way." Verdant Great Sun and Wisdom Goo had been friends for a long time. The reason why Verdant Great Sun drank wine was it was Wisdom Goo who taught him. But Wisdom Goo had taught him to drink so that he would not be bothered by it. Sensing that Verdant Great Sun was looking for it, it promptly hid. Verdant Great Sun did not find Wisdom Goo and was very depressed. But Divine Travel Goo continued. If we can't find Wisdom Goo, we can go and find Cognition Goo. It is the mother of Wisdom Goo. Verdant Great Sun found Cognition Goo, looking for a way to fly. Cognition Goo said, "You were right to find me, because cognition has the wings of freedom. However, everyone's thinking is different. What kind of wings you can have will depend on you." Saying so, Cognition Goo let out a warm radiance, enlightening Verdant Great Sunday. In the radiance, on Verdant Great Sun's back, a pair of pure white and slender wings grew out. This pair of wings was extremely beautiful, as white as snow. There was not a single stain on it, just like the wings of a white pigeon. Cognition Goo took a glance and said, This pair of wings of yours is called self. Everyone has their own thoughts. This pair of wings is very flexible and also very free. But you have to be careful. Don't be too exposed to sunlight, otherwise the self will either expand or shrink. Young man, you have to remember my warning. The higher you fly, the harder you will fall. Cognition Goo said in a meaningful and heartfelt tone at the end. Verdant Great Sun obtained the cognition wings called self and was extremely happy, immediately flying towards the sky. He flew and flew, higher and higher. Humans were born without the ability to fly. Flying freely like a bird gave Verdant Great Sun a new and interesting feeling. He played freely in the sky and was extremely happy. At the same time, he also remembered Cognition Goo's warning, never being exposed to sunlight excessively. Whenever it was sunny, he would fly into the clouds and hide. Just like this, Verdant Great Sun kept flying upwards, finally reaching the extreme heaven, the end of the azure sky. Over there, jade bamboos grew out of nowhere, spreading their dark green leaves and branches. These jade bamboos had their roots submerged in the void, and the tips of the bamboos also pierced into the void. From the outside, there was only a section of bamboo trunk at the center. Verdant Great Sun casually took one section. This dark green bamboo trunk looked like it was made of jade. It was the size of a palm, empty in the middle, and was cool and moist. Verdant Great Sun obtained this section of jade bamboo and was very happy. He continued to fly upwards. The sky of the immemorial era was divided into 9 layers: white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. Verdant Great Sun plucked the jade bamboo in the azure sky. A few days later, he flew to an even higher layer of the blue sky. At night, the blue sky was filled with dazzling starlight. The stars were playing and moving, scattering down countless stardust. These stardust gathered into a sea. The silver starlight river flowed in the entire blue sky. Verdant Great Sun flapped the wings of cognition, diving into the starry river to roam. He searched painstakingly in the boundless stardust. He did not want those 7-edged and 16-edged stardust. He only wanted the 8-edged stardust. These stardust were like diamonds, sparkling and translucent, perfect and flawless. He searched for a long time and finally found one. On the second day, when the sun had just risen from the east, he He flew towards the rising sun. The rising sun was like a bright red lantern, emitting warm light. This sunlight was not ordinary. It was the light of glory, able to shine on all living beings and penetrate the river of time. Verdant great sun held the jade bamboo in his left hand and the 8-edged diamond stardust in his right hand, flying towards the rising sun while summoning divine travel goo. Under the illumination of the light of glory, divine travel goo swallowed the stardust and entered the jade bamboo. Verdant great sun, I need time to spin my cocoon and transform into a butterfly, finally becoming fixed immortal travel goo. During this period of time, you have to keep flying towards the sun. Don't break the radiance of glory. But you have to be even more careful. Cognition goo had once said, pay attention to the pair of wings on your back. Once I transform into a butterfly, quickly fly to the clouds. Remember this, remember this. Divine travel goo reminded. Verdant great sun laughed heartily. Oh, goo, don't worry. I even went through ordinary abyss. I was able to survive in the hairy men's territory. I obtained reputation goo and even broke through vanity. Even the sunlight of glory cannot do anything to me. Then I can rest assured. Divine travel goo's voice gradually weakened. The bright sunlight gradually condensed into threads, forming a cocoon of light, wrapping divine travel goo and the jade bamboo. Verdant great sun flapped his pure white wings, flying towards the sun. During this process, the cocoon of light also became heavier and thicker. After a while, the cocoon of light suddenly broke, and a fluttering green butterfly flew out. I finally succeeded from today onwards. I am no longer divine travel goo, but fixed immortal travel goo, ha ha ha. Fixed immortal travel goo flew around verdant great sun, happily dancing, when it suddenly cried out, "Ah, not good! Verdant great sun, look at your wings." Under the illumination of the sunlight, verdant great sun's wings had already expanded to 3 times their original size. Don't make a fuss, I noticed it long ago. What does it matter? The bigger the wings, the stronger they are. I can fly higher and faster. Verdant great sun laughed heartily. Quickly hide in the clouds. Don't fly anymore. Fixed immortal travel, goo worriedly said. No worries, no worries. Verdant great sun did not care. The wings on his back grew larger and larger, eventually becoming larger than his entire body. Verdant great sun's flying speed also became faster and faster. Fixed immortal travel goo, what do you think is above the 9 heavens? He flew towards a higher altitude. Stop flying, stop flying. If you fall down, I can't help you. Fixed immortal travel goo was very worried. What does it matter? How can I fall down? Look at my wings, they're so strong, so powerful. Verdant great sun had just retorted, when the wings on his back expanded to the limit, exploding. Losing his wings, verdant great sun immediately fell down. Eventually, he smashed on the ground, his body shattering into pieces. Rin Zu's eldest son died just like that. Southern border, Hua Tan Mountain. On a reddish-brown mountain rock, there was a jar of wine. Relying on the heat of Hua Tan Mountain, the wine was maintained at a certain temperature. Under the sunlight, Fong Yuan raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp, sighing comfortably. This cotton yeast wine is most suitable to be drunk warm. At the side, Bai Ningbing was also sitting, but she did not touch the wine in front of her, instead looking towards the direction of Sancha Mountain. There, a 3-colored light pillar soared into the sky, piercing through the heavens. You can actually drink wine. Several months have already passed. 3 Kings' inheritance has already opened twice. Tai Mu Bai controlled Sancha Mountain and chased away all the demonic Gu masters. These few months we have been hiding on Huatan Mountain. Are we just going to watch? Bai Ningbing said unhappily. She was not afraid of death. She only wanted to pursue the most exciting life. Maybe it was the stimulation from being trapped by Tai clans for old-timers. Or maybe it was because Fong Yuan's strength had already surpassed her. These days, she had been bitterly cultivating not caring that her aptitude was getting higher and higher. In my opinion, we can also enter 3 kings' inheritance. As long as we find the right opportunity, we can move when Tai Mu Bai and the rest enter the inheritance. With our strength, no one on Sancha Mountain can stop us. Bai Ningbing's words were very radical, but Feng Yuan was calm and unruffled, waving his hand leisurely. No rush, no rush. Tai Mu Bai is known as Tai Clan's glory. He is the previous clan leader with rank 5 peak stage cultivation. He is such a high and mighty person. Compared to him, we are just the rats under his feet. Let him fly higher and higher. Finishing, he raised his wine cup and faced the direction of Sancha Mountain. He faintly smiled and muttered, "Come, Senior Tai Mu Bai. Junior offers you a cup of wine." Chapter 377. Central Continent, who immortal blessed land. A tall crystal mountain stood in the center of the blessed land. It was called Dang Hun Mountain. It was pink in color, giving off a dreamy color. At this moment, the elite disciples of the 10 sects were like ants, trying their best to climb the mountain. Near the middle of the mountain, Fang Zheng was sweating profusely. His face was pale. His fingers tightly gripped the cliff as he panted heavily. As long as any living being was near Dang Hun Mountain, their souls would suffer the pain of being shaken. The higher Fang Zheng climbed, the more dizzy he felt. His soul felt like it was being blown by a strong wind. He felt like he was about to fall. Ayaya, you can't hold on anymore? Then give up. Look at how far behind others you are. How can you win? Why don't you just give up? You have no hope anyway. Who Immortal Land Spirit pouted, suddenly appearing beside Fang Zheng. Who Immortal Land Spirit was like a little girl. Her skin was white as snow, but also had a pink tint. A pair of large, black, and shiny eyes exuded an innocent radiance. What was most eye-catching was behind her, but there was a snow-white foxtail. It was furry and very cute, making people want to play with it. At this moment, Who Immortal Land Spirit was sitting in the void, looking at Fang Zheng as she joked. Fang Zheng was not surprised. He had climbed from the foot of the mountain to his current height. Who Immortal Land Spirit had appeared a few times. Every time she came to watch the show, she was very mischievous. Fang Zheng had already found the secret to deal with her. That was to ignore her. As expected, Who Immortal Land Spirit saw Fang Zheng not speaking and felt bored. Her mouth pouted even more. "You stupid kid, so boring. Don't become my master, otherwise my life will be too boring. Hee hee, other people are more fun." Saying so, she suddenly disappeared, going to find other elite disciples to play with. After Who Immortal Land Spirit left, in Fang Zheng's aperture, the spirit incubating flea trembled slightly. Master Tenchu's voice was heard. "Fang Zheng, persevere. Now is not the time for me to show up. You have to reach at least halfway up the mountain for us to have a chance of winning. Persevere. Persevere. The power of the soul could be excavated. You still have a lot of untapped potential." He heard his master's encouragement. Fang Zheng's slackened gaze regained its firmness. He replied in his heart, "Master, don't worry, I will persevere. I just want to rest and catch my breath." He paused for a moment. Fang Zheng asked again, "Master, I've always had question. What exactly is a land spirit? Just now that Who Immortal Land Spirit was beside me. Do you think if I catch her, I won't have to climb the mountain anymore?" Master Tenchu was startled and quickly reprimanded. "You're really ignorant and fearless, kid." He even dared to have designs on the land spirit. Do you know how a land spirit is formed? That is a spirit body formed from the remnant will and soul fragments of a gu immortal after death, combined with the power of the blessed land. What? The land spirit was a gu immortal when it was alive. Fang Zheng was shocked. That's right, the Who Immortal Land Spirit you saw just now. She transformed from the previous Who Immortal after her death. But she no longer has any memories of her life. Only her final obsession is left. Don't look at her harmless appearance. In this who immortal blessed land, she can freely manipulate the power of heaven and earth. She can directly contend against Gu immortals. She can casually imprison any Gu worm from rank 1 to rank 5. Only rank 6 immortal Gu. Only then can she move freely in the blessed land. Fangzheng, you are too daring. Climb the mountain obediently. Don't have any unrealistic thoughts. Master Tenchiru lectured. Yes, Master. I won't dare to do it again. Fangzheng nodded, admitting his mistake in his heart. After lecturing Fangzheng, Master Tenchiru's tone softened as he consoled and encouraged him. So do you understand now? As long as you can become the owner of the blessed land, you can obtain the loyalty of the land spirit. As long as it is in the blessed land, the land spirit is in existence comparable to a Gu immortal. Fangzheng was stupefied. What kind of powerful assistance was this? It was like obtaining the assistance of a Gu immortal. Master Tenchiru continued. However, the land spirit cannot leave the blessed land in the end. The true essence of who immortal inheritance lies in this vast blessed land. Fangzheng, your level is still too low. There are too many things you don't know. Wait until you inherit this blessed land. You will slowly understand how much help a blessed land can provide to a Gu master. You are really lucky finding a blessed land with a spirit and obtaining the help of the sect. If it is a blessed land without a spirit, the benefits would be greatly reduced. Fangzheng could not help but be curious. Master, what will happen to a blessed land without a spirit? Master Tenchiru replied, a blessed land without a spirit is destined to perish. It is like a sleeping divine dragon. Everyone can suck its blood and eat its flesh. Until it dies, it will not awaken. Fangzheng, when you become the owner of the blessed land, you will have to hand over all the resources in the blessed land to the sect. Crane Gate nurtured you. You will have to repay the sect. The stronger the sect, the more protection it will give you. Do you understand this logic? Yes, I understand. It was Crane Gate who took me in. Without Crane Gate's help, I would not have any hope of fighting for the inheritance. I would not even have the chance to take revenge on my brother. If possible, not only will I repay the sect, I will also help Master revive. Fangzheng nodded, his gaze clear. He had always been filled with reverence and gratitude towards Crane Gate. Master Tenchiru was stunned before laughing dryly. Stupid disciple, how can a dead person be revived so easily? It is good that you have this intention. The glory of the righteous path shrouded San Cha Mountain. Under Tai Mubai's influence, Three Kings' inheritance became a playground for righteous path people to explore. All demonic Gu masters were chased away, unable to take a step into San Cha Mountain. Tai Mubai is too overbearing, directly sealing off the area and not letting any of us enter. He is a grand senior expert, yet he is so greedy. After eating the meat, he did not even leave any soup for us. Most importantly, Three Kings' inheritance is opening for a shorter time. The three light pillars are also getting weaker. It seems it is like Little Beast King said a month ago, this Gu immortal blessed land is declining and will be destroyed soon. The demonic Gu masters were getting more and more anxious and furious. A once-in-100 years opportunity was right in front of them, but they were excluded. They could see it, but could not eat it. The courageous will die from starvation. Brothers, let's charge up. No matter how powerful that Tai Mubai is, can he slaughter all of us? Someone shouted, standing up and encouraging everyone. We can take the chance when Tai Mubai enters the inheritance and charge up the mountain. That way, we will face much less resistance. Someone suggested. This method is flawed. When we come out of the inheritance, Tai Mubai might also come out. Moreover, who knows which corner of San Cha Mountain he will appear in? We will be surrounded and killed by the righteous path. Someone immediately retorted. So what? Riches come from danger. How can we get tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? If we don't want to take risks, we can take advantage of the situation. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Just as the demonic path people were shouting and cursing, they suddenly heard the screams of 100 ghosts. The clear blue sky turned into rolling dark clouds. An ear-piercing voice came from the pitch-black clouds, Gagaga. Taimubai, since you came out of closed cultivation, why didn't you greet your old friend? The dark clouds moved, forming a huge human face with a hooked nose and deep eye sockets, looking at San Cha Mountain. Such laughter, such might. It is our demonic paths, Lord Wu Gui. I remember now. Lord Wu Gui is also rank 5 peak stage, an expert of the older generation. He is Tai Mubai's old enemy. What's so great about the righteous path? We demonic path also have experts. Go, Senior Wu Gui. At once, the demonic path people cheered. Everyone's eyes shined, some shouted, some screamed. The dark clouds moved forward, quickly enveloping San Cha Mountain with a huge momentum, like a huge army. At once, even the sunlight was covered, and San Cha Mountain was shrouded in darkness. The righteous path Gu masters were all anxious. He actually has such might. This is old demon Wu Gui, to think he is still alive. Old demon Wu Gui, he is already hundreds of years old. Back then, when he was breaking through to rank 6 realm, he was unintentionally disrupted by the inexperienced Lord Tai Mubai. Thus he held a grudge and slaughtered Tai tribesmen many times to take revenge. Wu Gui, where have you been hiding all these years at the foot of the mountain? Today you want to taste defeat again. At the peak of the mountain, golden light shone. Within the golden light, Tai Mubai stood proudly with his hands behind his back, looking at the rolling dark clouds in the sky, speaking with a plain tone. Over 10 years ago I let you win by a stroke, but now you are really acting arrogant. Little scoundrel, today I will make you die without a grave. The dark clouds boiled like boiling water, suddenly forming a large hand that grabbed at Tai Mubai. This hand was extremely huge, even larger than a small mountain. Its aura was awe-inspiring, as if it could capture the stars and grab the moon. The dark cloud hand seemed slow, but was actually fast, grabbing at Tai Mubai. Corrosive smoke quickly rose, and the giant hand covered the entire mountain, causing all the trees and rocks it touched to melt. Still the same old tricks. Tai Mubai snorted coldly, stomping his feet as he turned into a sharp golden light, directly breaking through the dark cloud hand and charging towards the sky. The golden light shone like a meteor, like lightning, as it crashed into the dark clouds in the sky. Almost at the next moment, thunderous explosions erupted one after another. The dark clouds rumbled, and golden lightning flickered from time to time. 2 rank 5 peak stage Gu masters fought inside the dark clouds, and although the situation could not be seen clearly, everyone could feel the strength of the two from the aftershocks of the battle. Wu Gui, when I just started my career, you were already a famous expert. At that time, if I met you, I would definitely take a detour. But 50 years later, I was able to escape from your hands with my life. 80 years later, you could not do anything to me. Over 100 years later, you were defeated by me. Now, more than 10 years have passed, and today, you will have to hand your life to me. Tai Mubai's loud voice came from the dark clouds. Huff, huff, huff. Tai Mubai, you are too arrogant. You are lucky to be born in Tai clan. Relying on the clan, it is easy for you to talk. If I had your resources, I would have become a Gu immortal long ago. Wu Gui's voice was hoarse, his breathing unstable. Evidently, in the intense battle just now, Tai Mubai had the upper hand. But do you think I don't have a backup plan? Ha ha ha. Wu Gui panted for a while, before suddenly laughing wildly. Following his maniacal laughter, a 3rd rank 5 peak stage aura suddenly rose. Tai Mu Bai, did you miss me after all these years? A sinister voice rang out for 1,000 miles. Chapter 378. On San Cha Mountain, the wind and clouds were constantly changing. After Tai Mu Bai suppressed San Cha Mountain for half a year, he finally attracted the archenemy of the demonic path. But Wu Gui, who was also rank 5 peak stage, was not Tai Mu Bai's match. What happened next exceeded everyone's expectations. Ku Mo, who was also at the peak of rank 5, suddenly appeared, changing the battle situation into 2 demonic path, rank 5s attacking Tai Mu Bai. The righteous faction scolded the demonic faction for being despicable and shameless, while the demonic faction people all rushed to San Cha Mountain, all of them cheering. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes stared fervently at the sky. Battles between rank 5 peak stage Gu masters were rarely seen, and what was even rarer now was that there were 3 rank 5 peak stage Gu masters competing. Tai Mu Bai had the ability to suppress Wu Gui, but to fight 1 against 2, it was beyond his abilities. But Wu Gui and Ku Mo were both demonic Gu masters. Although they worked together, they still had to guard against each other. Thus, the 3 of them fell into a stalemate. Dark clouds covered the sky, and strong winds howled. The deafening explosion shook heaven and earth. Suddenly, golden light blossomed, and a 4-clawed golden dragon tore through the dark clouds, stirring up the wind and rain. The dragon's roar echoed for 500 kilometers. Humph, a mere rank 4 golden dragon Gu, and you dare to bring it out? Ku Mo let out a disdainful roar. Watch me tear you apart with 1 claw. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound rang out. The golden dragon let out a miserable cry and fell from the sky. Just as the golden dragon was about to die, a golden whirlwind suddenly blew over. The 4-clawed golden dragon was enveloped by the whirlwind, and its heavy injuries were instantly healed. It raised its head and roared, rising into the air once again. This is the rank 4 metal wind Gu. Its healing effect is extremely strong, comparable to a rank 5 Gu. Li Xian, who was watching the battle, narrowed his eyes. He recognized the golden whirlwind. Don't even think about it. Wu Gui suddenly gave a strange cry. This strange cry was extremely ear-piercing, like the cawing of a crow. When the righteous and devil Dao practitioners heard it, they felt dizzy and nauseous. Along with the strange cry, a jet-black halo shot down and struck the 4-clawed golden dragon's body. The 4-clawed golden dragon couldn't hold on any longer. There was an explosion. In an instant, a dazzling fiery light burst forth like a miniature sun. Everyone watching the battle had their eyes tightly shut. The sound was so loud that it seemed like it was going to burst people's eardrums. A strong wind pressure followed. It swept in all directions. Countless trees and rocks were blown down. Many Gu masters were instantly buried alive. A violent gale rose against the sky, even dispersing the dark clouds that covered the sky. It took a while for the spectators to recover. They retreated in fear while looking up. In the sky, 3 figures confronted each other. Tai Mu Bai was wearing a golden chainmail. It was a rank 4 golden coat, Gu with outstanding defense. His entire body was covered in a layer of golden light. It was the rank 4 golden Aurora Gu. It could allow a Gu master to fly. Wu Gui was standing on a black cloud. The corners of its mouth protruded forward violently, forming a black beak. As for Ku Mo, he slowly shook the pair of bone wings on his back, and his entire body was covered in a layer of bone armor. At the same time, his elbows, knees, shoulders, and other parts of his body grew sharp bone spikes of different colors. At first glance, it was like a ferocious and colorful human-shaped hedgehog. The confrontation only lasted for a few short breaths. The 3 attacked at the same time, as fast as lightning. In the sky, a golden aurora pierced through the void, as sharp as a sword. A black light soared, moving and stopping at times. It was strange and crafty. A multicolored ribbon charged forward. It was the bravest and bravest. The naked eye could not clearly see the battle situation of these three people. Most people could only hear continuous explosions that continued to ravage their eardrums. Suddenly, a golden light like a blade sliced through a certain part of the mountain. Immediately, the mountain rocks shattered into powder, and a ravine that was 20 feet wide and over 100 feet long appeared. The Gu masters that were unlucky enough to be standing nearby were all chopped into minced meat. All of a sudden, the caw of a crow exploded like a thunderclap. Hundreds of unlucky Gu masters had their heads explode. From time to time, bone spikes rained down from the sky like rain. Many Gu masters could not dodge in time and were pierced by the bone spikes, nailing them to the ground and losing their lives. The battle had reached its climax, and the three sides could no longer restrain themselves. A battle between rank 5 peak stage Gu masters. Even if it is just the aftermath of the battle, we cannot endure it. Too terrifying, let's leave quickly. If we continue to watch, we might have to pay with our lives. Everyone was trembling in fear as they escaped from San Cha Mountain. Even Li Xian, who Mei Er and the others did not dare to stay here. On San Cha Mountain, only Yihua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Yi Chong, and Wu Shintong. These rank 4 peak stage Gu masters were still here. Even so, their expressions were grave, their concentration was extremely concentrated. Their nerves were like taut bowstrings, ready to escape at the slightest sign of trouble. Soon, these rank 4 peak stage Gu masters could not stay any longer, because the 3 rank 5 peak stage Gu masters started to use their rank 5 Gu worms. Tai Mu Bai's golden Gu shot everywhere, be it rocks, plants, flowers, birds, fish, or beasts. Once they were hit, they turned into golden statues, their life force extinguished. Ku Mo's soft bone Gu, within a radius of 50 li, all bones turned soft until they turned into bone paste. And Wu Gui's crow 7 Gu, black cheese spread, once contaminated, all Gu worms below rank 6 would be sealed to varying degrees. In this world, the higher the rank of the Gu worm, the stronger it was and the rarer it was. Rare rank 4 Gu were already hard to buy. Rank 5 Gu were almost never circulated in the market. As for rank 6 immortal Gu, each of them was unique. In his previous life, when Fong Yuan reached rank 6 Gu immortal realm, he could only refine a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. To most Gu masters, rank 5 Gu worms were extremely rare and in short supply. In a battle between rank 5 Gu masters, the most important thing was the strength of their rank 5 Gu. This is the power of a rank 5 Gu. So terrifying, rank 4 defensive Gu are unable to resist it, not to mention rank 3 Gu. At a corner far away, Bai Ningbing was concentrating her attention on the San Cha Mountain battlefield, her blue eyes shining with a solemn light. This was not the first time she had seen a battle between rank 5 Gu masters. Back on Qingmao Mountain, she had already seen it once. But this time, the 3 rank 5 Gu masters' battle strength was clearly higher than Master Tenchiru's, and the first generation Gyue was much stronger. This was because the first generation Gyue and Master Tenchiru were old and had used all kinds of methods to prolong their lifespans, barely surviving as rank 5 Gu masters. The first generation Gyue had been sleeping in the blood coffin all year round. Turning himself into a zombie, he was already neither human nor ghost. And Master Tenchiru was not much better. He came from Central State, and in Southern Border his battle strength would be suppressed to a certain extent. The 3 rank 5 Gu masters Bai Ningbing was witnessing now were all at their peak condition. However, they were all at their peak condition. The fierce battle between the 3 sides naturally brought a stronger impact to her soul. If I were to face such rank 5 Gu masters, I would not even be able to last one round against them. I wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Bai Ningbing had been watching the battle for a long time, her hands subconsciously clenched, deeply aware of the difference in strength between her and Taimu Bai and the others. Rank 5 peak stage Gu masters were at the peak of the mortal world. They were like emperors among Gu masters. Especially after using rank 5 Gu masters, they could display their true battle strength. They could collapse mountains and break rivers. Their power was so great that people could not help but feel they were hard to resist. This is the show you were waiting for. Bai Ningbing retracted her gaze and looked at Fang Yuan, who was standing beside her, as she said with some realization, Tai Mu Bai is fighting 1 against 2, but he is too weak. It looked like after this battle, the situation on Sancha Mountain would undergo an earth-shattering change. The demonic path will suppress the righteous path. You have been waiting for this opportunity for months, right? Fang Yuan looked on quietly. He shook his head with an indifferent expression. Rank 5 Gu worms are already very rare. Many rank 5 Gu masters do not even have a single rank 5 Gu, and can only use rank 4 Gu. Thus, a rank 5 Gu master's battle strength depends on what rank 5 Gu they have and how many they have. Demonic Gu masters have always lacked resources and can only rely on luck and opportunities. Ku Mo and Wu Gui will only have 1 or 2 rank 5 Gu worms. But Tai Mu Bai is different. He has the backing of Tai Clan and will have at least 3 rank 5 Gu worms. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. Then you mean Tai Mu Bai can win this battle? Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. Gu worms are a Gu master's trump card. Once they are exposed, they will be countered. Tai Mu Bai will not easily expose all his trump cards. This battle, from the start, has no victor and there is no loser. Bai Ningbing was an extremely intelligent person. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, she immediately understood. No matter how intense this battle was, it was only a probing battle. Why did Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, and Ku Mo come? Was it purely because of their grudges? This was impossible. To people like them, their biggest goal was to break away from the mortal world and advance to rank 6 Gu immortal realm, thus achieving immortality. These 3 were at the peak, people who looked down on mortals. They had rich experiences and were no longer impulsive towards grudges. Each of their actions had their own deep meaning. The 3 of them could have fought at any place, but they chose San Cha Mountain. Thus, Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, and Ku Mo's deep meaning is clear. That is the 3 kings' inheritance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with the light of contemplation. The 3 kings are all rank 5 Gu masters, the rank 5 Gu worms left behind in the inheritance. Each of them has a huge boost to their strength. With the treasures in front of them, how could they risk their lives to fight? Unless the battle strength of both sides is extremely unbalanced, and the difference is huge. But now, it seems that is not the case. Thus, this battle can only be a draw. The originally confusing battle situation suddenly became incomparably clear. Bai Ningbing subconsciously glanced at Fang Yuan. When everyone's hearts and minds were shaken by the battle of the rank 5 Gu masters, he was still so calm, as if he was a bystander, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. But was it really nothing to do with him? Bai Ningbing shook her head inwardly. No one understood Fang Yuan's desire for the 3 kings' inheritance better than her. But even with this desire, he could restrain his impulse. Chapter 379. Half a month later, San Cha Mountain, on a certain mountain peak. A group of gray-white mountain apes, numbering close to 1,000, were chirping as they surrounded Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan breathed in deeply and suddenly waved her hand, throwing out a large amount of golden needle goo. Golden needle goo was not a natural goo. It was a goo refined by Tai Clan's Gu masters. Every golden needle goo was a rank 2 goo, shaped like a golden needle as long as an index finger. The golden needle goo shot into the ape group. Some of these apes were unable to move, some died from the poison, and some went berserk, attacking their companions. Tai Rua Nan threw out golden needles again and again. The mountain ape army was in chaos, suffering heavy losses. They screamed miserably as they ran for their lives. Soon, the noisy battlefield calmed down. A large number of mountain apes were lying on the ground. Some were dead, while others were on their last breaths. Tai Rua Nan slowly walked towards them, and threw out golden needle goo again. But this time, these golden needle goo had healing effects, shooting into the bodies of the mountain apes and turning into lumps of golden light, moving around their injuries, allowing many mountain apes to regain their mobility. Golden needle goo itself was not special, but when used with poison goo, it could form poisonous needles. When used with zombie goo, it could make enemies unable to move. When used with chaos divine goo, it could make enemies unable to differentiate between friend and foe, causing them to fall into chaos. If used with vitality goo, it could even have healing effects. Tai Rua Nan only spent 7 to 8 days to familiarize herself with these 4 battle tactics. In actual combat, she single-handedly defeated a group of nearly 1,000 mountain apes. Rua Nan, this child has outstanding aptitude. His comprehension is high, and more importantly, his personality is firm and resolute. He is indeed a pillar of the Tai family. Tai Mu Bai watched from not far away. Tai Mu Bai watched from not far away, without any expression on his face. To this old Tai clan leader, he had seen the rise of countless geniuses in his life, and also witnessed the fall of countless geniuses. He knew very well that a harsh living environment would always give birth to many people with extraordinary talents. But talent was only one aspect. What was rare was the nature of a genius. If a genius could endure hardships, he would be able to endure hardships. If they could endure loneliness, they could have great achievements in the future. A genius with a flawed nature could only be a shooting star, dazzling for a moment. Why did Tai Mu Bai teach Tai Rua Nan? Firstly, Tai Rua Nan and Tai Shuelung's bloodline was related to him. Secondly, Tai Rua Nan had been through many hardships, and her personality had been polished like a rock, without a trace of impulsiveness. Only steadiness and perseverance remained. Tai Rua Nan was like an unpolished jade. With just a bit of polishing, it released a dazzling radiance. Old tribe leader. Tai Rua Nan climbed up the mountain and came to Tai Mu Bai's side, cupping her fists in greeting. The young girl was full of admiration and respect for the old man in front of her. Half a month ago, this old man Tai Mu Bai had fought against 2 rank 5 demonic path experts. He first used the rank 5 touch gold goo. He easily dealt with the 2 demons. Next, he used the rank 5 golden soup goo. This caused the 2 powerful enemies to retreat in the face of difficulties. Their fighting spirits weakened, and in the end, they both gave up. Tai Mu Bai's strength was like a bucket of cold water, splashing the demonic goo masters' hearts. Their arrogance, which had just soared up, instantly weakened. The result of this battle was that the righteous and demonic paths would compete for the 3 kings' inheritance. But those with discerning eyes could see that Tai Mu Bai was at ease and had not used his full strength. Not bad. To be able to grasp these battle tactics in such a short time, very good. Tai Mu Bai lightly praised before waving his hand. Swoosh! A large number of golden needle goo flew out. But different from Tai Rua Nan's golden needle goo, Tai Mu Bai's golden needle goo were extremely small, like raindrops being pulled into thin threads. When they flew in the air, they were like a lump of golden fog. The golden fog moved with the wind, blowing past a mountain rock. The entire boulder was emitting sparse sounds, as if thousands of silkworms were eating mulberry leaves. Tai Rua Nan's pupils shrunk, immediately recognizing the power of this transformation. Wherever the golden fog passed, the mountain rock was penetrated and filled with countless tiny holes. The trees beside the mountain rock were also pierced, their vitality extinguished in an instant. If a person was hit by this goo, Their entire body would be pierced by tens of thousands of tiny golden needles, and their organs would be destroyed. This was a terrifying killer move. Tai Mu Bai waved his hand again, and 3 golden needle gu flew out. However, these 3 golden needles changed again, becoming thicker and longer. A normal golden needle gu was only the length of a finger, but these 3 golden needles were the length of a palm. The 3 golden needle gu flew to a mountain ape's head, piercing down like lightning. One pierced straight into the mountain ape's head. The other 2 pierced into the mountain ape's left and right temples, most of them entering the mountain ape's brain, leaving only a small portion outside. This mountain ape was healed by Tai Ruanan, and just as it was about to escape, it was struck by the golden needle. The mountain ape let out a miserable howl, and suddenly jumped a few times, kneeling at Tai Mu Bai's feet. His ape eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with incomparable panic, fear, and anger. However, the strange thing was that its body was not under its control. It knelt respectfully and did not move at all. It was quiet. Not a single sound could be heard from it. Tai Ruanan had never expected such a strange scene, and was dumbfounded. Tai Mu Bai laughed, looking at the mountain ape under his feet, lightly saying, "Golden needle, gu combined with fog, gu can form a golden fog. This golden fog looks weak and ethereal, but its attack is extremely strong, especially good at breaking a gu master's defense." When I was 28, I roamed the southern border and used this move to dominate the Lu Chuan River region. Tai Mu Bai paused before continuing. Golden needle, gu combined with puppet control, gu can control a living being's body. When I was 42, I cultivated to rank 4 peak stage and ended my closed cultivation, starting to test the world. When I arrived at Tai Mu Mountain, I was attacked by over 50 gu masters from the demonic path. Using this move, I caused 38 of them to betray me and finally killed them all, getting rid of a scourge for the people. Tai Ruanan was fascinated as she listened. When she was young, she had followed her father, traveling all over the world. But she had also heard of this old clan leader's heroic deeds. The old clan leader had a great aptitude, and when he first started cultivating, he became the #1 rising star of Tai clan. And he did not disappoint, reaching rank 4 peak stage before he was 50. He ended his closed cultivation and tested the sword in the southern border, crossing mountains and rivers, rampaging all the way, making a name for himself. After returning to Tai clan, he became the clan leader, leading Tai clan and painstakingly developing. At once, Tai clan's fame was strong, causing Wu clan and Shang clan to lose their luster. His life was filled with glory and radiance. He had countless battle achievements, whether it was fighting alone, rampaging in the southern border, or leading a group of heroes to eradicate evil. He won more than he lost. Especially his unyielding style. He dared to fight and was extremely domineering, causing many enemies to tremble in fear when he was in power. Even righteous path members would feel stifled when they heard Tai Mu Bai's name. Now, as Tai Ruanan listened to the old clan leader's calm recollection, she could not help but feel emotional. She couldn't help but recall the scenes in her mind. In the past, a young hero, handsome and elegant, wearing a green robe, rampaging in the mountains and rivers, killing strong enemies with one hand. No one could stop him, becoming the center of attention. However, time was merciless, eventually turning that youth into an old man. But Tai Mu Bai was still Tai Mu Bai. No matter how old he was, it could not cover up his glorious deeds. These battle achievements were the dazzling halo that shrouded him. Even the dust of history could not cover up his brilliance. Lord Old Clan Leader, I will not let you down. Golden Needle Gu is in my hands. It will not tarnish your reputation, Tai Ruanan said firmly. But the old man nodded in relief, patting Tai Ruanan's shoulder. Child, you have a firm and unyielding character. Our Tai clan's blood flows in you. You have the responsibilities of a Tai clan daughter. This is good. I imparted my life's knowledge to you, hoping that you will be able to carry Tai clan's banner in the future. That little beast King Fangzheng is a test for you. Do you have confidence? I have confidence and I have a plan. Don't worry, old clan leader. Fangzheng has already fallen to the demonic path. I will definitely take his head. Tai Ruanan's gaze was firm. Very good. You are not arrogant in victory, and do not give up in defeat. You can walk out from the setback and gain strength from the tribulation. This is something many youngsters cannot do. As long as you maintain it, you will definitely be Tai clan's glory in the future. Next, I will impart the principles of these two transformations, my insights, experiences, and the other transformations that are derived from them to you. Like this, one taught diligently, while the other learned with all her might. Over an hour later, Tai Mubai finished imparting. All right, if there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Tai Ruanan had excellent comprehension and had already memorized everything that was imparted. But after thinking about it, she still asked, These days I found that the opening time of 3 kings' inheritance is getting shorter and shorter, and the number of Gu masters entering each time is also decreasing. The 3 light pillars are no longer as thick and bright as they used to be. Right now, many people are saying that the Blessed Land is on the brink of destruction. Is this true? Tai Mubai nodded. It is true. There are some things that you cannot come into contact with now. Everything is balanced. There is yang if there is yin. There is fire if there is water. There is calamity if there is fortune. He turned his gaze towards the peak of San Cha Mountain and sighed. Every blessed land will have an earthly calamity every 10 years. Every 100 years, there will be a heavenly tribulation. This blessed land originated from a mysterious ancient Gu immortal and was later inherited by the 3 kings and transformed into an inheritance ground. This blessed land is already old and its end is near. If there was a land spirit, it could last for some time, but unfortunately, there's not even a land spirit. Chapter 380. To think that even a blessed land would be destroyed. Hearing this secret, Tai Ruanan sighed softly. How can there be an indestructible existence in this world? The heavenly Tao circulates, and everything in the world competes. In the vast universe, we mortals are like a handful of sand and stones at the bottom of the ocean, tiny to the extreme. Only by advancing to a Gu immortal can one be considered to have transcended mortality and have a foundation, turning into sand and stone into an island, able to resist the waves of the sea. Tai Mubai's tone was filled with emotions. The blessed land is about to be destroyed. Wouldn't the people in the blessed land be in danger? Tai Ruanan asked. Not bad. Tai Mubai nodded his head. The moment the blessed land disappears, the winds of assimilation will blow, merging with the heavens and earth. Everything in the blessed land will return to the most basic yuan qi of the world. This wind has great power. It can sweep away all dust. Even Gu immortals are wary of it. Even immortal Gu can be destroyed. There's such a strong wind. Tai Ruanan exclaimed, her eyes filled with worry. Tai Mubai waved his hand. It's fine. I have already entered the blessed land many times, and my understanding of it has deepened. I have always been observing and comprehending it. The blessed land was indeed weakening, but there was still some time before it was destroyed. During this period of time, the heavenly power in the blessed land will become weaker, and the restrictions on us Gu masters will also gradually decrease. Slowly we can use 1 or 2 Gu worms, then 3 or 4, 5 or 6. At the final stage, the blessed land will be full of loopholes, forming a tunnel that we can enter and exit at will. Tai Mubai gazed into the distance, his eyes deep and filled with wisdom, as if he could already see the future. The final stage will be the final battle of the 3 kings' inheritance. The suppression from the blessed land was almost gone. Everyone could display their full strength, plundering and fighting to their heart's content. At that time, San Cha Mountain would not only have 3 rank 5 Gu Masters. That is the true gathering of wind and clouds, the rise of dragons and snakes. Tai Ruan had an epiphany and was enlightened. She finally understood why Tai Mu Bai did not fight to the death with those 2 demonic Gu Masters. This was because their future enemies would be far more than just these 2. If he used his full strength too early, others would take advantage of him instead. The closer to the end of the 3 kings' inheritance, the more generous the rewards the Gu Master would obtain. The experts who truly understood the blessed land were already preparing for the final battle. Zhongzhou State, Tian Ti Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Finally, we're halfway up the mountain. Fang Jing panted heavily, sweat dripping down his forehead. His limbs were sore and numb. He was almost completely exhausted. Climbing to such a height with his own strength had already squeezed out all the potential of his soul. As the mountain breeze blew, he felt a strong sense of dizziness. It made Fang Zheng feel like he was about to fall. His vision was spinning, and his soul was squeezed to the limit. He even lost the ability to think. In a daze, he heard the voice of the spirit incubating Flea. "Good, very good. My good disciple, it really wasn't easy for you to persevere to this step. You've succeeded. The rest is up to me." After saying this, Fang Zheng felt an invisible strength pass into the deepest part of his soul. That feeling of falling to the ground immediately disappeared. It was like a child who had just learned how to walk. Suddenly, she was supported by the adults. Everything in his field of vision became clear. The dizziness that had been troubling Fang Zheng for a long time was gone. It was also disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Fang Zheng took a few deep breaths. He felt great. It was like a traveler in the desert who was about to die of thirst and suddenly drank sweet spring water. It was like a person who worked all year round without rest and slept for 7 days and 7 nights. Everything was good, and he felt refreshed. "Good disciple, hurry up and climb up." Master Tenchiru urged. "Yes, master." Feng Jing's tiger eyes shone with dazzling light. He looked up. Feng Kim Hong and the rest were still far ahead, but their speed was getting slower. Fang Zheng had an unprecedented sense of confidence. "I can do it. With master's support, I can definitely defeat these prodigies and become the sole inheritor of Hu Immortal Inheritance. Fang Zheng, you need to do your best." After encouraging himself, Fang Zheng started to climb. His movements were fast and steady, and his speed of ascension was very fast. It was simply an explosive move. This performance immediately attracted the attention and attention of many people. When Hu Immortal Blessed Land opened, it had always been connected to the outside world. Thus, the 10 Gu Immortals hiding outside the Blessed Land immediately discovered Fang Jing's abnormality. This child had already reached his limit and was about to be eliminated. How did he suddenly become so vigorous? Strange, this speed is even faster than Feng Kim Hong and the rest. This junior is from Crane Gate. So that's it. The 10 Gu Immortals communicated with their wills, and soon, someone discovered Fang Jing's trump card. "He Fengyang, you are really willing to spend so much. Spirit incubating fleas are not rare. But to protect the fleas, you used one's own Wei Gu, right?" He Fengyang was one of Crane Gate's supreme elders, and possessed a rank 6, one's own Wei Gu. It was already widely known. One's own Wei Gu could allow other Gu worms to be used normally in the Blessed Land. It was an expendable Gu and could only be used 3 times. After 3 times, it would vanish into thin air. He Fengyang, you really have a good method. To think you had such a hidden move. You flatter me. Among this generation's newcomers, Myriad Dragon Dock has Ing Shengji, Spirit Affinity House has Feng Kim Hong, and Spirit Butterfly Valley has Xiao Qixing. Our Crane Gate cannot compete with them, so we had to use this method. He Fengyang's words were humble and low-key. The other Gu Immortals could only chuckle. They naturally had rank 6 Gu worms, but they did not have one's own Wei Gu, and could not provide such an effective and huge help. Rank 6 goo worms were immortal goo. They were unique. At the same time, in the vast world, there would only be one immortal goo. Immortal goo were rarer than rank 5 goo. Many rank 6 goo immortals did not even have one immortal goo. In Feng Yuan's previous life, he became a goo immortal in 500 years. To refine the first rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, he spent a lot of time and effort. The moment he succeeded, he was besieged by the righteous path. Their main goal was to snatch this immortal goo. The 10 goo immortals at the scene. Because of their sex, they had some savings, but they only had 1 or 2 immortal goo on hand. He Fengyang had one's own way goo. That meant other goo immortals definitely did not have it. The subtle thing was He Fengyang's actions did not cross the bottom line and did not break the rules of the game that the 10 sects had agreed on. Thus, the other goo immortals could only watch and could not forcefully interfere. Unfortunately, my immortal goo specialize in offense. If I use it, it would be attacking Hu immortal inheritance. That would not be good. Although I have a defensive immortal goo that can protect the soul, the disciples do not have immortal essence to use. Otherwise, Hu immortal inheritance would belong to the sect. The situation has not been decided yet. This disciple of Crane Gate, with the help of the spirit incubating flea, he has a huge advantage. But he has fallen behind by a lot. We'll have to wait and see what the result will be. He Fengyang used one's own way goo 80 years ago. This is the second time. That is to say, the one's own way goo in his hands. I can only use it one last time. He paid such a huge price just to gain an advantage in the competition for the inheritance. The other goo immortals pondered for a while, before choosing to restrain themselves and continue to observe. On Sancha Mountain, 3 pillars of light shot into the sky. The opening of 3 kings' inheritance once again attracted all the goo masters in southern border, just like Taimu had guessed. On Sancha Mountain, dragons and snakes began to gather, and the wind and clouds surged. Did you hear? Just yesterday, Li Fail came to Sancha Mountain. Ah, you mean stable as a mountain Li Fail? Soon, another famous expert arrived on Sancha Mountain. Li Fail's cultivation was rank 4 upper stage, an earth path goo master, known as stable as a mountain and specialized in defense. He was originally Li Clan's rising star, receiving the clan's great nurturing. But this person had an intense obsession towards the pursuit of strength. Obsession was obsession. To pursue the greatest strength, he killed people to refine goo and was not accepted by the righteous path. Thus he turned to the demonic path. Li Fail was only a catalyst. In the following month, many famous goo masters arrived on Sancha Mountain. There was the enslavement path goo master Zhang Sensan, who killed a rank 4 goo master at rank 3 peak stage and was now rank 4 middle stage, known as a beast enslavement master. There was the righteous path expert Tao Zi, who had the famous rank 5 healing goo of southern border, spirit peach goo. There was also Yin Luo Tian, Yun clan's young clan leader, a wind path goo master. He reached rank 3 peak stage at 23 years old, and was only a step away from rank 4 peak stage at 35 years old. More and more famous goo masters, like sharks smelling blood, stepped onto Sancha Mountain to compete for the 3 kings' inheritance, wanting a share of the loot. These goo masters had at least rank 3 upper stage cultivation, and some had even reached rank 4 realm. A month later, the 4th rank 5 goo master arrived on Sancha Mountain. Wang Shao. He was the lord of Wu Mountain, a demonic path goo master, a rank 5 poison cultivator, a true overlord of an area. 2 months later, Wu clan's Wu Lanshan arrived. As the number 1 clan of the righteous path, Wu clan had always dominated southern border. The Wu Lanshan who was sent here was the cousin of the current Wu clan leader. The moment she ascended the mountain, she fought with Wang Shao. Although this battle had also ended in a draw, the battle strength she had displayed had already surpassed Ku Mo and Wu Gui. Another 8 days later, the famous demonic path Chojiu appeared at the foot of Sancha Mountain, causing commotion as well. Chojiu also had rank 5 cultivation, but his battle strength was weak. He was proficient in healing and was the famous killer ghost doctor. Together with Dr. Su Shou, nine-fingered wandering doctor, and divine Dr. Sheng Shou, they were known as the 4 great doctors of southern border. He had an eccentric personality and had a rule. Anyone who wanted him to heal had to kill someone for him. If he saved a life, he had to kill a life. Thus, he was called Killer Ghost Doctor. Walking by the river for a long time, one's shoes would get wet sooner or later. Gu masters lived in this cruel world. Injuries and illnesses were unavoidable, and they had to seek help from doctors. The 4 great doctors were both in the righteous and demonic paths. The moment Killer Ghost Doctor ascended Sancha Mountain, he received a cordial invitation from Taimu Bai, and the two chatted happily during the banquet. Time passed quickly. The 3 kings' inheritance opened and closed and opened again. On this day, the 3 kings' inheritance opened again. At the foot of Sancha Mountain, 2 figures walked over. Soon, someone recognized the 2 and shouted in shock. It's the black and white twin demons. They are here again. Chapter 381. At the peak of Sancha Mountain, red, blue, and yellow pillars of light stood in front of everyone. Compared to before, anyone with a discerning eye could see that these 3 pillars of light had become many times dimmer. At the same time, their size had shrunk to less than half of their original size. This Gu immortal blessed land that had existed since the olden antiquity era was already nearing its end. After being remodeled by the 3 kings, it was slowly becoming unbearable as countless Gu masters explored and plundered it. It was like a sinking ship. Half of it had already been submerged by the seawater. Only the flagpole and some of the upper deck were still exposed to the air. Old tribe leader Tai, please go ahead. After seriously observing for a while, Wu Lan Shan respectfully cupped her fists towards Taimu Bai. Although there were many rank 5 Gu masters here, in terms of battle strength, Taimu Bai was still the strongest. In this Sancha Mountain, he was undoubtedly the number 1 rank 5 Gu master. Even in the entire southern border, he was a top-tier existence among rank 5 Gu masters. Taimu Bai's status was publicly acknowledged by everyone. Even opponents like Kumo and Wu Gui had to admit this point. Taimu Bai looked at the 3 pillars of light and nodded. Then I will go first. His every movement attracted everyone's gazes. The thousands of Gu masters near the inheritance entrance were all focused on him. Taimu Bai slowly walked forward, entering King Xian inheritance. Wu Gui and Kumo looked at each other. Since Taimu Bai had chosen King Xian's legacy, then the 2 of them had to avoid encountering him. Rank 5 Gu masters would try their best to avoid unnecessary competition. The final battle was the stage where they could display their true strength. After Taimu Bai, Wu Lan Shan, Wang Xiao, and the rest also made their choices and entered the inheritance. Next was the rank 4 peak stage Gu masters, led by Ihua. One by one they entered. On Sancha Mountain, righteous and demonic Gu masters gathered. The enemies who used to fight each other behaved in an orderly manner in front of huge benefits. However, right at this moment, the originally quiet peak suddenly became restless. First, it was the Gu masters in the outer circle who were discussing. Next, the Gu masters in the inner circle also looked over. It's the black and white twin demons. They are finally back. Someone saw the cause of the commotion. Someone said in surprise, "They are the black and white twin demons, the 2 rising stars of the demonic path?" This was the first time many people saw Fong and Bai, and they couldn't help but size them up. These 2 youngsters are not simple at all. One was besieged by the 4 elders of the Tai clan and managed to persevere for several months without being defeated. The other one is even more powerful. He fought 1 against 7 and even killed Tai Ba Xiu. Someone introduced Fong, and Bai had wreaked havoc on Sancha Mountain. It left a deep impression on everyone. Now that many people thought about it, it was still vivid in their minds. Tai Ba Xiao, I have fought with him before. Fang Zhang was actually able to kill him, and at such a young age he is indeed not simple. Someone nodded, his expression becoming serious. In my opinion, the so-called overlord of the age is just a facade, making a junior famous. Truly a disgrace to our generation. Some Master scoffed. So what if the black-white double ghosts are here? Times were different now. On Sancha Mountain, there were 6 rank 5 Masters. The 2 of them were merely rank 4 Masters. They won't be able to cause any big waves. That's right, especially since Fang Jing killed a Tai clansman. Tai Mu Bai will not let him off. But he has guts to actually dare to come here. Isn't this taking advantage of the fact that Tai Mu Bai has already entered the inheritance? That's why he dares to come here. Everyone discussed softly, looking at Fang and Bai with all kinds of gazes. Some were curious, some were judging, some were solemn, some were frivolous. There were also many people who did not look at them, but looked at another person. This person was standing among the rank 4 Masters. Dressed in tight clothes, her beautiful eyes were like stars, and her brows were tightly furrowed. It was Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan was a rank 4 Master. She naturally had to follow this wave of rank 4 Masters and enter the inheritance. Although Tai Mu Bai was the number 1 person on Sancha Mountain, he still had to follow the rules and set an example. Otherwise, it would be difficult to command the Masters on Sancha Mountain. This was the code of conduct of a righteous path leader. Fang Zhang, it's you. Tai Ruanan walked out of the crowd, closely staring at Fang Yuan with an agitated expression. Seeing Fang Yuan, this great enemy whose hands were stained with the blood of Tai clansmen, the young girl's heart was filled with hatred and anger, wishing she could immediately kill him. Her fists fiercely clenched, then slowly loosened. Loosened and tightened, tightened and loosened again. Such repeated small movements showed the struggle in her heart. Finally, Tai Ruanan loosened her fists and fiercely breathed out a mouthful of turbid air, her eyes regaining clarity. Little Beast King, don't worry, old clan leader will attack you. Your life is mine, sooner or later. I will kill you as a sacrifice to the souls of my Tai clansmen. Just you wait. Saying so, the young girl turned around and left, stepping into the light pillar and disappearing. Is Tai Ruanan afraid? She actually left without fighting. It seems Little Beast King's might is still there, causing this Tai clan young master to not dare to fight. I feel this girl is very smart. The 3 kings' inheritance is right in front of us. This is a rare opportunity. She should quickly grab it. What is the benefit of fighting and killing? Fang Yuan, however, frowned slightly. Tai Ruanan's performance had surprised him. Being able to control her anger, it was truly rare. Many famous people might not be able to do this. Tai Ruanan, I cannot let you grow any further. It was rare for Fang Yuan to feel threatened by someone of the same generation. Tai Mu Bai did not purposely conceal the fact that he was teaching Tai Ruanan. It was already widely known. Fang Yuan was naturally aware of this. Tai Ruanan had talent. She had talent, and her temperament was even more firm, adding on the clan's nurturing. She was simply a swallow that soared to the sky. One day she would fly to the clouds, becoming a phoenix or a green bird, restraining the killing intent in his heart. Fang Yuan walked towards the inheritance. Most of the rank for Masters consciously gave way. Wait. Suddenly, a righteous Master walked forward and blocked Fang and Bai. This righteous Master wore a snow-white robe. His sleeves were wide and fluttering in the wind. His face was also very handsome. It was no one else. It was the young patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Luotian. Little Beast King, I heard that you killed Tai Ba Xiao, Yun Luotian stood in front of Fang Yuan and swept a glance at Fang Yuan before sizing up by Ningbing. Do you know? He pointed at Fang Yuan, saying arrogantly, You won with an unfair advantage, using a flying gu to kill a righteous path member, but you found a loophole. The atmosphere at the scene became very heavy. Yun Luotian's words were very blunt. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was an arrogant person. If things continued like this, it was obvious that a war would break out. Many gu masters retreated slightly, distancing themselves from these two people. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie. Looking at Yun Luotian, he nodded and suddenly smiled. I indeed found a loophole and killed Tai Bashio. Sorry about that. Yun Luotian was stunned. He did not expect this little beast king to answer like this. Why was his behavior different from the information? These years of closed cultivation, he had been cultivating flying techniques. His flying ability was not inferior to the famous flying experts of Southern Border. Right now, he wanted to fight with Fang Yuan to increase his reputation. But Fang Yuan was so polite, he could not continue to make things difficult for him. Demonic path members could be extremely vicious. He was a righteous path member, and was also the young patriarch of Yun clan. His every action had to be paid attention to. After all, he represented the image of Yun clan. Yun Luotian was slightly dazed, but soon after he calmed his mind. We let young master Tai Ruanen leave first because we admire old patriarch Tai Mubai's reputation. Since you know you found a loophole, why don't you leave first? There are still many heroes here. It's not your turn yet. Yun Luotian waved his sleeves at Fang Yuan, speaking in a plain tone. Although he was secretly flattering the people around him, the atmosphere became even more tense. Everyone had a feeling that a storm was brewing. Just as everyone was on guard, Fang Yuan took a step back with a smile. Sir's right, I was rude. You guys go first. Yun Luotian laughed, waving his sleeves and turning around with a leisurely attitude. After dozens of steps, he stepped into the light pillar. Although he did not fight with Fang Yuan, he felt his gains were greater. Not long later, there would be rumors of him challenging Little Beast King, scaring this rising star of the demonic path into retreating. At that time, his reputation would soar, and Yun clan's reputation in the righteous path would also rise. After Yun Luotian entered the inheritance, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing chose King Bao's inheritance. Seeing the two disappear, the remaining rank 4 gu masters started to whisper to each other. Is this still Little Beast King? He has become so gentle and refined. Did he take the wrong medicine, or did I see wrongly? This world is changing too quickly. Little Beast King is terrified. What a coward. If it were me, I would have already rolled up my sleeves and fought. Sigh, the opponent is Yun Luotian after all. Although Yun clan cannot compare to super clans, it is still a first-rate clan. After a moment of dizziness, after calming down, Fang Yuan sized up his surroundings. A gray-white sky and light red land stretched to the limits of his vision. On the land, there were pieces of volcanic rocks, emitting steam or gray smoke. Another heavenly demon has descended. Comrades, quickly gather together. As long as we are united, we can defeat the Demon King. Quick! Our Red Egg Village can only rely on ourselves to protect it. Suddenly, the lids of the volcanic rocks were opened, and small people walked out of them. These small people were only the size of babies. They were pink and tender, looking very cute. The most eye-catching thing was, in the center of each of their chests, there was a red, cute, round egg. These were eggmen. Like hairy men, they were variant humans. Fang Yuan took one look and knew that these were red egg men among eggmen. The eggs on the bodies of red egg men were all red. They built houses out of large volcanic rocks and lived in them. Right now, Fang Yuan could only use one exploding egg goo, and King Bao Inheritance's intention was to let Fang Yuan use exploding egg goo to eliminate these red eggmen. That way, he would be able to enter the next round. But facing the attacking red eggmen, Fang Yuan did not move. He allowed the attacks to land on him. These attacks accumulated, and soon Fang Yuan was heavily injured. Fang Yuan could not breathe properly. His body was bathed in blood. The intense aura of death had already enveloped him. At this moment, even if he used exploding egg goo, it would not change the situation. Putting himself in a desperate situation, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. This moment has finally arrived. Chapter 382. A group of short red egg men surrounded Fang Yuan and kept attacking. Huh? Is this heavenly demon an idiot? Why isn't he moving? If only heavenly demons were this stupid. Don't let your guard down. Heavenly demons are extremely cunning. Quickly kill him. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to be killed, the red eggmen cheered in victory. But at this moment, an invisible force suddenly descended and engulfed Fang Yuan. Surrounded, Fang Yuan, who was on the verge of death, suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a group of extremely shocked red eggmen. When Fang Yuan woke up from the hazy darkness, the scene in front of him had changed greatly. It was a dark blue hall. The main hall was extremely simple and unadorned, and it was built with huge square copper bricks. Many of the bricks were covered with moss, showing the signs of time. Fang Yuan was lying in the middle of the hall. The copper brick floor on his back was cold. "I've healed your injuries." A giant tortoise slowly opened its wrinkled eyelids and stared at Fang Yuan, who was at its feet. Fang Yuan slowly crawled up from the ground. First touched his body. Sure enough, his injuries were all healed. Then he looked around the hall, his expression calm. Finally, his gaze fell on the giant turtle in front of him. This giant turtle was as big as a house. Its dark green shell was thick and hard. Its 4 limbs were like elephant legs, and there were 2 dragon whiskers hanging down from its head. Fang Yuan looked at this giant turtle. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up, his smile became wider, and finally turned into laughter. Ha ha ha. His laughter reverberated in the hall. He had taken the initiative to seek death, which was equivalent to abandoning the spring-autumn cicada. Relying only on his guesses and the information from his previous life, the risk was naturally great. It could be said that a single misstep would cause eternal regret. But the people of the demonic path had always been courageous, and were best at staking everything on one throw. Now that Fang Yuan had successfully reached the main hall, all the risks were worth it. After laughing heartily for a while, Fang Yuan stopped and said to the giant tortoise, "Earth Spirit Bague, you have finally awakened from your slumber. You know me?" The giant tortoise's balanced voice wavered. There was a trace of doubt in his old eyes. "That's right. I know you, and I also know the secret of this paradise." Fang Yuan nodded and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. This blessed land originated from an ancient strength path, Gu Immortal. Gu Immortals protect the blessed land. He fought against the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation, but in the end he perished in a calamity. After his death, his will combined with the heavenly power of the blessed land and formed the earth spirit. It's you, Bague. As long as I complete his dying wish, I will become the new master of this blessed land. Am I right? Fang Yuan went straight to the point and was very frank and direct. Land spirit. Even though it was a Gu immortal, it was no longer a human, it was a pure obsession. Using a term from Earth, it was an intelligent program. As long as he reached the land spirit's standard, he would be able to obtain its recognition and become the master of the blessed land. Therefore, Fang Yuan had directly said it. There would be no conspiracy between them. The giant tortoise nodded slowly. Yes, this obsession before death was the test of the blessed land. As long as you can complete it, you can become my master. And the specific content of this test is to refine the second aperture Gu, right? Fang Yuan asked. In ancient times, strength path flourished. 8 out of 10 Gu masters cultivated the strength path. This blessed land's original owner was also a strength path goo immortal. He had developed the recipe of second aperture goo. But at the last moment, he lost his life in the heavenly tribulation. After he died, this obsession turned into a land spirit. In other words, the giant tortoise in front of Feng Yuan. In order to fulfill this obsession, the giant tortoise had been painstakingly waiting. Unfortunately, as time passed, there was still no fated person who met the criteria. This fated person had to be a strength path goo master, possess beast phantoms, and be strong to a certain extent. Secondly, this strength path goo master had to be on the verge of death to obtain this opportunity. This was because the blessed land's original owner had a lot of unwillingness and resentment before his death. He did not want others to obtain his wealth so easily. But he also wanted to refine the second aperture goo. Thus, he requested that this fated person be like him and experience death. Only those who were in the same predicament as him had the qualifications to obtain everything he had. However, as time passed, the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations continued. The land spirit giant tortoise could not wait for a strength path goo that met the criteria. To save immortal essence, it could only helplessly choose to hibernate. The originally vast and boundless blessed land was worn down by the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. The entire space was already less than 1% of its original size. One heavenly tribulation caused the blessed land to be riddled with holes. Thus, a loophole was created, and the blessed land formed a secret passage to the outside world. 3 wandering children came here and relied on the blessed land's resources to cultivate. These were the famous 3 kings of the demonic path. After the 3 kings took their revenge, they returned to the blessed land to live in seclusion. As time passed, they became more familiar with the blessed land and were only a step away from rank 6. But in the end, the 3 did not break through. Before dying, they modified this place and turned it into the 3 kings' inheritance. The 3 kings were refinement path, fire path, and enslavement path. None of them walked the strength path. The moment the modification started, the land spirit was awakened. It watched quietly and did not stop them. It wanted to use this inheritance to attract a strength path goo master that met the requirements. When the 3 kings' inheritance opened, countless goo masters entered the blessed land, greatly increasing the immortal essence expenditure. When the blessed land faced the crisis of destruction, the giant tortoise also woke up from its slumber. After waking up, the first thing the land spirit did was to find the fated person. There were many strength path goo masters in the entire blessed land, but none could reach the land spirit standard. In the olden antiquity era, strength path was the mainstream. But now, with the changes of the times, strength path was already on the verge of being eliminated. Goo masters who had true achievements in the strength path were even rarer. Hearing Feng Yuan mention the second aperture goo, land spirit Bagui was stunned. You know a lot. Although it was curious, it did not pursue the matter. To it had already found the fated person. Its next goal was to refine the second aperture goo. However, it was extremely difficult to refine the second aperture goo, because the second aperture goo was not a mortal goo, but a rank 6 immortal goo. But Feng Yuan was mentally prepared and asked, second aperture goo, rank 6. Rank 5 mortal, rank 6 immortal. To refine an immortal goo, there is a basic requirement, that is immortal essence. The immortal essence in the blessed land. How much is left? The tortoise turned its body and looked towards the depths of the hall. The floor tiles suddenly split open, and a large bronze cauldron slowly rose up. Finally, the floor tiles closed, and the bronze cauldron was left in the hall. This cauldron, it had 3 legs and 2 handles, and contained immortal essence. This immortal essence was like green water, sparkling and translucent, emitting a rusty smell. There was very little immortal essence, only a shallow layer was left at the bottom of the cauldron. And as time passed, it was still slowly decreasing bit by bit. This was because the blessed land opened and countless goo masters were exploring it, entering and exiting, expending immortal essence. However, this is already much better than the situation in my previous life. As long as I plan carefully. Fang Yuan looked at this layer of immortal essence. His thoughts flashed like lightning. Previous life. 3 kings' inheritance opened, and the land spirit waited bitterly. But there was no fated person. At the middle to late stage, the land spirit finally found a qualified strength path goo master who was on the verge of death. This lucky person came from the demonic path and survived a great calamity, gaining a blessing in disguise. However, he had no understanding of goo refinement and died in the process of goo refinement. At the later stage, goo masters had a deep understanding of 3 kings' inheritance and knew how to advance and retreat. They had more or less life-saving tokens that could allow them to escape at any time. At the final moment, the blessed land was extremely weak, and goo masters could use their own goo worms to fight and engage in a bloody battle. With a bloody battle, there would naturally be casualties. The land spirit finally found a chance and selected several strength path goo masters. But by then it was already too late. Immortal essence was severely insufficient, and the land spirit itself was extremely weak. It could not accomplish anything. Eventually, the blessed land continued to collapse, and the goo masters found this hull. They came here, fought with the land spirit, and crashed into the strength path goo master who was refining goo. Only then did everyone know that Sancha Mountain's blessed land had such a huge secret. But by then, the immortal essence was expended, and the land spirit was already dead. The goo refinement naturally ended in failure. And the legendary second aperture goo had not even appeared in the world, and regretfully became extinct. Second aperture goo. It can allow a goo master to have a second aperture. Even an idiot knows the value of this goo. I have a great aptitude now, and one aperture has 90% primeval essence. If I can have a second aperture, I will have 180% primeval essence. At the same time, I will have double the recovery speed, and can even nurture a second set of goo worms. My battle strength will definitely soar, and it can be said to be an unprecedented record. Once I succeed, I will definitely be the number 1 person among the same rank. Fang Yuan was inwardly excited, but refining this immortal goo was extremely difficult. It was not an easy task. Even Tai Mu Bai was dumbfounded by this. But to Fang Yuan, it was a different situation. Firstly, he was a rank 6 goo immortal in his previous life. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth, he also successfully refined Spring-Autumn Cicada and had precious experience in refining immortal goo. Secondly, ever since 3 Kings' inheritance opened, he had been making arrangements. He challenged Strength Path, goo masters everywhere, and eliminated competitors. Shui Sansi, Sentry Boy, and others were all chosen by the land spirit in his previous life. But now, they all died in Fang Yuan's hands. Finally, he had the land spirit's help. In his previous life, when the land spirit met the first lucky child, it was already very weak. Towards the end, it was extremely weak and was actually killed by a group of mortals. But now was different. Fang Yuan sought death and came early. He definitely received great help from the land spirit. Back then, that goo immortal had already made ample preparations to refine the goo. With this foundation, I have at least 50% confidence in refining the goo. Chapter 383. Soon, Fang Yuan calmed down. The second aperture, goo, was only a hope. To realize it, it required planning and hard work. Refining second aperture goo, regardless of success or failure, will consume most of the immortal essence. Without celestial core power, I won't be able to defend against the upcoming earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. In other words, even if I become the blessed land's master, this blessed land can no longer be saved. I have to give it up. So, the second aperture goo is my greatest gain from this trip. However, the entire matter was not as simple as it seemed. Right now, Fang Yuan was facing a very complicated situation. When refining second aperture goo, the remaining immortal essence would rapidly decrease, the blessed land would weaken greatly, and the land spirit's help would also decrease. At the same time, he had to consider the goo masters in the blessed land. If they found this hall, they would attack together like in his previous life and destroy the goo refinement operation. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly, and after thinking for a while, he took the initiative to request, "Land Spirit, tell me the second aperture, goo's refinement recipe." The Earth Spirit, Ba Gui, nodded slowly and said in a deep voice, "Then listen carefully. The following is the complete content of the secret recipe. Rotten earth blood powder, earth saffron, jade bones into petals, ice muscles into stems, and the heart of the flower was a golden relic. The dazzling sparks converged into a plain of ice and snow. Below, it was the yang cloud that raised the fire like a pill. Above, it was the yin cloud that dropped the sand like gold. In the middle of the sky, the shadows of beasts were added until lightning and thunder struck. The power of the beasts was born in the placenta, and it could gather people's acupoints. Wild grass was flourishing, and blood chi was like the sea. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. His divine armament was limitless, and he roamed the wilderness. The third watch, the third watch, the third watch, the ninth watch. 9 was the extreme. Mission accomplished. The secret recipe was rich in content and had close to 10,000 words. The more Fang Yuan listened, the more solemn his expression became. Refining this second aperture required over 1,000 steps. The early stage involved over 100 kinds of materials. The middle stage used large amounts of rank 4 and rank 5 goo worms. It was even more difficult. He actually needed to use another rank 6 immortal goo. Not good. The difficulty of refining second aperture goo is too high. It's much higher than I estimated. The information from my previous life only talked about the first half of the secret recipe, and it was mixed with a lot of misunderstandings from the people involved. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He originally had 50% confidence. After listening to the secret recipe, only about 30% remained. You don't have to worry too much. In this hall, there are already large amounts of materials and goo worms specially prepared for refining the second aperture goo. As the land spirit spoke, the entire hall was suffused with a dark green light. Amidst the brilliant radiance, the engravings on the surface of the hall protruded out of the bricks and materialized. This surprised Fang Yuan. This is clearly a storage method. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Sigh. Many of the ancient methods have been destroyed in the river of light and yin. There were all kinds of materials, dazzling him. There were at least 5,000 goo worms, ranging from rank 1 to rank 5. Among them, there were more than 600 rank 4 goo and more than 80 rank 5 goo. Rank 5 goo worms were extremely rare in the outside world, but in this hall there were nearly 100 of them. And the expensive rank 4 goo worms in the market seem to have become commonplace goods in this place. So much quality. There are also many goo that I have never seen before. If I get these strength path goo worms, my battle strength will definitely rise by 10 times. There are also more than 10 yellow gold relic goo and 8 purple crystal relic goo. If I use them, my cultivation will reach rank 5 peak stage in an instant. Fang Yuan looked at these rank 4 and 5 goo worms and wanted to give up on refining the second aperture goo and directly swallow these goo worms. But this impulse was quickly dispelled by him, with the land spirit guarding him. These goo could only be used to refine the second aperture goo. He could not use them for himself. Moreover, If the second aperture goo was refined successfully, it would be of great help to him in the future, and would even be greatly beneficial to Fang Yuan when he reached rank 6. The second aperture goo was a long-term investment. Especially after reaching rank 6, the profits would soar to the skies. There is still an extremely crucial goo worm, Ba Gui said as he opened his eyes and mobilized the hall with all his strength. The green light in the hall rose to an oppressive level. The immortal essence in the bronze cauldron also started to be consumed bit by bit. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes and saw that there was an immortal goo trapped in this green light. It was like a round, precious jade. The entire body of the jade was orange yellow, and there was a lump of purple smoke in the middle of the treasure cloud. This smoke was constantly changing. Sometimes it turned into a flying horse. Sometimes it turned into an immortal crane. Sometimes it turned into a flying nimbus cloud. And sometimes it turned into a white thunderbolt. Along with its appearance, a strong aroma of wine filled the entire hall. Fang Yuan took a few breaths and felt a wave of intoxication. His eyes were hazy and his head was dizzy. He quickly held his breath. This is the rank 6 immortal goo divine travel. The land spirit introduced. Divine travel goo. Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes. His gaze did not move as he stared at this goo. Divine travel goo was very mysterious and also very legendary. It was first seen in The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu was the #1 classic of the goo path. It sounded like a story at first reading, but it actually had a deep meaning. It recorded ancient secrets and contained all kinds of goo. Some goo were directly described, like wisdom goo, strength goo, and so on. But some goo were subtly pointed out. The description was very vague. It required the reader to dig deeper and research. In The Legends of Renzu, divine travel goo first appeared beside Verdant Great Sunday. Verdant Great Sun drank the 4 types of top-quality wine in the world. The alcohol in his stomach condensed into divine travel goo. Divine travel goo could bring a person to roam the world. There was no place they could not go. Verdant Great Sun suffered a lot from divine travel goo. He was brought to many dangerous situations by divine travel goo and narrowly escaped death several times. Although divine travel goo is one of the 4 great movement goo, it is very effective, but its flaw is too big. Who would dare to use it? Even Verdant Great Sun had to refine divine travel goo into fixed immortal travel goo in the end. No wonder the original owner of this blessed land wanted to turn this goo into second aperture goo. This fixed immortal travel goo was also one of the 4 great movement immortal goo. It could bring a person to the place they wanted to go, no matter where they were. It could bring people to the place they wanted to go, regardless of the ends of the earth. But the premise was, one must have a concrete impression of this place in one's mind. If there was a huge change in this location, he would use fixed immortal travel goo. They would also fail. Fang Yuan thought about it and understood this strength path goo immortal of the olden antiquity era. Divine travel goo, although it was a rank 6 goo, every time it was used there was a huge risk. Although it was rank 6, its practical value was very low. Thus, Verdant Great Sun turned it into fixed immortal travel goo. And this ancient strength path, Goo Master wanted to use it to refine the second aperture goo. Land, Spirit Tyrant, Tortoise, General Divine Travel Goo. When do you plan to start the refinement process? There's no hurry. Let me study this secret recipe first. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes and began to meditate. Man is the most intelligent of all creatures. Goo was the essence of heaven and earth. After a Goo Master's cultivation reaches a high level, that is, when a Goo Master uses a goo, it is not purely treating the goo worm as a tool. Instead, it was a way to understand the world. Goo worms are the carriers of the laws of the Great Tao. Goo refinement was not just a random guess. It was based on the understanding of the laws. A recipe was not only about goo refinement, but also the researcher's understanding of heaven and earth. Fang Yuan could learn from this recipe. He could learn a lot of the exploration and understanding of this blessed land's original owner, the ancient strength path Gu Master, comparing it with himself, deepening his understanding of the great Tao. It was definitely a great benefit. Gu Masters are born with only one aperture. To have a second aperture, this is truly going against heaven. No wonder divine travel Gu is needed. After a long while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, having a deep understanding of the entire Gu refinement process. Land Spirit, start the Gu refinement, he said. Okay. Land Spirit immediately agreed and brought 2 materials and a Gu worm to Fang Yuan. The first material was green marsh rotten soil, collected from 1,000 feet underground in a poisonous swamp. It was extremely poisonous. Even if Fang Yuan touched it within a few breaths, his entire arm would be rotted by the poison. The second material was a handful of blood-red powder. It had a huge origin. It was the blood of 8 types of immemorial desolate beasts, mixed together, solidified and ground into powder. But that Gu worm was common. Fang Yuan had come into contact with it at Qing Mao Mountain. It was a earth treasury flower Gu. Earth treasury flower was a storage Gu. The flower wine monk planted it in a cave, storing several Gu worms, which were eventually obtained by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, with the land spirit's help, mixed the green marsh rotten soil and 8 desolate blood powder together. After mixing into a uniform soil, he tried to plant the earth treasury flower Gu. Once the earth treasury flower Gu entered it, it would wither and die. Whether it was the poison in the green marsh rotten soil or the ferocious blood power of the 8 desolate blood powder, it was hard for the earth treasury flower to endure. However, Fang Yuan had already expected this situation and was not discouraged. The land spirit took out another earth treasury flower Gu, and he planted it. That strength path Gu Immortal from the olden antiquity era had already predicted the possibility of failure in every step. Thus he had ample backup. After several failures, Fang Yuan finally succeeded in planting the earth treasury flower Gu. The poison in the green marsh rotten soil and the blood power of the 8 desolate blood powder formed a subtle balance, thus causing the earth treasury flower Gu to mutate. This was the first step of the recipe: rotten soil blood powder and earth treasury flower. Next was jade bone into petals, ice mussels into stems, golden relic in flower heart. This required the use of jade bone Gu, ice mussels Gu, and yellow gold relic Gu. It required the Gu Master's proficient Gu refinement skills. The third step, dazzling starfire, gather ice and snow to form plains, was easily misunderstood as starfire Gu and snowfield Gu. If so, it would result in insufficient firepower. Actually, these 2 phrases had to be understood together. The true answer was to use starfire prairie Gu and gather together with snowfield Gu. Only then could balance be achieved. Fang Yuan followed the prescribed order and implemented them one by one. At the 4th step below is Yang cloud raising fire like a pill. Above is Yin cloud falling sand like gold. This was a test of his multitasking ability. Fang Yuan first used Yang cloud Gu, then used pill fire Gu. Next, he used Yin cloud Gu, then used golden sand Gu. Yin and Yang clouds, one above and one below, mixed with the smoke from the previous steps. Orange-yellow spheres of Dan fire rose from the Yang clouds, one by one. Golden sand fell from the Yin cloud like a hazy drizzle. Yin above and Yang below. Reverse balance, this is the crucial point. Go, white elephant phantom. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he activated all-out effort Gu. A white elephant phantom appeared above his head. The white elephant phantom crashed into the Yin and Yang clouds. The Yin and Yang clouds suffered the friction of the pill fire and golden sand. With a soft explosion, the white elephant phantom turned into a ball of white light, spinning in the air. Again, black python phantom. Fang Yuan pointed, sacrificing another beast phantom. The black python entered and quickly turned into a black light, coiling around the white light as the two continued to tangle. Stone tortoise phantom, steed phantom. Two beast phantoms flew out from Fong Yuan's body. The four beast phantoms tangled with each other, forming a colorful whirlpool, but it was still a step away from success. Strange. Why haven't they fused yet? Fong Yuan felt strange. He had encountered his first obstacle. The colorful whirlpool became smaller and smaller under the friction of the pill fire and golden sand. The various auras could not fuse. Seeing that he was about to fail, Fong Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait, don't tell me! He started to control the four beast phantoms. White elephant phantom, simple and honest. Black python phantom, cold in entanglement. Stone tortoise phantom, thick like a mountain. Steed phantom, galloping like flying. These four beast phantoms were just tangling with each other before. Now, under Fong Yuan's control, they displayed their charm and true meaning. Rumble. A thunderous explosion occurred, and a change occurred. The yin and yang clouds moved. The yin cloud sank, and the yang cloud rose. The two joined into one. The clouds surged and mixed endlessly. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled continuously. So it was like this. No wonder it requires a strength path, Gu Master. Just having the beast phantoms is not enough. The Gu Master needs to experience the true meaning of their respective beast phantoms before they can start fusing. Fong Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, understanding inwardly. Crack, crack, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The sounds were like war drums, becoming more and more concentrated. Finally, they reached their limit and connected into one. Bam, bam, bam. Amidst the continuous explosions, the clouds completely fused into one and suddenly exploded. A strong gust of wind blew, and the clouds and smoke dispersed. Only one Gu was left in the air. This Gu was rank 5 and was shaped like a disc. Its surface was rough like the embryo of weeds. Disc Zhong inside, there was a fierce beast with a horse head, elephant tusks, tortoise body, and snake tail. This is the beast strength placenta Gu. Fong Yuan's mind relaxed when he saw this Gu, and immediately fell asleep. He had spent 5 days and 5 nights on this Gu refinement. During this period, he did not sleep or rest. Multitasking, his mind was exhausted to the extreme. This sleep lasted for an entire day and night. Fong Yuan woke up. He rubbed the beast strength placenta Gu, recalling the recipe. Below it is the yang cloud that raises fire like a pill. Above it is the yin cloud that drops sand like gold, adding beast phantoms in the middle until lightning flashes and the beast strength placenta is born, gathering the apertures. Next is gathering the apertures. Thinking of this, he stood up and said to the land spirit, Ba Gue, it is time. Ba Gue was straightforward. All right, I can teleport you to any place in the blessed land. Saying so, a large map appeared in front of Fong Yuan's eyes, along with all kinds of images, showing the blessed land scenery. Gu masters, hairy men, dogs and beasts, everything was clear. This is the place. Fong Yuan searched and pointed at a place. At the next moment, Fong Yuan disappeared and appeared in front of Tai Mu Bai. It's you. Tai Mu Bai was searching for the inheritance. Seeing Fong Yuan suddenly appear, he was slightly shocked. But he quickly calmed down and was about to say something, but Fong Yuan was in a rush. He waved his hand and luckily summoned a rock crocodile phantom. Slap. Tai Mu Bai's head exploded like a watermelon after being whipped by the rock crocodile's tail. He was dead. Chapter 384. After killing Tai Mu Bai, Fong Yuan immediately went to his headless corpse and grabbed his arm, sending his consciousness into his aperture. The aperture's walls were transparent like crystals. The vast primeval essence sea was surging with waves. Rank 5 Gu Masters possessed purple crystal primeval essence. Primary stage was light purple true essence. Middle stage was bright purple true essence. High stage was deep purple true essence, and peak stage was crystal purple true essence. Tai Mu Bai was a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. His primeval essence was sparkling and translucent, as if a crystal had melted into liquid. Within its deep beauty was incomparable strength. The gap between rank 5 peak stage and rank 4 upper stage was huge. Such a huge quintessential essence, C, was at least 98%. Even 100 Feng-Yuans couldn't compare to it. In the purple crystal primeval sea, there were still Gu worms flying around. A small golden hand danced in the air above the sea like a streak of golden light. This was Tai Mu Bai's vital Gu, the rank 5 Gu worm he had used when fighting Kuo and Wu Gui on Sancha Mountain. Touch Gold Gu. The dot Gold Gu was extremely powerful. Any living being that was hit by it would turn into pure gold and lose their life. Even Kuo and Wu Gui didn't dare to face them head-on. Even rank 4 peak stage experts like Yi Hua and Kong Ri Tian did not dare to continue watching. They took the initiative to retreat. This was Tai Mu Bai's strongest long-range attack. If Feng-Yuan were to fight from afar, the beast phantoms that relied on his strength would turn into golden statues the moment they were hit by the golden light. Feng-Yuan could no longer retrieve it. Besides the click gold Gu, there was also a golden undercurrent flowing at the bottom of the purple crystal sea. This undercurrent was like water melted by gold, flowing freely at the bottom of the sea. This was the golden soup Gu, similarly a rank 5 Gu. Once activated, its defense was extremely strong and could resolve the Gu Master's worries. What was even better was, it was liquid and could change its shape at will. Even if they were scattered, they could gather again like water, making them extremely difficult to deal with. If Tai Mu Bai activated Gold Soup Gu, even if Feng-Yuan used his full strength, he would not be able to break this defense. In the Amethyst Sea, there was another eyeball. It looked small and inconspicuous, but from time to time, it would release a dazzling golden light. It was even more dazzling than the stars. This was Vajra's Furious Gaze Gu. It was also rank 5, but it was not used for scouting. It was an offensive Gu. After the Gu Master activates it, the formless gaze would have the ability to attack, like a giant pestle striking one's heart. Once their eyes met, he could directly attack his opponent's soul. This Gu was hidden by Tai Mu Bai. Even when he fought Kuo and Wu Gui, he did not use it. Once it was used, it would be a direct contest of souls between the two Gu Masters. Victory and defeat would be decided immediately. It was a trump card. Tai Mu Bai had used many Gu worms to strengthen his soul foundation. As for Feng-Yuan, he walked with strength. It didn't benefit his soul at all. If Tai Mu Bai used the Vajra Furious Gaze Gu, he only needed to exchange a glance with Feng-Yuan, and Feng-Yuan's soul would probably scatter. To use this Vajra Glare Gu, he also had to work with the golden eyes. Using an ordinary, I would cause one to go blind if one were to recklessly use it. He could only use the 2 golden eye Gu to remove his eyes. Only by transforming it into golden eyes could he safely use the Vajra Furious Gaze Gu. Obviously, since Tai Mu Bai had the Vajra Furious Gaze Gu, his eyes were naturally golden eyes, just like how Feng-Yuan had transformed his skin into bronze skin and his bones into essence iron bones. Other than these 3 rank 5 Gu, Tai Mu Bai's body also had 4 rank 4 Gu worms. Golden Dragon Gu, Golden Wind Refreshing Gu, Golden Coat Gu, Golden Aurora Gu. All of them were extraordinary and were the best of the Metal Path Gu worms. These Gu worms were all taken out by Feng-Yuan. After confirming there were no other Gu worms on Tai Mu Bai's body, Feng-Yuan took out the Beast Strength Placenta Gu and activated it on Tai Mu Bai's abdomen. Tai Mu Bai had lost his life, and his aperture was slowly shrinking. Now that the Beast Strength Placenta Gu sucked, the aperture was pulled out of Tai Mu Bai's body, falling into the placenta, and was devoured by the fierce beast at the center. After devouring the aperture, the coarse Beast Strength Placenta goo suddenly became shiny and glossy. Originally, it was like an embryo made from yellow mud, with large pores on the surface. But now it had also changed, becoming dense and thick like a brick. This beast strength placenta goo was an idea of the blessed land's original owner, and was used like this, continuously absorbing a goo master's aperture and slowly accumulating it. A qualitative change would occur. To refine the second aperture goo, the aperture was naturally the main material. The beast strength placenta, goo refined, was used to devour other people's apertures, slaughtering all living beings to help oneself. This action was already on the demonic path. It could be imagined that the ancient strength path goo immortals were not good people. If others used this beast strength placenta goo, they might feel a mental burden. But when Feng Yuan used it, he had a clear conscience, without any uneasiness. In his previous life, to refine the spring-autumn cicada, he had slaughtered thousands of li. Blood flowed like a river and caused endless bloodshed. Who knew how many people he had killed? So what if he killed a few goo masters now? Good. This beast strength placenta goo, after absorbing Tai Mu Bai's aperture, has already raised the second aperture goo's aptitude to 40%. Not bad. This is the accumulation of quantity. In exchange for a breakthrough in quality, it contains the truth of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. To transcend mortality and become an immortal goo, how can there be no price? Back then, when I refined the spring-autumn cicada and slaughtered millions, it was also because of this. The better the number of apertures I devour, the better the aptitude of the second aperture goo will be. Next, I still need to kill goo masters, go on a killing spree, and use their apertures to raise my beast strength placenta goo. Ha. Feng Yuan carefully inspected the beast strength placenta goo, and was overjoyed, raising his head and laughing loudly. Why did he slaughter the Tai clan group? It was to infuriate Tai clan and attract a rank 5 goo master. The arrival of a rank 5 goo master would destroy the balance and cause a chain reaction, attracting even more rank 5 goo masters. These rank 5 goo masters, rank 4 goo masters, they are all my prey. Help me refine the second aperture goo. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. All the arrangements, years of painstaking planning, all the risks he took, were starting to materialize now. This was so carefree, so comfortable. Feng Yuan laughed loudly, his black hair fluttering in the wind, and demonic fire surged in his eyes. In terms of true battle strength, the rank 5 peak stage Tai Mu Bai was 100 times stronger than Feng Yuan. Not to mention anything else. Just the click gold goo. Once Feng Yuan was hit, he would die. There was no way to survive. Even if Tai Mu Bai only used rank 4 goo, his rank 5 peak stage crystal purple primeval essence was not something Feng Yuan's mere yellow gold primeval essence could compare to. But in the Three Kings' inheritance, goo masters were suppressed by the heavenly power, unable to use their goo worms, and at the same time, their defenses were reduced to nothing, becoming extremely weak. But Feng Yuan was different. He had the land spirit's help. What was the land spirit? It was the owner of the blessed land. With its support, Feng Yuan could be considered in the Three Kings' inheritance. He could also use his own goo worms. And Tai Mu Bai had rank 5 peak stage cultivation and a powerful set of goo worms, but he could not use them. In front of Feng Yuan, he was a live target, a meat chicken, peeling off all his defenses. He was as weak as a baby. He could not use a single metal path goo worm. He could not even self-detonate. He had painstakingly accumulated this set of goo worms for his entire life. But now it was all for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan killed Tai Mu Bai and kept his goo worms into his aperture. The rank 6 spring-autumn cicada's pressure could at most suppress rank 4 goo worms. Originally, Feng Yuan could not suppress these 3 rank 5 goo, but the environment here was special. The goo worms were suppressed by the heavenly power, unable to move. Under Feng Yuan's primeval essence refinement, They obediently submitted, changing owners. Good. You took out a rank 5 peak stage aperture. This way, the second aperture Gu's aptitude has risen to 40%. But take note, in order to transport you, I expended a lot of immortal essence. I used a lot of immortal essence to support you. The land spirit's voice suddenly sounded. It warned Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stopped laughing, his expression turning solemn. I expected this. He sneered, his eyes shining brightly, and his tone was filled with the aura of a strategist. He continued, Ba Gue, you have been asleep for too long. The blessed land has already been modified by the three kings. You have lost too much control. Even if you are the spirit of the blessed land and can restore these modifications, you will need to use a large amount of immortal essence, and there is not much immortal essence left in the bronze cauldron. If we split the primeval essence at the bottom of the cauldron into 16 portions, then the expenditure earlier would be half of it. Ba Gue was dazed for a moment before transmitting. You are right, that is indeed the case. You actually calculated the expenditure of immortal essence so accurately. Your performance has made me look at you in a different light. Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal in his previous life. He knew the usage of immortal essence like the back of his hand. Making accurate calculations was as easy as flipping his palm. I have estimated, out of the 16 portions of immortal essence, at least 8 should be used to refine the second aperture Gu. Out of the remaining 8, 4 will be used to support the three kings' inheritance. To kill Gu masters, at least 3 portions will be needed. If there is less than 1 portion left, I will keep it as a backup to deal with sudden situations. But Ba Gue said, Young man, you are wrong this time. Refining immortal Gu requires at least 10 portions of primeval essence. But to support the three kings' inheritance, you only need 2 portions. When you kill enough, I will close the entire blessed land. No, I am not wrong. Fang Yuan shook his head. Refining the second aperture Gu, although it consumes immortal essence, we can use Yuan stone to replace some of the steps. This way, we can save 2 portions of immortal essence. Moreover, you cannot close the inheritance now. You have to keep the entrance open. Why? Land Spirit asked. Fang Yuan answered. Because once you close the inheritance, the matter of me killing rank 5 Gu masters will be exposed. At that time, such a change will attract even stronger enemies. Even if you close the blessed land, you cannot expel the Gu masters left in the inheritance. Because the three kings are modifying the blessed land, you will need to expend a lot of immortal essence to expel them. Immortal essence is already insufficient. Every portion is important. It is a necessity for the Gu refinement. At the later stages of the Gu refinement, the immortal essence will dwindle. The blessed land will be on the verge of collapsing and full of loopholes. It is useless to close the blessed land. Your strength will also weaken. The hall will definitely be discovered. At that time, we will be besieged by Gu masters. The Gu refinement is likely to fail. After a moment of silence, the land spirit transmitted, You are right. However, your method also has its drawbacks and flaws. If you use Yuan stone to replace immortal essence, you will need at least 30 million Yuan stone. Do you have so many Yuan stone on you? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. I only have 1 million Yuan stone on me. Of course, it is not enough. But don't worry, there are other Gu masters. Especially rank 4 and 5 Gu masters. They are definitely rich. After killing them, would we still need to worry about Yuan stone? Chapter 385. The battle between the hounds was over. Steel Armor Dog Group's defense is really strong. Rank 5, Demonic Path, Great Gu Master Kuamo looked at the hundreds of steel armor dogs around him, feeling gratified. The iron armor dog's entire body was covered in thick and dark leather armor, as if it was made of iron. They were the dogs with the most outstanding defense in the first 50 rounds of King Quan inheritance. Just a moment ago, the skeleton demon commanded the dogs and won a great victory. His battle results were even more fruitful. He used dog enslavement goo to recruit a blue-eye dog king as his subordinate. This blue-eye dog king was not only a 100-beast king, it also had a wild goo worm that countered the een dogs. My last failure was because I met a een dog. Ordinary dogs cannot kill this intangible body, but with the blue-eye dog king, the een dogs have nothing to fear. This was only the 18th round of King Quan inheritance, but Kuemo already had a dog king and large numbers of steel armor dogs. He was a rank 5 goo master after all. His actions were extraordinary. At the same time, his luck was really good. King Quan inheritance was like this. It required luck the most among the 3 kings' inheritances. With good luck and deep accumulation, it was like a rolling snowball, getting bigger and bigger, making it easier to pass the rounds in the middle and later stages. I failed last time and only got to the 68th round. I am too embarrassed to tell others about this result. Today, my luck changed for the better with such a good start. But I cannot be careless. Taimu Bai chose King Xan inheritance this time. I heard he got to the 80th round last time. Thinking of Taimu Bai, Kumo's heart became heavy. He knew he was not Taimu Bai's match in a one-on-one fight. Thus, when he chose to enter the inheritance, he avoided Taimu Bai and chose King Quan inheritance. In fact, among the 3 kings' inheritances, King Xan inheritances, early stages were the easiest. Goo masters could use words to disturb hairy men. This would allow them to win without a fight. As for this trick, it was naturally spread by Fang Yuan. Kuemo thought for a while before calming his emotions and making use of his time to continue. But at this time, space broke in front of him, and an unfamiliar young man appeared. Who is it? Kuemo was shocked. He had challenged the 3 kings' inheritance many times. He had a deep understanding of the 3 kings' inheritance. But the scene in front of him had really happened, and he was shocked beyond belief. It was Fang Yuan. When he heard Kumo's shout, he laughed. Who is it? The one who wants your life. With that said, he activated the golden dragon goo. The golden dragon suddenly appeared. Growl! Its whiskers fluttered in the wind, its eyes were wide open, and its 4 claws were ferocious and terrifying. When Kuemo saw this, he was so scared that he almost *T himself. He roared in disbelief. How is this possible? You can actually use goo worms? How is this possible? At the moment of life and death, he shuddered and quickly activated his goo worms. But there was no response. Roar! The golden dragon pounced over and swiped with its claw. Almost his entire upper body was crushed. The dignified Kuemo, an ambitious and ruthless character of his generation, a veteran great master of the demonic path, had died just like that. When he died, he didn't even have time to use his life-saving token. Of course, under the control of the land spirit. Even if he used the badge, it would be useless. The golden dragon goo's attacks are indeed domineering, but its style is crude and hard to control. Fang Yuan savored it. He had only wanted to crush Kumo's head, but in the end, Kumo's upper body was crushed as well, causing his heart to jump. Thankfully, his aperture was near his belly button and was not damaged. Fang Yuan stepped forward, his consciousness entering his aperture and searching for goo worms. Kuemo had 8 goo worms, but there was only one rank 5 goo, called softbone goo. It was extremely sinister. This goo could soften the bones of all living beings within a range of 50 li. Even if Fang Yuan turned all his bones into essence iron bones, he would be restrained and would turn into mud sooner or later. By then, Fang Yuan would have no way to retaliate. Without the support of his bones, he would be like a pile of mud lying on the ground. His organs would be squeezed together, his blood vessels and muscles would be in a mess. Without needing anyone to make a move, he would die in no time. As for the other 7 Gu, they were all rank 4. These Gu were related to Bone Path. There was no lack of high-quality ones. Unfortunately, I do not have a deep understanding of Bone Path. I can at most make a temporary appearance. If I truly inherit this set of Gu, the battle strength I can display will not even be half of Kumo's. I should keep it for now. Fang Yuan thought. At Kumo's level, the Gu set he created would definitely suit his personality and fighting style. It would represent his understanding of Bone Path, Battle, and Gu Masters. Fang Yuan was most proficient in Blood Path. In his previous life, he had benefited from the Blood Sea inheritance. He relied on Blood Path to establish his career. His understanding of Blood Path was extremely deep. If Kumo was a Blood Path Gu Master, the situation would be different. After taking all of Kumo's Gu worms, Fang Yuan activated Beast Strength Placenta Gu and devoured his aperture. Beast Strength Placenta Gu was nourished and improved again. Its surface was like a brick, but now it had a layer of glossy luster. The surface became smooth like a rough ceramic. The pitiful Kumo was a formidable character. He was a lone cultivator and had to fight alone. He grasped many fortuitous encounters in his life. Adding on his hard work, he went through many difficulties to reach this step. But in the end he died, and all his hard work was absorbed by Fang Yuan. A great rank 5 Gu Master fell from his peak, becoming a stepping stone for Fang Yuan. It is a pity dog enslavement. Gu cannot be recycled. Otherwise these dogs could be used by me. Fang Yuan looked at the dog group regretfully before vanishing. A fierce battle was going on. Wu Gui commanded the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, fighting with a large group of lightning symbol dogs. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were extremely united. The more they had, the greater their battle strength. But Wu Gui's luck was not good. He only had 40 or so Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. He sent these dogs to the front line, concentrating on controlling them. The Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were facing 5 times their number of lightning symbol dogs. They were all injured, but did not die. Mutual protection and exquisite coordination showed Wu Gui's great talent in beast enslavement. Many years ago, Wu Gui was an enslavement path Gu Master. Later, he lacked resources. He could only change paths. Swoosh! Fang Yuan appeared, standing behind Wu Gui. Wu Gui was controlling the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs with all his might, but did not sense Fang Yuan's arrival. If it was in the past, if he could use investigative Gu, the moment Fang Yuan appeared, he would kill him. But in this Gu immortal blessed land, he was immortal and could only use dog enslavement Gu and other Gu. Even if his body was modified, it was weakened to nothing. Of course, this was also because Wu Gui was concentrating on controlling the dogs to fight. Fang Yuan did not waste any words. He waved his hand, and a bone spear flew out. Puchi! With a soft sound, the bone spear was like a spear. It directly pierced Wu Gui's heart, and the sharp tip of the bone spear stabbed into the ground. Wu Gui's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. Suffering such a fatal attack made him extremely shocked and confused. "Who killed me?" he mumbled, as blood flowed out of his mouth. He slowly turned his head, trying to see the killer's face. But in the end, he lost all signs of life halfway. Wu Gui's whole body suddenly collapsed. Like a pile of mud, he hung on the bone spear. This great demonic expert, who was even more experienced than Tai Mu Bai, who had been famous for over 200 years, died just like that. When he died, his eyes were wide open, trying to see the killer who killed him. But this extremely simple wish was not fulfilled. The great Wu Gui died with everlasting regret. His death. The Chrysanthemum Akita dogs that lost their master's control were immediately drowned by the lightning symbol dogs. The lightning symbol dogs roared. They pounced towards Fang Yuan. Howl! Fang Yuan waved his hand, and the golden dragon appeared again, slaughtering these lightning symbol dogs that did not know life from death. Fang Yuan quickly went to Wu Gui's corpse and did the same thing. He first took his goo worms, and then used beast strength placenta goo to devour his aperture. Wu Gui had a rank 5 goo in his hands. It was oval like a black rainflower stone, but there were 7 white lines on the surface, and it had a strange and sinister style. It was the Crow 7 goo. Once this goo was activated, it would emit black smoke. Any goo worm below rank 6 would be contaminated by this black smoke and would be sealed to varying degrees, and their power would be greatly reduced. As for the other goo worms, there were 8 or 9, all rank 4. But they involved many paths and were rather messy, unlike Kumo's and Tai Mu Bai's goo worms. Wu Gui's goo worms, although can form an exquisite combination, are not a set. The reason why he could rampage in southern border is mainly because of the Crow 7 goo. There is no doubt that the Crow 7 goo was an extremely useful rank 5 goo. Fang Yuan obtained the Crow 7 goo and was extremely happy. He placed the Crow 7 goo into his aperture, but the other rank 4 goo could only be kept in his pocket. His aperture was filled with many goo worms. Among them, there were 5 rank 5 goo worms, and there was no lack of rank 4 goo worms. Thus, the pressure on the aperture was huge. Of course, the most important thing was the spring-autumn cicada. This rank 6 goo was gradually recovering and was exerting great pressure on Fang Yuan's aperture. The flow of time in the blessed land is 3 times that of the outside world, and it can speed up the spring-autumn cicada's recovery. I need to hurry and refine the second aperture goo as soon as possible. With the second aperture, I can greatly reduce the pressure from the spring-autumn cicada. To Fang Yuan, the situation was extremely urgent. He not only had to refine the second aperture goo, he also had to guard against the huge internal threat of the spring-autumn cicada. At the same time, in the later stages of the goo refinement, the blessed land would be full of loopholes, and it would be connected to the outside world, and could be attacked by many goo masters. At that time, the land spirit would be extremely weak and could not be relied on, and that would be the most dangerous moment for Fang Yuan. The refinement of the second aperture goo gets more difficult as it goes on, especially that last step. I need to use divine travel goo, and I need to concentrate with all my concentration, or my own safety will be in great danger. The lesson of Wu Gui's blood was just now, and Fang Yuan had to be on guard. But his situation was different from Wu Gui's. I still have a chess piece, and that is by Ningbing. He. She has used the poison Vao Gu and can be trusted. It seems that at the final moment, I still need to rely on her to protect me. Thinking so, Fang Yuan suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Bai Ningbing. Chapter 386. Bai Ningbing saw Fang Yuan appear out of nowhere and stared in shock. By now, Gu masters had a very thorough understanding of the 3 kings' inheritance. Bai Ningbing was beside Fang Yuan and had a deeper understanding of 3 kings' inheritance than others. But because of this deep understanding, Bai Ningbing was even more shocked. Fang Yuan's sudden appearance seemed simple, but it had a shocking meaning. Bai Ningbing, do you still remember our agreement? I wonder if you still need Yanggu now. Fang Yuan did not talk about how he appeared, and instead stared at Bai Ningbing with his hands behind his back, his eyes eerie and unfathomable. Humph, you already know the answer. Bai Ningbing snorted, her blue eyes squinting. She knew Fang Yuan would not speak without thinking. He definitely had a reason. It seems you need my help? Just say it. Don't hide anything. Otherwise I will not help. Fang Yuan laughed, not moved. Back then in Shangclan City, you and I made a vow if one is in danger, the other must help. I will tell you the truth. Not long later, I will be attacked by Gu masters. I need you to protect me while I refine Gu. Attacked by Gu masters? Hee. There are so many Gu masters who want to kill you. I am not surprised. But you want to refine Gu. What Gu? Fang Yuan was very straightforward this time, and directly told her the whole matter. This was a huge matter. He he needed Bai Ningbing's full cooperation. This matter could not be concealed. Bai Ningbing was not so easy to fool. If there was a misunderstanding because of the concealment and the refinement failed, it would be a huge loss. What? This Gu immortal blessed land spirit is still alive? You want to refine an immortal Gu? You're too bold. You're courting your own death. Wait a minute. What did you say? You killed Taimu Bai, Wu Gue, and Kuemo? Fong Yuan made it short, and with just a few sentences, there was too much information, giving Bai Ningbing a huge impact on her soul. She felt like she was listening to a story. Fong Yuan didn't try to argue with him. Instead, he took out his spoils of war. These Gu worms. Bai Ningbing looked at the Gu worms Fong Yuan took out and was dumbfounded, completely losing her composure. These Gu worms were genuine. This is the best proof. Did you really kill Taimu Bai and the others? Bai Ningbing stared at Fong Yuan, her shock evident on her face. What kind of person was Taimu Bai? He was the previous clan leader of the southern borders, super clan, the Tai clan. He was a proud son of the heavens. He was born with outstanding talent, and his temperament was even more unwavering and unyielding. His life's achievements were glorious. He was also talented and had researched many metal path Gu worm tactics, causing countless enemies to tremble in fear. When he was young, he moved unhindered throughout the world, and his name spread throughout the southern border. When he was middle-aged, he controlled the Tai family with an iron fist. Everyone was fearful. When he was old, he was an emperor of a region. His prestige spread far and wide, and no one dared to defy him. He was revered as the glory of the Tai family, the glory of the righteous path. When he announced that he would go into seclusion and abdicate, whether it was the demonic path or the righteous path, many people sighed in relief. Now, when he came out of seclusion, all the clans were shaken. Even Shang Yanfei. Standing in front of him, he still had to bow. That Wu clan, rank 5, Gu Master Wu Lanshan, who was the cousin of the current Wu clan leader, had to lower her proud head when facing Taimu Bai. But this Taimu Bai died in Fong Yuan's hands. Not only him, Wu Gue and Kuemo, 2 rank 5 Gu Masters, also died in Fong Yuan's hands. What's more, not only did they die, even their Gu worms were taken away by Fong Yuan. These 3 rank 5 Gu Masters died in such a sullen manner. Even Bai Ningbing, who was an outsider, felt depressed over the deaths of Taimu Bai and the others. All right, it's about time. Next, I will teleport you to King Quan Inheritance. Follow my instructions and charge through the rounds. I need dog beasts as helpers, the more the better. Fong Yuan said hurriedly. Humph, I didn't say I would help you. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered. Fong Yuan smiled. Don't worry, if this succeeds, I will give you the Yanggu. Besides this, there are other benefits. After we leave Sancha Mountain, you can go wherever you want. I won't stop you from going our separate ways, and I welcome you to travel together. But regardless of whether you agree or not, I will refine the Gu. Bai Ningbing was speechless. You, this shameless scoundrel, you dare to use the poison oath to threaten me? If Fong Yuan died from being surrounded while refining the Gu, according to the poison oath, Bai Ningbing would die as well. That is to say, Bai Ningbing had to protect Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan heaved a sigh. His tone was calm and even had a trace of gentleness. This is not a threat. This is cooperation, Ningbing. Think about it. Since Qing Mao Mountain, we have cooperated seamlessly. No danger could stop us, and countless enemies have fallen at our feet. This time will not be an exception. Didn't you want the Yanggu? If you get it, you can regain your male body. Don't tell me you are reluctant to part with your female identity? Hearing Fong Yuan call her Ningbing, Bai Ningbing felt goosebumps all over her body. When she heard Fong Yuan's last sentence, even though she knew Fong Yuan was trying to provoke her, she could not help but fly into a rage and shouted, "Shut up!" Then it settled. Fong Yuan laughed and waved his hand, stuffing a dog enslavement goo into Bai Ningbing's hands before disappearing. The scene in front of Bai Ningbing also changed. She was teleported to the first round of King Quan inheritance by the land spirit. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared in front of Wu Lanshan. Wu Lanshan jumped in fright at the sudden appearance of a person. But she was after all a famous person, a grand rank 5 great Gu-master. She quickly calmed down. Little Beast King, it's you. You seem to be able to enter and leave this place as you wish. Wu Lanshan took a step back, her eyes shining brightly. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He flicked his finger and shot out a bone spike. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the bone spike pierced through Wu Lanshan's heart like lightning. Wu Lanshan's beautiful face seemed to be frozen in time. She looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. You can actually use goo! After saying this, her aura dissipated. She lost her life. Another rank 5 Gu-master died. But Fang Yuan did not obtain her rank 5 Gu-worms. The moment Wu Lanshan died, a profound light burst out from her body, wrapping around her 3 rank 5 Gu-worms and leaving through space. Fang Yuan was no exception. He knew that Wu Clan had a rank 6 immortal Gu called 100 without loss Gu. It had a mystical power and specialized in retrieving precious Gu-worms. Although this blessed land could suppress all transformations of rank 1 to 5 Gu-worms, it could not restrict immortal Gu. In fact, no blessed land could restrict the power of immortal Gu. Fang Yuan obtained the remaining rank 4 Gu. It was not a small gain. Next, he took out Beast Strength Placenta Gu and devoured Wu Lanshan's aperture. This was the 4th rank 5 Gu-master's aperture. The Beast Strength Placenta Gu was nourished. It was like an exquisite porcelain, giving off a smooth and delicate feeling. Fang Yuan used his mind to sense it and found that his aptitude had risen to 75%. The higher the aptitude, the harder it was to raise it. Back then, when he devoured Tai Mu Bai's aperture, his aptitude rose by 40%. But later, when Fang Yuan devoured Wu Gui, Kumo, and Wu Lanshan's apertures, it only rose by 35%. Of course, this is related to the Gu-master's foundation. There are 5 rank 5 Gu-masters on Sancha Mountain, but only Tai Mu Bai, Kumo, and Wu Gui are rank 5 peak stage. Among them, Tai Mu Bai has Tai Clan's abundant resources. His foundation is the deepest. The others, Wu Lanshan and Wang Shao, are rank 5 upper stage. Chou Jiu is only rank 5 initial stage. After killing these people, my aptitude might not rise by another 10%. But don't worry, there are many Gu-masters. Even Yihua and Kong Ritian will die. The corpse hound's body is purple. Its skin is slightly rotten. Its back is hunched and its fangs are protruding. If you use the Een dog to restrain it, you will definitely succeed. Choose the left path. The reward for that round is 3 tasks at once Gu. It will be extremely helpful to you. Next, you will encounter a heavy Tai Dog King. It is heavily injured, but it is even more ferocious. No matter how many dogs you sacrifice, you must capture it alive and use it for your own use. This Dog King is the only heavy Tai Dog King in the first 20 rounds. At the 22nd round, there will be a large number of wandering heavy Tai dogs. You can use it to subdue them without spending a single soldier. Every time Bai Ningbing passed a stage, there would be a voice beside her, guiding her on the right path. This voice naturally belonged to the land spirit. Immortal essence was scarce. After the land spirit moved Bai Ningbing to King Quan inheritance, it was not willing to waste immortal essence on her. Bai Ningbing could only pass 1 round at a time. However, although the land spirit's control over the blessed land had fallen to rock bottom, it could clearly see through the arrangements of 3 kings' inheritance. These words of guidance to Bai Ningbing almost did not consume any immortal essence, but to Bai Ningbing it was a huge help. It was like a bright lamp illuminating the dark path in front of Bai Ningbing. In every round, Bai Ningbing made the best choice, and her strength continued to expand like a rolling snowball. Next, you will encounter a Gu Master as your enemy. But don't worry, he has just experienced a huge battle. There are not many dogs left. You can eliminate him effortlessly. At that time, I will imprison him, and after you kill him, take away his Gu worms. It will greatly strengthen your Gu worms. The land spirit guided. Bai Ningbing nodded, slowly walking out of the fog. It's you. Her enemy saw her and was somewhat shocked. Bai Ningbing was also stunned. This was none other than the Yun clan young clan leader who had made things difficult for her and Feng Yuan when they first entered the inheritance. Yun Luo Tian. Yun Luo Tian arrogantly snorted. You are Bai Ningbing, right? You are unlucky to have met me. You have less than half of my dogs. Halfway through his words, he paused. His eyes were wide open, and a strange caw-caw sound came from his throat, like a rooster being strangled. From the fog behind Bai Ningbing, a large number of dogs walked out one after another. Chapter 387. Impossible. How can you have so many dog beasts? Yun Luo Tian shouted, pointing at Bai Ningbing as his body trembled, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Bai Ningbing had so many dog beasts around her, it was beyond Yun Luo Tian's imagination. How many rounds are there now? Even a rank 5 Gu Master cannot have such a huge group. Yun Luo Tian shouted, venting his fear. You must have found some loophole and cheated. You cheated. You despicable and shameless person. Yun Luo Tian lost his composure. He no longer had the demeanor of a young tribe leader. Bai Ningbing sighed. Yun Luo Tian was right. He hit the nail on the head. That's right, she cheated. It was the blessed land's land spirit who helped her. Under the land spirit's guidance, she explored King Quan inheritance easily. It was like she was taking a stroll in the wild. It was extremely smooth. It was a stark contrast to the difficulty she had to face when exploring King Quan inheritance alone. The feeling of cheating is truly amazing. If this is called despicable and shameless, then I am willing to be even more despicable and shameless, he. Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart as she waved her hand. Woof, 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 countless hounds, upon receiving her order, began to move like a tide. In Yun Luo Tian's vision, he saw the dog beasts pouncing towards him with an imposing aura. He gritted his teeth. Bai Ningbing, don't be smug. Once I get out, I will expose you to the public. You know such a huge secret, everyone will be interested, especially those rank 5 Gu Masters. Ha ha ha, you are finished. Saying so, he took out the token and used it. But the token did not move. Yun Luo Tian was stunned for a moment before continuing to use it. What is going on? Why is it not working? I clearly used it the last time. I could have been transported out immediately. His gaze flickered as a bad feeling surged in his heart. He was bewildered and uncertain. He took out another brand new token. He was Yun tribe's young leader. He had 2 life-saving tokens. But this time, there was still no movement. The token had completely lost its effect. Yun Luotian's eyes widened as he stared at the token in his hand, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. Bai Ningbing's army of hounds had already surrounded him and started massacring his hounds. How could this be? Hurry up and teleport me out. Yun Luotian's breathing quickened. He frantically used the token, but to no avail. Ah! He screamed, his handsome face twisted in fear. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like an enraged bull. It's you. It was you, wasn't it? It must be you. You can actually nullify the command medallion. Haha, good technique. However, you have to consider this carefully. I am the young master of the Yun family. If you kill me, you'll be offending the Yun family. The entire Yun family won't let you off. Yun Luo Tian reacted and shouted at Bai Ningbing. His pride as the young master of the Yun family supported him. This caused him to not kneel and beg for mercy. Instead, his tone became even more unyielding. But this kind of stubbornness, to Bai Ningbing, was useless. I'm not even afraid of the Tai clan. Why should I be afraid of your insignificant Yun family? What a joke! Bai Ningbing sneered. At this moment, Yun Luotian was all alone. The dog beasts in his hands were not worth mentioning. They had all been slaughtered. Bai Ningbing's heart moved. The dog beast closest to him let out a howl. It pounced on Yun Luotian. Yun Luotian struggled with all his might, but his strength could not compare to the strong dog beast. His throat was bitten by the dog beast. Large amounts of blood spurted out from the wound. The rest of the dog beasts were squatting on the ground, watching. I curse you! I curse you to die a horrible death! Yun Luotian cursed before his death, his tone filled with hatred and anger. Bai Ningbing shook her head in disdain, walking forward and keeping all of Yun Luotian's goo-worms. This Yun Luotian walked Cloud Path. All of his rank 4 goo-worms were of high quality, and the enslavement path goo he obtained from the King Quan inheritance greatly strengthened Bai Ningbing's goo-worms. Meanwhile, Yun Luotian's corpse was teleported to Fang Yuan by the land spirit. Fang Yuan was stepping on Wang Shao, interrogating him for information on Wu Mountain. Wang Shao was the lord of Wu Mountain, a rank 5 upper stage goo master, a true local tyrant. He was also an expert who had been famous for a long time. If this was in the outside world, even 80 Fang Yuan would not be Wang Zhao's match. But here, Fang Yuan defeated him easily. The whole process was as easy as flipping his hand. Wang Shao was extremely furious. He was being stepped on by Fang Yuan. His face was in contact with the soil. For a grand rank 5 goo master, the lord of Wu Mountain, this was a huge humiliation. You want to know the way to Wu Mountain? Haha, don't be delusional. If you want to kill me, then kill me. After you kill me, you will never know the correct path again. Wang Shao laughed coldly as he struggled, resisting with all his might. But Fang Yuan could use strength path goo-worms. Wang Shao could not match him in terms of strength. After struggling for a while, he was panting from exhaustion, while Fang Yuan's foot on his face was still as steady as a rock. Among the 100,000 great mountains of the southern border, Mount Wu was one of the most famous mountains. This mountain was illusory, hidden in fog. In the fog, there were many small paths, but there is only one right path. Wang Shao knew this path. He would enter Mount Wu and take all the resources of Mount Wu for his own use. Famous mountains like Qingmao Mountain and Wu Mountain had at least 3 to 4 spirit springs. Other than that, there were large numbers of wild beasts and wild goo. All kinds of resources were enough to support 3 to 4 mid-sized clans. But in Wu Mountain, all the resources were monopolized by Wang Shao. Wu Mountain is a naturally dangerous place. It is easy to defend. No matter how many righteous path goo masters there are, they cannot attack it. Wang Shao used this place to be free and unfettered, becoming a tyrant. If I can obtain it, I can use it as a base, and I will not have to worry about resources after rank 5. Fang Yuan thought. Wu Mountain was Wang Zhao's fortuitous encounter. Fang Yuan coveted it very much. But Wang Shao did not speak. He knew that once he spoke, he would die without a doubt. Not speaking would give him a chance of survival. Bam! Right at this time, with a soft sound, Yun Luotian's corpse was transported over by the land spirit. Fang Yuan kicked Wang Shao away and walked to the corpse, taking out the beast's strength placenta goo and devouring the aperture. It's him? That Yun clan's young master. Wang Shao recognized Yun Luotian's identity and saw the process of Fang Yuan using the beast's strength placenta goo. His heart turned cold. Fang Yuan was clearly refining goo by killing people. This goo can actually devour apertures. This is not good. My aperture is more valuable than Yun Luotian. This beast-strength placenta goo had already become smooth and delicate, like an exquisite ceramic. But in Wang Zhao's eyes, it was demonic and extremely dangerous. Seeing Fang Yuan walking over, Wang Zhao shouted anxiously, "Wait, wait, everything can be discussed. I can promise to tell you the correct path, but you have to guarantee my safety. I have a poison Vao Gu on me." The killing intent in Fang Yuan's eyes intensified. Although he had the Eat One's words Gu's recipe and could break the poison oath, he was pressed for time now. Where would he find the time to refine this Eat One's words Gu? When he killed these Gu masters, his immortal essence was rapidly expended, and the blessed land's weakening accelerated. The more time passed, the weaker the land spirit, and the less immortal essence he had left to refine second aperture Gu. At the same time, the blessed land's time flow was 3 times faster than the outside world. Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada also became more threatening. Fang Yuan had killed so many people, he had expended nearly 2 portions of immortal essence. More than half of his previous estimate had been used up. The blessed land's weakening had accelerated. Some people must have sensed something amiss. Fang Yuan's greatest advantage was that he had the initiative. If he delayed, he would be at a disadvantage. Compared to second aperture Gu, Wu Mountain's benefits were huge, but it was not irreplaceable. Speak, which path is Wu Mountain's path? Fang Yuan stomped on Wang Zhao's right wrist, directly crushing it as he asked in a stern voice, "Let me go and I will speak." Wang Zhao screamed in pain. "Humph, stubborn." Fang Yuan stomped down again, and the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Wang Zhao's left kneecap was completely crushed. Wang Zhao's whole body was trembling from the pain. He was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth and stared at Fang Yuan, but did not utter a word. Fang Yuan was silent. He knew that it was useless to force a confession. Wang Zhao was an ambitious and ruthless person. He had a malicious and ruthless nature. He never showed mercy to his enemies, and was also very strict with himself. He personally designed the ice water bed. When a person laid on this bed, as long as they slept for 6 hours, the entire bed would sink into the ice water below. Wang Zhao slept on such a bed and only rested for 6 hours every day. He encouraged himself, restrained himself, and worked extremely hard. Other than eating, sleeping, and taking a dump, he used the rest of his time to cultivate. His aptitude was not very good. It could not be compared to Bai Ningbing and Taimu Bai. But with such hard work, he climbed up step by step and became a famous demonic expert in southern border. No one dared to underestimate him. In Fang Yuan's memories, Wang Zhao joined Yitian Mountain and killed many righteous path experts. He was extremely ferocious and even wanted to take the position of the leader of the demonic group. After offending such a person, Fang Yuan felt pressure in his heart. Killing Wang Zhao would weaken the demonic path strength in the battle of Yitian Mountain. But Wang Zhao could not be left alive, he could only be killed. "I need to refine Gu soon. I don't want to be attacked by all of you." Fang Yuan sighed and killed Wang Zhao. After that, Fang Yuan was extremely familiar with the process of snatching Gu and swallowing apertures. After swallowing Yin Luo Tian and Wang Zhao's apertures, the beast strength placenta, Gu's aptitude rose to 83%. As for the immortal essence expenditure, it had also reached 2 portions. It was extremely tight. Not good. The immortal essence expenditure is extremely high. It is slightly higher than expected. This blessed land is too old. It originated from the olden antiquity era. It is already a miracle that it can survive until now. Chapter 388. Young man, the immortal essence expenditure is a little off. Stop here. The land spirit also sensed this error and gave its suggestion. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold, resolutely rejecting. "No, 83% is not my plan. My plan is 90%. Most things in this world do not go your way. How can everything go your way? Young man, you're already blinded by benefits. Your head is starting to heat up. The land spirit said calmly. Feng Yuan cursed in his heart. Without the land spirit's help, he could not use immortal essence. The land spirit was already starting to retreat. Feng Yuan had to convince it again. Bagui. Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, relaxing his tone. It is no big deal that the immortal essence expenditure exceeds by a little. In my plan, I still have some spare immortal essence. In Feng Yuan's plan, he had divided the immortal essence into 16 portions. 8 would be used to refine Gu, while 4 would be used to support the 3 kings' inheritance. A little more than 3 portions would be used to kill Gu masters. The remaining less than 1 portion would be used as a backup to deal with sudden situations. Feng Yuan had a meticulous mind and had planned for this for a long time. How could he not have backup plans? But the land spirit was not convinced. Although it was formed from obsession, it had intelligence and could think. Young man, your calculation is wrong. Have you considered the possibility of failure in the Gu refinement process? It is impossible for you to not fail. Once you fail, you will waste immortal essence. 8 portions of primeval essence is already insufficient to refine Gu. The remaining less than 1 portion of immortal essence can be used as a waste, allowing you to try many times. Now that you have used this portion, if you fail a little more, the second aperture Gu will definitely not succeed. The land spirit retorted. Feng Yuan was secretly anxious. He had not passed the test yet. He was not the owner of the blessed land. He could not directly command the land spirit. If the land spirit did not cooperate, there was nothing he could do. Right now, there was still a rank 5 Gu master in the blessed land. Many rank 4 experts. These would be his life and death enemies when he refines Gu in the near future. Feng Yuan was killing these people now to get rid of his enemies and protect himself. However, there was too little immortal essence left in the blessed land. Feng Yuan had to rack his brains and plan carefully. At the same time, he would have to face the land spirit's strict inspection. Young man, don't risk it. If you insist on going your own way, I won't cooperate with you. I'll even revoke your right to take the test and leave the opportunity to someone else. The land spirit's tone was firm. Hearing this, Feng Yuan could not help but sigh deeply. Land spirits were very stubborn. Under such circumstances, the earth spirits were very stubborn. It was almost impossible to convince the land spirit. The others can be spared, but the remaining rank 5 Gu master must die. He is one of the 4 great doctors of the southern border. His influence is very strong. We must get rid of him to be safe. Feng Yuan tried his best to argue. For the safety of the Gu refinement, you have already arranged for that girl. Combined with the hound beast, they should be able to fend off some of the attacks. At that time, I will also protect you with my life. The most important thing is the success of your Gu refinement. The land spirit rejected Feng Yuan's suggestion. Feng Yuan's face darkened. The remaining rank 5 Gu master Chojio, known as Killer Ghost Doctor, although his battle strength was not high, his influence was huge. In his previous life's memories, he went to Etian Mountain and joined the demonic faction, catching up from behind. He directly sat on the 3rd seat. With a wave of his arm, countless demonic Gu masters gathered. Under his treatment, the demonic faction's casualties decreased sharply and their morale rose, giving the righteous faction a huge headache. Only when Shang Yen Fei invited Dr. Su Shou from Shangclan City and cooperated with divine Dr. Sheng Shou could they suppress Chojio's limelight. The Battle of Etian Mountain. Let the world know of Chojio's power. Killer Ghost Doctor was also publicly recognized as the head of the 4 great doctors. After Etian Mountain was conquered by the righteous faction, Chojio was captured and Wu clan leader felt pity for his talent. He wanted to recruit him, but Chojio refused, cursing Shang Yen Fei and Dr. Su Shou, exposing an old grudge, and was finally killed by the furious Shang Yanfei. But rank 5 Gu masters were all geniuses. They could not be underestimated. These Gu masters were able to stand out from the masses in such a cruel environment, the survival of the fittest, ascending to the peak of the mortal world. They were all heroes. Thinking of a person like Chou Jiu attacking at the final juncture of the Gu refinement, Fang Yuan could not eat or sleep in peace. Although my cultivation has risen to rank 4 upper stage, and my cultivation speed is astonishing, but on such a huge stage, I am still too weak. I cannot compare to these rank 5 Gu masters. If I had my rank 6 cultivation, no matter how many rank 5 Gu masters there are, I would kill them all like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. You still want to kill? Impossible, I won't allow it. Immortal essence cannot be wasted here. I need to save most of it for the Gu refinement. The land spirit heard Fang Yuan's request, but firmly rejected. Demonic Gu masters are like this, they like to take risks. Sigh, young man, don't be too radical. In this world, why is the righteous path prosperous, always suppressing the demonic path? That is because the demonic path is too radical and greedy, putting themselves in a desperate situation. But the righteous path seeks stability, fighting steadily, and not moving. Ba Gui, you are wrong. It is not easy for the demonic path to survive if they are not radical, if they do not use every opportunity to grab the greatest benefits. If they do not take risks, how can they cultivate, how can they compete with the righteous path? The greed, selfishness, radicalism, and taking of risks of the demonic path are the survival rules of the demonic path. As long as the benefits are huge, so what if they walk on a tightrope? One wrong step and the whole game will be lost, turning the impossible into the possible. This is the brilliance of the demonic path. The life of the demonic path is like wine. It has a strong fragrance. Fang Yuan loudly retorted. The land spirit heard such words and sighed. Young man, your demonic nature is too deep. If you do not repent now, you will definitely walk towards destruction. You can survive the sins committed by heaven, but you cannot survive the sins committed by yourself. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, Ba Gui, you are too ignorant. What is a sin? A sin cannot be survived. That is only the beautiful but helpless wish of the weak. They spread it widely, hoping that everyone follows it. That way they can protect themselves. And I want to be a devil who has committed sins, but is still able to get away with it. I want to dominate the world, slaughter all living beings, and enjoy everything. Not only do I want to slaughter Gu masters, I also want to refine the second aperture Gu and become the biggest winner. Ba Gui, feel it. What is this? Saying so, Fang Yuan activated Spring-Autumn Cicada and for the first time released its aura. The land spirit was shocked. This is the aura of a rank 6 immortal Gu. It seems to be Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada is the 7th mystical Gu in the world. You are just a mortal. How can you possess such an immortal Gu? To convince the land spirit, Fang Yuan took the gamble. He exposed the existence of Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada was a rank 6 Gu, but the second aperture Gu was also an immortal Gu. Such benefits were enough for Fang Yuan to take the risk. Why can't mortals possess immortal Gu? To tell you the truth, Spring-Autumn Cicada was refined by me. Fang Yuan said again. I understand. So you are a Gu immortal, using Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth and come to the past to change history. The land spirit exclaimed. Oh, Ba Gui, you seem to know some information about Spring-Autumn Cicada. Tell me about it. Fang Yuan quickly asked for guidance. Since the immemorial era, Gu masters have had 2 paths, space path and time path. Space and time are the foundation of heaven and earth. Among them, space represents up, down, left, and right. Time represents since ancient times until now. Take my blessed land, for example. At its peak, space had 9,000 mu of land. Time flows 6 times faster in time. The land spirit said. How big was 9,000 mu? On Earth, it was half of North Korea's territory. As for the 6 times faster time, it was according to the river of time. At its peak, the time in the blessed land was 6 times faster than the outside world. 1 day in the blessed land was 6 days in the outside world. Of course, but now the blessed land had weakened. Not only had a large portion of its land been consumed, the time flow was also only 3 times faster. In this world, there were many different blessed lands, each with a different surface area and a different flow of time. The land spirit continued. Spring-autumn cicada is one of the time path goo worms. Back then it had a famous owner that was Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He used this to contend against the immortal court and break the chains of fate. He brought good news to the people of the future, and from then on, the people had control over their own fate. Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The most mysterious demon venerable in history? Fong Yuan was shocked. In the Gu path, rank 9 was venerable. Demon venerables were rank 9 demonic Gu masters, and immortal venerables were rank 9 righteous Gu masters. In the long history, demon venerables and immortal venerables could be counted on one's fingers. They represented supreme legends. In every great era, only one appeared. There had never been a situation where 2 venerables existed at the same time. Thus, venerables represented true invincibility in the world. And among these rank 9 venerables, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was the most mysterious and had the fewest records. Even Fong Yuan only knew of such an important person. Now, this was the first time he had heard of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The land spirit said slowly, "This world is extremely vast. It is divided into 5 regions. North, south, east, west, and center. They are connected but also independent of each other. There is also a river of time. It originates from the past, flows through the present, and leads to the future. This is the space and time of the great world. If history is said to be a still image, then the river of time is a thin line. Countless images are strung together on this line. You can use the spring-autumn cicada to break out of the painting, following the thin line and moving upstream, pouring your will and memories into a scene of the past. When this scene changes, the following scenes will also change accordingly. So that's it. The land spirit's words gave Fong Yuan a lot of benefits. He had used the spring-autumn cicada twice, and each time he had a special experience. It made Fong Yuan's understanding of the spring-autumn cicada and the river of time become clearer. The land spirit's words even reminded Fong Yuan, causing him to have an extraordinary understanding. To think that you are a future Gu immortal and have even refined the spring-autumn cicada. In this blessed land, you are indeed the best person to refine the Gu. All right, since you are so confident, then we will do as you say. Who else do you want to kill this time? The land spirit relaxed. Originally, it thought that Fong Yuan was immortal and would definitely waste a lot of immortal essence when refining the Gu. But now, it recognized Fong Yuan's identity as a Gu immortal, and the amount of immortal essence he would waste was greatly reduced. Thus, it accepted Fong Yuan's suggestion. Fong Yuan smiled and promised, "Land spirit, you are right to believe in me. I will not disappoint you. The Gu refinement will definitely succeed. In the future, I still need to rely on this second aperture Gu to ascend to Gu immortal realm again." The land spirit also smiled. It had a sense of recognition towards Fong Yuan. "That's right. You are a Gu immortal. You understand the value of the second aperture Gu better than mortals. When you become a Gu immortal, the second aperture Gu will give you unparalleled benefits." Chapter 389. To think that this 3 kings' inheritance was a trap. The real winner is you, little beast king. Killer ghost, Dr. Cho Jiu laid on the ground, staring at Fang Yuan with wide-open eyes as he exclaimed. This article comes from after Fang Yuan convinced the land spirit. He rushed to Cho Jiu and knocked him down in a few moves. Cho Jiu was ugly, his hair was messy like withered straw, his forehead was protruding, his eyes were one big and one small, his cheekbones were high, his nose bridge was flat, and his nose hair was protruding out of his nasal cavity. He had a mouthful of yellow teeth that were exposed, but his gaze was shrewd and bright, with a scheming look that normal people could not have. Little Beast King, I know you. You are an amazing talent. You are just a vagrant child, but you can grow to this stage. I am full of admiration. Compared to you, I am only a few years older. When I was young, I did not have your achievements. A person like you is a dragon among men. Sooner or later you will ascend to the heavens and roam the world. I have no intention of being enemies with you. If possible, I want to use the information of the door of life and death to buy my life. Fang Yuan had killed 4 rank 5 Gu masters earlier. Some were shocked, some were angry, and some were afraid, but Cho Jiu was calm. When he understood his situation, he immediately lowered his stance and flattered Fang Yuan. He laid on the ground, not moving, as if he had given up resisting. But at this time the land spirit suddenly transmitted. Quickly kill him. He is using the token and goo worms crazily. I am trying my best to suppress them. They are all increasing the consumption of immortal essence. But Fang Yuan was stunned, almost thinking he had heard wrongly. Door of life and death? This door of life and death was not a small matter. It was recorded in the legends of Renzu. It was an ancient forbidden land. It was similar to the river of time and ordinary abyss. After verdant, great sun died, Renzu rushed to the door of life and death to save him. In the legends, the door of life and death contained the mysteries of life and death. As long as people understood it, they could control life and death. Cho Jiu actually knows the location of the door of life and death. Fang Yuan was shocked, his expression turning cold as he warned. Cho Jiu, if you activate your goo worms again, I will kill you. Cho Jiu's expression changed, and his pupils constricted. He slowly sat up and looked at Fang Yuan. You can actually sense that I am using a goo worm. His eyes flashed with a trace of contemplation. You can use goo worms, but there is no reaction when I try my best to activate them. Sigh, looks like there's only one possibility. The land spirit isn't dead yet, and has already been subdued by you. So this was a blessed land. There was such a secret. What a pity. Back then, the 3 kings were the first to enter, but they did not truly control this blessed land. Now you've obtained it. However, this blessed land was already on the verge of destruction. No amount of help could save it. The land spirit must be extremely old. Otherwise, these Gu masters would have been banished long ago. Why did you have to personally eliminate us? Although Fang Yuan didn't control the blessed land, after he revealed his identity, the Heavenly Dragon King didn't care about him at all. In order to assist him in Gu refinement, the land spirit listened to Fang Yuan's orders to a certain extent. Cho Jiu was over 100 years old, and he was experienced and astute. His guess was actually 80 to 90% accurate. Since you have control of the blessed land, I won't do this pointless work. As long as you spare my life, the things you obtain will exceed your expectations. Cho Jiu said. He really stopped his actions. Fang Yuan smiled non-committally. Let's talk about the door of life and death. You know the location of the door of life and death? The door of life and death is a top secret forbidden land that is not inferior to the river of time. The space is boundless, and it radiates to the north, south, east, and west regions. Legends say that there are many unique natural goo worms inside, like life goo, death goo, and so on. Cho Jiu nodded. I know the location of the door of life and death. Not only that, I had once explored it several times, capturing the life goo and death goo inside, finally refining the life goo and life goo. I place this goo in the door of life and death, and every time someone dies because of me, it will absorb the death energy and turn it into life force. It is because of this life force that my healing methods are so outstanding. This is the secret behind why I became one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. Killer Ghost Doctor revealed his secret to increase his persuasiveness. Oh, so that's it. This was the first time Feng Yuan had heard of such a secret. Although he had his previous life's memories, he was not omniscient. In that case, tell me, maybe I can spare your life. Feng Yuan promised. Cho Jiu shook his head. The secret of the door of life and death is too important. Back then, I swore in front of the Si Vao Gu that I could not reveal it to outsiders. Once I say it, I will turn into ashes and die. However, if you join the Shadow Sect, you will be one of us, and I can tell you. Si Vao Gu? Shadow Sect? Feng Yuan frowned. Si Vao Gu was a rank 6 immortal Gu. It was very famous in the olden antiquity era, on par with the Mountain Pledge Gu. Mountain Pledge Gu and Si Vao Gu had similar effects to the Poison Vao Gu, but the Poison Vao Gu was a consumable, while these 2 immortal Gu could be used repeatedly. Si Vao Gu! Feng Yuan had heard of it and had some understanding. But Shadow Sect was unfamiliar to Feng Yuan. From the name, it sounded like a Gu cultivation sect. This meant that Cho Jiu, who was always alone, had a hidden force behind him? Feng Yuan felt some fear. The situation was out of his expectations. It was not difficult for Feng Yuan to kill Cho Jiu now, but he knew nothing about the Shadow Sect. This made him feel a sense of insecurity. That's right, my sect is the Shadow Sect. The founder of the Shadow Sect was a rank 8 Gu immortal of the immemorial era. He was the one who found the door of life and death and moved it into the blessed land. Since then, many Gu immortals have appeared in the Shadow Sect. If you join the Shadow Sect, there will be countless benefits. Next, Cho Jiu talked about a whole bunch of benefits. His tongue was like a glib one. It was like a deluge of heavenly flowers. Feng Yuan's expression struggled for a while, but he suddenly made up his mind. Hee, Cho Jiu, you have a good plan. As long as I join the Shadow Sect, not only will your life not be in danger, I will even recognize you as my senior brother. This kind of immemorial sect pays attention to seniority the most. If I join, I will definitely have to make an oath and have all kinds of restrictions. In the end, I will even have to contribute my gains on Sancha Mountain in the name of contributing to the sect, is that right? Shadow Sect? Feng Yuan sneered, shaking his head. Let's not talk about the possibility of you lying. Even if it is true, so what? It is already a miracle that a sect with inheritances from the immemorial era can survive until now. You said that there were many Gu immortals in the past, but these Gu immortals should have all died. Otherwise, Shadow Sect has long been a force in Southern Border. Why are you still fighting alone all the time? Cho Jiu's expression turned pale. He could not help but size up Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan was young, but had such deep schemes. Facing the temptation, his heart was as calm as ice. How was this a young man? He was simply a 100-year-old monster. Feng Yuan laughed heartily, continuing, I am a person who likes to keep benefits to myself. Don't talk to me about mutual benefits. Even if you make a sea oath, it is not impossible to remove it. Sea oath Gu, Mountain Pledge Gu, they both have obvious flaws. When making an oath, one needs to face either a sea or a tall mountain. As long as the corresponding sea or mountain is destroyed, the oath will lose its effect. Cho Jiu's heart shook. Feng Yuan was knowledgeable and knew a lot. He did not seem like a newcomer at all. This kind of person was the hardest to fool. Cho Jiu tried his best to calm his mind. It is useless. The sea I made the oath is inside the Shadow Sect blessed land. If you want to destroy that sea, you need to know where the blessed land is first. But if I want to say the location, I need to destroy that sea. This is a dead end. Feng Yuan snorted, his eyes surging with killing intent. Since it is a dead end, forget it. You can die now. Cho-Jio sighed towards the sky. You want to attack. Then do it. He did not move, but in his heart he was very sure. The door of life and death was a legendary place. Who would not care about life and death? Little Beast King would definitely not reject such a temptation. He was only doing this to scare Cho-Jio. But Feng Yuan shot out the bone spike without hesitation. This bone spike pierced towards Cho-Jio's heart. In an instant, a huge sense of danger filled Cho-Jio's body and mind. What? He really wants to kill me. Cho-Jio was shocked. He quickly dodged. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the bone spike pierced through his chest. It brushed past his heart and pierced through 5 inches of his back before stopping. You. Cho-Jio pointed at Feng Yuan, his trembling voice filled with fear, shock, and doubt. Little Beast King, you lunatic! If I didn't dodge just now, I would have really died. That is the door of life and death, the door of life and death. Back then, Ren Zhu had to spend a lot of effort to find it. This is a supreme sacred land, the center of life and death. As long as you occupy it and comprehend it, you will be able to live forever. Feng Yuan looked at him coldly, saying plainly, But didn't you say earlier that you can't reveal this secret? Then what use do I have for you? You can join our shadow sect. Cho-Jio was sweating profusely, not sure if it was because of pain or fear. Feng Yuan snorted, raising his hand and preparing to kill. Cho-Jio quickly waved his hand, shouting, Wait, don't act recklessly. Other than this method, there are other ways. We can use the poison vow gu. We can make a poison vow and trust each other. I don't need your trust, Feng Yuan said coldly. Then use the slavery gu. I will recognize you as my master. So don't kill me. You are a rank 5 gu master, so you need to use the rank 5 slavery gu. This gu is extremely rare, far surpassing others of the same rank. Where do you want me to find it? Moreover, even if you use these gu, can you tell me the location of the Shadow Sect Blessed Land? Feng Yuan asked. Cho-Jio's expression froze. Feng Yuan observed Cho-Jio's expression and immediately knew that he was not lying. Feng Yuan did not really want to kill him. It was just a probe. Cho-Jio suggested the poison vow gu and slavery gu one after another, clearly panicking, but he did not dare to say the location of the blessed land. It seems he really made a sea vow. Cho-Jio really wanted to lie and make up a random location. But as long as he did not die from the vow, it would prove that he was lying. If he said the real location, the vow would take his life. Taking a step back, even if he really said it, he would have no value, and Feng Yuan would not let him go. In this situation, Cho-Jio had no way out. After realizing this, he smiled bitterly. To think that I, Cho-Jio, would die here today. It is your honor to die in my hands. Feng Yuan's expression was plain. Cho-Jio seriously sized up Feng Yuan, nodding in agreement. Not bad with your talent and temperament. As long as your luck is not bad, you will definitely become a demonic overlord who brings disaster to a region. If you want to kill me, it is useless no matter how much I beg. It is not bad to die in your hands. Much more glorious than dying in the hands of those thieves. Actually, I have a way to let you know the location of the door of life and death. Cho-Jio said this. A cunning light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 390. Oh, what method? Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows. This started a long time ago. Cho-Jio heaved a long sigh. His face was filled with memories, hatred, grief, love, and other complicated emotions. I don't have the time to listen to your long story. Feng Yuan interrupted him heartlessly. Cho-Jio choked and said, Then I'll make it short. My surname is Zhang, and my nickname is Anyo. I was a mountain farmer who was picking herbs. One day, I fell off a cliff, and it was a blessing in disguise. I came to the blessed land of the Shadow Sect. Through the land spirit's guidance and test, I was lucky enough to become a disciple of the Shadow Sect. There were only 2 people left in the Shadow Sect. Other than me, there was also a senior sister. Senior sister's surname is Chunjio, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. She was raised by the land spirit since young and had never left the blessed land. She was even more innocent. I was born ugly and was ostracized and ridiculed since young. But senior sister was always kind and gentle to me. We interacted day and night and gradually developed feelings for each other. We swore an oath in front of the blessed land's sea to protect each other and never abandon each other. We cultivated together and entered the door of life and death to capture life, Gu, and death, Gu together. That was the happiest time of my life. I thought I could live like this until I grew old, until an earthly calamity happened. The land spirit was injured and went into hibernation. There was a hole in the blessed land and a thief snuck in. This thief was heavily injured at that time. If I had known what would happen next, I would have tortured him to death at that time. But I didn't do that and woke him up. He said his surname was Shang and he had blood-red hair. He was very eloquent and he used flowery words to deceive senior sister while he was recuperating. He was indeed slightly better looking than me. He used his pretty face to gain senior sister's favor. Senior sister was innocent and ignorant. The more she talked to him, the happier she was. In the end, she took the initiative to take care of him. We quarreled many times because of this. After that thief recovered, I wanted to chase him out and continue living like a celestial couple with senior sister. But who would have thought that senior sister would have a change of heart? She went against the oath we swore, injured me, and defected with that thief. I hate it. She hated herself for being soft-hearted and causing a disaster. She hated her Shiji Chinjio for falling in love with someone else. And she hated that despicable and shameless scoundrel for snatching her love away. After recovering from my injuries, I left the blessed land and roamed the southern border to find the whereabouts of this adulterous couple. But who would have thought that this scoundrel would have such a high position and become Shang clan leader? Saying so, Chojio paused and looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He had the memories of his previous life and knew many secrets. Halfway through, she knew who Chojio was talking about. Chojio saw that Fang Yuan was unmoved and laughed bitterly. It seems like you have already guessed their identities. Indeed, that scoundrel was the current Shang clan leader Shan Yanfei. My senior sister Chinjio is the current Dr. Su Shou. Shang clan is a super clan while I am alone. These few years, I have been roaming the southern border. His painstaking planning was to deal with this adulterous couple. It was a pity. What a pity. I will die here today. I will not be able to fulfill this wish. He. Fang Yuan listened in silence and suddenly laughed. He looked down at Chojiu, who was sitting on the ground, his eyes shining brightly. Killer Ghost Doctor, you have a good plan. According to what you said, the Shadow Sect only has you and Chunjiu now. If you die, I will have to get information about the Door of Life and Death from Shan Yanfei and Dr. Su Shou. This matter concerns the Shadow Sect's blessed land. How can they be honest? When we fight, no matter who wins or loses, it will be beneficial to you. Ha ha ha, Little Beast King. You are a very frank and direct person. A person who only knows how to scheme will never be able to show his face in public. But you are meticulous in your thinking and domineering in your actions. You are truly a formidable character. You are right. This is what I plan to do. This is a blatant scheme, and you have already seen through it. Then, do you still want to inquire about the Shadow Sect's blessed land from them? Killer Ghost Doctor laughed. Fang Yuan stared at this rank 5 Gumaster, sighing after a while. Of course. The Door of Life and Death was an immemorial forbidden land on the same level as the River of Time. In such a place, unique goo worms thrived and thrived. Spring, autumn, cicada lived in the River of Time. The Door of Life and Death naturally had similar immortal goo. With such huge benefits, Fang Yuan could not help but be moved. Thus, Even though he knew this was Cho Jio's scheme, he still had to go in. Cho Jiu laughed heartily, tears appearing in his eyes. Little Beast King, although you are a rising star, I admire you. I am looking forward to the battle between you and that adulterous couple in the future. Unfortunately, I will not be able to see it. Our shadow sex teachings have a different view on life and death. We met in life, you are the cause of death. We were able to meet in the vast sea of people and die in your hands. This is an extraordinary fate. Maybe you really have fate with the shadow sex, blessed land, and the door of life and death. I might as well give this fortuitous encounter to you. I hope you can grasp it. Saying so, Cho Jio's expression calmed down. His eyes were deep, as if he had great wisdom that could see through life and death in the mortal world. It doesn't matter if I die. Who can avoid death in this world? Longevity is attainable, but eternal life is hopeless. Even those immortal venerables and demon venerables, didn't they turn to ashes in the end? Little Beast King, I can die by myself. There is no need for you to do anything. Saying so, he bit his tongue and committed suicide. Blood spurted out, life flowed away. The ghost doctor of a generation, the future leader of the 4 great doctors, died just like that. To think that killing this ghost doctor would give me such important information. Shadow sex, blessed land, door of life and death. If I am the ruler, it will be the foundation of my hegemony. It seems that my rebirth plan will need to be modified again. Any Gu master that could cultivate to rank 5 would have to go through many layers of competition before they could stand out. None of them were simple characters. They all had their own unique, fortuitous encounters, advantages, trump cards, or secrets. At this point, the rank 5 Gu masters in the Blessed Land were all slaughtered by Feng Yuan. Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, Ku Mo, Wu Lanshan, Cho Jio. These 5 had distinct personalities. They all had deep foundations and great strength. If they really fought one-on-one, the current Feng Yuan would be easily suppressed by any one of them who was not their match. So Dr. Su Shou's real name is Chun Jiu, and Killer Ghost Doctor's name is Cho Jiu. It seems hatred was born from love. No wonder in my previous life, during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he took the initiative to climb the mountain and threw himself into that whirlpool. He challenged Shan Yen Fei and fought with Dr. Su Shou. After being captured, he exposed the matter and was killed by Shan Yen Fei. Feng Yuan did not want to comment on this enmity between the 3. Did he sympathize with Cho Jio? But Dr. Su Shou's choice was completely understandable. Despising the poor and loving the rich, disliking the ugly and loving the beautiful. This was common in the world. Shan Yen Fei was a famous, handsome man in southern border. Compared to him, Cho Jio couldn't be compared. Compared to Cho Jio, they were like heaven and earth. The reason why Dr. Su Shou fell in love with Cho Jio was because of her innocence. Cho Jio was the first man she met. After meeting Shan Yen Fei, her horizons were broadened and she had a comparison. Moreover, Chun Jiu, she had an extreme pursuit for beauty in her nature. Whenever a patient came to seek treatment, she would want to size up their appearance. If they were ugly, she would not treat them. If they were average-looking, it depended on her mood at the time and the patient's consultation fee. If they were handsome and beautiful, she would treat them on the spot without saying a word. And she did not charge any fees. When someone rebuked her for this, she would still argue, "You ugly people, being born in front of me, is simply staining the beauty of life. You might as well just die and end all troubles. As for those beautiful things, we naturally have to protect and preserve them by all means possible." These words were said in Shang Clan City at that time. It caused a huge commotion. In the end, Shan Yen Fei personally came out to settle this matter. Dr. Su Shou's status in Shang Clan City. She was unique. Back in Shang Clan City, when Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing met Dr. Su Shou together, her attitude towards Feng and Bai was very different. She was indifferent towards Feng Yuan, but very gentle and intimate towards Bai Ningbing. But come to think of it, the four great doctors all have their own quirks. Let's not talk about Killer Ghost Doctor and Dr. Su Shou, that nine-fingered wandering doctor likes to disguise as a sloppy old beggar. His whereabouts are uncertain. And divine Dr. Sheng Shou as a man likes men. Fang Yuan let his thoughts wander as he took out all of Killer Ghost Doctor's goo worms. Cho Jio had many goo worms. Most of them were healing goo. Other than that, there were movement goo. He did not have a rank 5 healing goo, but had a rank 5 movement goo called warp goo. Warp goo, its appearance was very abstract, like a fried dough twist. The dark, golden worm's body twisted and turned. Its head and body were intertwined. Its eyes and wings were all misplaced, as if it was molded by the Creator at will. However, its appearance was a perfect match for the appearance of its original owner. Fang Yuan looked at it for a while before keeping these goo worms. Next, he used beast strength placenta goo to devour Cho Jio's aperture. Looking at Cho Jio's corpse, he laughed lightly. Cho Jio, oh Cho Jio, you are really crafty. If I did not have my previous life's memories, I would have been deceived by you. Although Cho Jio was dead, there was still the possibility of him reviving. In Fang Yuan's previous life, during the middle phase of the Battle of Yitian Mountain, his throat was slit and he was assassinated. But not long after, he revived, causing both the righteous and devil paths to be extremely shocked. As it turned out, he had once used a legacy life goo. Legacy life goo was a rank 5 consumable goo. As long as the goo master's corpse was preserved properly, it would only take a while for the corpse to recover and the goo master to revive. Although he was in the blessed land, the legacy life goo's law power was suppressed by heaven and earth, temporarily unable to take effect. But as long as the blessed land collapses and the suppression weakens, the legacy life goo's power would be activated again, allowing him to revive. Earlier, Cho Jio had praised Fang Yuan, and even put on an act of being carefree in the face of death to leave a good impression on Fang Yuan, so that after his death, he would not be whipped by Fang Yuan. Truthfully speaking, Fang Yuan did not have the habit of whipping corpses. But today, for you, I can make an exception. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he attacked mercilessly, quickly turning Cho Jio's corpse into meat paste. He hesitated for a while, but was still not at ease, so he set fire to the meat paste and burned it to ashes. With a wave of his palm wind, the ashes fluttered in all directions. Cho Jio, if you can revive like this, then you have the ability. Ha ha ha. Chapter 391. This is the 48th round. Wu Xintong silently calculated. He came from the Wu clan, which was the #1 clan in the southern border. They had a deep foundation and were an overlord of the righteous path. And he was an enslavement path goo master that Wu clan heavily nurtured. His attainment in enslavement path was extraordinary. Wu Xintong's name sounded domineering, but in reality he was as thin as a stick and his face was waxy yellow like a sickly scholar. In fact, he originally had a broad back and a slim waist and a fit body. In one battle, he was poisoned by Long Qingtian's jade sky venom. He sought out miracle Dr. Sheng Shou for treatment. Divine Dr. Sacred Hands touched his chest. His eyes lit up as he sighed, "You're late. The poison has already penetrated deep into your bone marrow. I can preserve your life and cultivation, but the poison is deeply rooted and difficult to remove. From now on, you have to come here for treatment every once in a while. I'll help you get rid of the toxins regularly." It was because of the jade sky parasite that Wu Xintong became thinner day by day, becoming like this. I wonder which goo master will be my opponent next. Wu Xintong walked in the fog with a deep gaze. Just now, out of the 3 choices, he had chosen the path in front of him. In King Quan's inheritance, the further one progressed, the more choices one would have. But most goo masters would choose a dog group to play it safe. He would only choose to fight with others if he had no other choice. No matter how large the pack of dogs was, they were still animals. But with the Gu Master's command, even the weakest dog group would pose a threat. However, Wu Shentong did the exact opposite. As long as he could fight with others, he would not choose any other path. In terms of enslavement path attainments, I am first-rate in southern border. In this Three Forks Mountain, I am almost number 1. Only 2 opponents can threaten me. One was Wu Gui. He was a rank 5 Gu Master and was once an enslavement path Gu Master. But the enslavement path consumed a lot of resources. He had no choice but to change paths halfway. The other one was Zhang Sansan. He is a true enslavement path Gu Master, but his cultivation level is lower than mine. Martial god art had a huge advantage in enslavement path. In terms of qualifications, Zhang Sansan was still his junior, and in this King Quan's inheritance, even if he fought Wu Gui head-on, he wouldn't be able to win. He was not afraid at all. With such great strength, of course, he had to attack his opponents first and eliminate as many competitors as possible. In the end, he was left alone to monopolize King Quan's inheritance. This was Wu Shentong's shrewd plan. If I count it, my next opponent will be the most powerful one. He should be the 23rd person I've hit. It's your bad luck to run into me. Wu Shentong snorted in his heart and stopped. Beside him, the dogs surrounded him in an orderly manner. He stared at the other side of the mist. In the fog, a group of dogs with rotting skin and purple bodies walked out one after another. Oh, corpse-eating dogs. Wu Shentong chuckled. He knew this kind of dog beast was very useful in the early stages. This was because this type of dog beast could devour corpses to speed up the recovery of injuries. But as the battle progressed, the corpse-eating dogs grew weaker and weaker. Because of this dog, their speed was not as fast as the lightning symbol dog, their defense was not as good as the armored dog, and their unity was not as good as the chrysanthemum Akita dog. Only those enslavement path Gu Masters would be crazily infatuated with these useless, corpse-eating dogs. Different professions are worlds apart. He was not an enslavement path Gu Master and did not have decades of experience. How could he know the profundity of enslavement path? Wu Shentong thought of those Gu Masters and laughed in disdain. But at the next moment he frowned slightly. In the fog ahead, more and more corpse-eating dogs appeared. There are quite a lot of them. It seems that for this victory, I will have to pay a small price. Wu Shentong thought. However, immediately after, large numbers of corpse-eating dogs appeared, as well as different dog beasts. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. There are quite a lot of them. It seems this person has some attainment in enslavement path. Wu Shentong nodded lightly. The other party is a combination of corpse-eating dogs and chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Although there are many of them, their formation is very weak. Later, I only need to use a few dog kings to charge and cause the dog group to scatter. If we fight them head-on, we will be able to scatter them and win. The other party has hedge dogs? Wu Shentong saw hedge dogs appearing in the fog again. These dogs were covered in spikes. Attacking them was the same as harming themselves. If steel armor dogs with strong defense were hard bones, then hedge dogs were thorny bones. To kill hedge dogs, one had to be prepared for their throats to be pierced. They actually have so many hedge dogs. It seems this person's luck is quite good to be able to recruit such a large group. Why don't I have such luck? Wu Shentong sighed, immediately adjusting his battle strategy. The other party has hedge dogs. Later, I will use steel armor dogs as the vanguard and send lightning symbol dogs on both sides. Once we engage, the steel armor dogs will slowly advance and attack from both sides, while the lightning symbol dogs will surround them. Victory will be assured. However, after the hedge dogs, large numbers of lightning symbol dogs appeared in the fog. Wu Shentong's expression turned grim. The appearance of the lightning symbol dogs meant that his earlier battle strategy could no longer work. Because the other party had fast lightning symbol dogs, they could also surround them. Even the number of lightning symbol dogs is so huge. The more lightning symbol dogs appeared in his vision, the uglier Wu Shentong's expression became. In his opinion, the fact that the other party could own so many dogs could no longer be explained by good luck. Evidently, the other party was a Gu master proficient in enslavement path. He was already a threat to him. Who is the other party? Is it Wu Gui or Zhang Sansan? No matter what, this is going to be a tough battle. I can only adjust my battle strategy according to the situation. But thankfully, I still have a trump card. Thinking of this, Wu Shentong calmed down. He glanced at the center of his group. There was a group of about 120 dogs. These dogs were huge, twice the size of ordinary dogs. They had sharp claws, their backs were thick and strong, and their noses were like that of a lion. These were heavy Thai dogs. In terms of defense, heavy Thai dogs were comparable to steel armor dogs. In terms of unity, they were comparable to chrysanthemum Akita dogs. In this King Quan inheritance, among the 100 types of dogs, only a few can become the main force. Heavy Thai dogs are one of them. Lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum Akita dogs, steel armor dogs, these dogs. They are quite extreme. Their advantages and disadvantages are obvious. They are hard to rely on. Only dogs like heavy Thai dogs can be relied on. The more they have, the stronger their battle strength. Wu Shentong looked at his heavy Thai dogs, feeling very satisfied. This was something that he had painstakingly accumulated with great difficulty. He did not use them in normal battles and kept them hidden. It seems like this is going to be a tough battle. I have to use the heavy Thai dogs. I believe that when I move out, the other party will definitely be very shocked. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Wu Shentong's lips curled up, full of smiles. But in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. On the other side of the mist, heavy Thai dogs also appeared. The other party also has heavy Thai dogs? That's right, the other party is an enslavement path expert. Of course, he knows how outstanding the heavy Thai dogs are, so he accumulated them. More and more heavy Thai dogs walked out of the mist. Wu Shentong squinted his eyes. His brows knitted together. So many! Why does the other party have so many heavy Thai dogs? The heavy Thai dogs that he had always relied on as his trump card. The other party also had them. Naturally, it gave Wu Shentong mental pressure. Suddenly, Wu Shentong's pupils shrunk as he stared at the mist. He saw a majestic dog king. Heavy Thai dog king. The opponent actually has a heavy Thai dog king. Wu Shentong saw this scene. When Wu Shentong saw this, his heart sank. With the dog king, the dog group's battle strength would increase by several times. More importantly, Wu Shentong did not have a heavy Thai dog king to fight against. Then his trump card. He would be pressured by the other party's dog king, causing his battle strength to decrease. As time passed, his trump card lost its effect. Tough battle. This will be an unprecedented tough battle. Who is the other party? Is it Wu Gui or Zhang Sansan? It must be one of them. Wu Gui is more likely. Wu Shentong had already lost his confidence in the battle. The other party's army is stronger than mine. I will lose more than win this battle. If I can win this battle, it will be a narrow victory. My losses will be disastrous. I will not be able to continue. Wu Shentong was already feeling regret. But very quickly, his feelings were no longer as simple as regret. His eyes became bigger and bigger. His mouth also subconsciously opened. His eyeballs were popping out, as if someone was punching him from behind. And the expression on his face changed from surprise to shock, then from shock to fear. In the fog, not only did the heavy Thai dogs continue to surge out in large numbers, there were also green Hua dogs, smoke song dogs, light dogs, and star hounds. Green Hua dog, covered in green scales, handsome and extraordinary. Smoke song dog, emitting smoke from its nose and mouth, arrogant and untamed. Light dog, covered in white fur, bright and gentle. Star hound, tall and slender, proud and outstanding. How is this possible? Wu Shintong shouted. Green Hua, smoke song, light hung, star hung, heavy tai, they each have their own merits. They're also known as the 5 great mountain dogs. They can form a vast army formation. How did he gather so many dog beasts? What made Wu Shintong even more in disbelief was that not only did the other party have a large number of 5 great mountain dogs, they even had a dog king among them. Who is he? How can he have so many dog beasts? Unbelievable. Is this an illusion? The dog beasts were still surging out in large numbers. Wu Shentong's spirit was greatly impacted. His battle strength, compared to the other party, was like a baby under a giant's foot. They could not be compared at all. Wu Shentong no longer had any battle intent. There was no chance of winning this battle. The other party only needed to wave his hand and the dog groups would attack. No matter how good his commanding skills were, it would all be useless. The difference in military strength between the two sides could no longer be made up for with skills. Who is he? Did a rank 5 enslavement path Gumaster come to Sancha Mountain? Impossible. Even if he is a rank 5 enslavement path Gumaster, how can he have such a large dog group? I must see who the other party is. Wu Shin Tong tightly held the safety token as he stared the fog. From the fog, a person's figure gradually appeared. He is finally showing his true face. Wu Shentong's forehead was covered in sweat as he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Swoosh! At this time, with a soft sound, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared behind him. Who is it? Wu Shentong sensed the abnormality, but did not have time to turn around. Fang Yuan placed his hand on his head and squeezed. Bam! His head was crushed. He was also dead. On the other side of the fog, Bai Ningbing slowly walked out. How many more rounds are left? She looked at Fang Yuan and yawned with a drowsy expression. Chapter 392. Others had to rack their brains and scheme to pass the rounds, like Wu Shintong and Wu Gui. They also had to plan and choose carefully. But for Bai Ningbing, because of the land spirit's help, she only needed to move forward. The pitiful Wu Shintong, a grand rank 4 peak stage Gumaster, did not even get to see Bai Ningbing. As for Fang Yuan's appearance, Bai Ningbing was not surprised at all because of the land spirit's reminder. In fact, this was a cooperation between 2 people. Fang Yuan needed Wu Shintong's aperture, while Bai Ningbing needed his enslavement path gu worms, as well as these dog groups that Wu Shintong had accumulated. With Wu Shintong's death, his dog group was naturally taken in by Bai Ningbing, causing the huge dog group to increase by another 10%. Seeing this vast dog group, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Your dog group has already taken shape. In this King Quan inheritance, it has already formed a crushing momentum. It is not difficult to get to the last round. Remember, in the last few rounds, there is a large group of lion mastiffs. These lion mastiffs are mutated beasts. Their battle strength is even higher than the 5 great hounds. They were King Quan's trump card back then. Besides them, there are 2 dog kings, ancient mutated beasts that are even stronger than ordinary mutated beasts. Back then, the left and right arms of King Quan were comparable to rank 5 Gumasters. You must subdue them all. Bai Ningbing nodded, bidding farewell to Fang Yuan and continuing to pass the rounds. It seems you are indeed a person from the future, using spring-autumn cicada to return to the past. You really know the 3 kings' inheritance, like the back of your hand. The land spirit transmitted, praising. I have to remind you, the immortal essence you have is almost used up. It is only enough for you to kill 2 more people. Who do you plan to kill next? Fang Yuan nodded, saying without hesitation, Of course Zhang San San. Beast Placenta Gu already had 89% aptitude, shining like jade. Compared to its previous mud-like state, it was completely different. After killing 2 more rank 4, it would definitely reach 90% aptitude. The second aperture's aptitude cannot be higher than a Gu master's first aperture. Fang Yuan's first aperture was 90% a grade. Therefore, the current limit of the second aperture was a grade 90%. Even if it accumulated to 99% and was used on Fang Yuan's body, it was only 90%. The remaining 9 points would all be wasted. Of course, if Fang Yuan improved his first aperture's aptitude in the future, his second aperture would also have more room to improve. Zhang San was only a rank 4 upper stage Gu master, who was a level lower than Yi Hua and Kong Ri Tian. But in Fang Yuan's opinion, however, he was the most threatening opponent, because he was an enslavement path Gu master on Sancha Mountain, second only to Wu Xintong and Wu Gui. Fang Yuan had his own plans. Bai Ningbing is not an enslavement path cultivator after all. She is a complete newbie in commanding dogs. In the future, when she commanded so many dogs, she would definitely be flustered. It would be commendable if she didn't make any mistakes. But fortunately, I don't need her to command the dogs to run and attack. I just need her to form a military formation, guard the hall, and wait for the next move. This way, it could make up for Bai Ningbing's lack of commanding ability. But the military formation was extremely inflexible. It would be terrible if they met Gu master experts proficient in enslavement path. For example, Wu Xintong and Wu Gui only needed to command a small group of dogs. With a few charges, they would be able to probe out the entire situation. With a few troops, they would be able to cause chaos in the military formation and create a loophole in the defense. During the crucial period of Gu refinement, Fang Yuan would need to focus all his attention on the Gu refinement. The land spirit would also be extremely weak and could only rely on the dogs to defend. Thus, Fang Yuan naturally had to first eliminate the few most threatening enslavement path Gu masters. After a while, Fang Yuan killed Zhang San very smoothly. Even the likes of Wu Gui and Wu Xintong, they were all killed by Fang Yuan, so Zhang San naturally could not escape his demonic claws. But after his death, he gave Fang Yuan a pleasant surprise. From Zhang San's aperture, Fang Yuan actually obtained a rank 5 slavery Gu. Slavery Gu, from rank 1 to rank 5. Once this Gu was planted, it could control the Gu master. Rank 5 slavery Gu could control a rank 5 Gu master for its own use. It was extremely rare and precious. Back then, on Qingmao Mountain, Guyue clan's 4th generation clan leader fought with a flower wine monk. After losing, he begged for mercy, saying he was willing to plant the slavery Gu and listen to the flower wine monk's orders. Finally, the flower wine monk was deceived by these words, and due to his carelessness, he was counterattacked by the 4th generation clan leader, dying regretfully on Qingmao Mountain. Famous Gu masters really cannot be underestimated. This Zhang San is an enslavement path Gu master. It is not strange for him to have a slavery Gu. The reason why he did not use it was because he wanted to wait for a good opportunity to get a rank 5 expert. After all, it is a rank 5 slavery Gu. If he used it on a rank 4 Gu master, it would be a loss. Fang Yuan thought for a while and guessed Zhang San's thoughts. Looking at the beast placenta Gu, its aptitude was close to 90%. He only needed to kill 1 more person. Of course, the immortal essence he had was used up, so Fang Yuan could only kill 1 more person. With this slavery Gu, I can control 1 more person. If I knew Zhang San had such a Gu, I would have killed him first and used the slavery Gu to subdue a rank 5 Gu master. Fang Yuan felt regret. If he could use this Gu to subdue Tai Mu Bai, it would be very beneficial to his Gu refinement. Even if it was not Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, Kuemo, Wulan Shan, and Chou Jiu were all very good targets. But now these Gu masters were dead, and Fang Yuan could only subdue a rank 4 expert at most. But he used a rank 5 Gu. It was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. It was definitely a waste. But even though the rank 5 slavery Gu was extremely rare, Fang Yuan still had to use it. He took a huge risk in refining the second aperture Gu, and with a second rank 4 Gu master by his side, it was undoubtedly safer. But in the Blessed Land, there were so many rank 4 Gu masters. Who should Fang Yuan subdue? Yihua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Yichong, as well as Li Fei Lu, Tao Zi, Feng Tianyu, Yanjun Li Xian, who may err, Tai clans for old-timers, Tai Rua Nan, and the others. Some were strong, some are crafty, some are sinister, some are brave, some are good at attacking, some are good at movement, some are good at healing, some are rich, some had wide connections. Every choice would have consequences in the future. Lightning flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, and after thinking for a long time, he made his choice. It will be him. Land spirit, teleport me over. Fang Yuan made his decision without any hesitation. After 5 minutes, Feng Tianyu knelt at Fang Yuan's feet, saying with heartfelt admiration, "Subordinate Feng Tianyu greets master." Feng Tianyu, you refined a rank 5 Gu at rank 3 realm. Although this rank 5 Gu only existed for half a day before dying, you became famous for a while because of it. Now, things remain the same, but people have changed, your clan has declined. You're no longer that glorious young clan leader. Fang Yuan looked down at Feng Tianyu, speaking plainly. Feng Tianyu kowtowed. Subordinate can acknowledge lord as master. It is subordinate's honor and fortune. It is good that you can understand this point. Next, follow my instructions and continue to pass the rounds. In King Xian inheritance, there is an undefeated 100 battles Gu. Bring it to me. Fang Yuan instructed. Yes, subordinate will do my best to share master's burden. Feng Tianyu quickly said. Under the enslavement Gu's effect, he became Fang Yuan's loyal servant. Fang Yuan was at ease with Feng Tianyu. Not only was he a famous and talented refinement path master in southern border, he was also the biggest beneficiary of King Xian inheritance in his previous life. In Fang Yuan's memories, he was the one who obtained undefeated 100 battles Gu. Now, Fang Yuan had been reborn. Not only did he want undefeated 100 battles Gu, he also wanted to recruit its original owner. Right now, Feng Tianyu has the land spirit's guidance. It is not a problem for him to pass King Xian inheritance. This way, I have already obtained 2 of the 3 kings' inheritances. But this was not Fang Yuan's main goal. The reason why he chose Feng Tianyu was because of his talent in refinement path. This was Fang Yuan's first time refining the second aperture Gu after all. With such a refinement path master assisting him, it would be a huge help to him. It would be a huge help to Fang Yuan's Gu refinement. After taking in Feng Tianyu, Fang Yuan began to consider killing the last person. Who? The first person Fang Yuan thought of was not the strongest Yihua, nor the most influential who may err and Tao Zi, but Tai Rua Nan. Like Tai Mu Bai, Fang Yuan also thought highly of Tai Rua Nan's future. Such a genius had been tempered by hardship. If she matured, she would be a huge threat. She would be even more terrifying than Yihua and the rest. But the problem was in the current situation. The threat that Tai Ruanan brought to Fang Yuan was far lower than Yihua and Kong Ri Tian. Regarding the matter of refining second aperture Gu, Fang Yuan killing Yihua was definitely more helpful than killing Tai Ruanan. Should he choose to be safe and kill Yihua, or plan for the long term and eliminate Tai Ruanan first? Fang Yuan's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the land spirit. Not good. Something unexpected has happened. What is it? Fang Yuan was shocked. The land spirit's tone was suppressed, concealing a trace of panic. A rank 4 Gu master has found a weak area in the Blessed Land. That place was once heavily damaged by the earthly calamity. The heavenly suppression is at its weakest and can already allow a goo master to use a goo worm. Right now, he is using a rank 5 goo to poison the heaven and earth. In just 7 minutes, he will be able to connect to the outside world and create a hole in the blessed land. The land spirit said. Feng Yuan immediately felt the severity of the matter. In his previous life, he was a rank 6 goo immortal and had once possessed a blessed land. He naturally knew the severity of this matter. If there was a hole in the blessed land that could connect to the outside world, the immortal essence expenditure would increase exponentially. If it was not repaired in time, the hole would become bigger and bigger, eventually causing the winds of assimilation. Once the winds of assimilation blew, the blessed land would be destroyed. I have taken the initiative to cut off and abandon most of the holes in the blessed land. There were only 3 places that were crucial and couldn't be given up. To think that this person's luck is so good, he actually found one of them and even noticed it. Take a look at the exact situation. The land spirit side. A scene appeared in front of Feng Yuan's eyes. The goo master in the scene wore a navy blue robe. His face was thin and his gaze was gloomy. It was none other than Long Qing Tian. Right now, he was activating his only rank 5 poison goo, Jade Sky. The ground and sky around him were all dyed green. It had once dyed the sky blue. Jade Sky Goo, Long Qing Tian's core trump card. A goo worm that existed since the immemorial era. It was basically extinct now. Long Qing Tian relied on this goo to roam the southern border and poison many people to death. He was infamous. Chapter 393. To think that my luck is so good to be able to find such a weak area. Long Qing Tian's gaze flickered, showing obvious excitement. Although there were only 100 stages in the 3 kings' inheritance, there were countless choices in each stage. It was like a giant tree with lush branches that reached the sky. Being able to reach this place was even rarer than 1 in 10,000. He was extremely lucky. The suppression of heaven and earth here is very weak. It actually forced me to use a goo. Haha. I will first use Jade Sky goo to poison this blessed land. This way I can connect to the outside world and form a passage. Once the passage is formed, I will be able to activate goo worms in the vicinity. I will no longer need to follow the rules of 3 kings. Next, I will use this as a base to radiate and reap huge benefits. Who is it? Long Qing Tian sensed something and turned around, seeing a person appearing far away. Little Beast King Fangzhen? Long Qing Tian squinted, sensing Feng Yuan's intentions. Feng Yuan did not reply. He waved his hand and a bone spike flew out like lightning. Long Qing Tian snorted, quickly activating his defensive goo worm. His surroundings were filled with green jade sky goo poison. It had already invaded a large area. Feng Yuan did not have detoxification methods. He did not dare to touch the goo poison. He could only engage in long-range combat. Right now, Feng Yuan only had mutated beast phantoms left, but he did not have the rank for all-out effort goo. Thus, he could not use it casually. But fortunately, he had killed so many goo master experts and obtained many goo worms. He could use them in long-range combat. After a few rounds, Long Qing Tian was defeated by Feng Yuan. Long Qing Tian could only activate 1 goo worm at a time. But Feng Yuan had the land spirit's help. He could use them at will. The difference in battle strength between the two was huge. Although he won, Feng Yuan's expression was unsightly. Long Qing Tian's corpse. It was a pale green color. It was obviously corroded by the Jade Sky goo poison. This famous expert of the demonic path, before dying, gave a sinister smile towards Feng Yuan, brazenly using the Jade Sky goo to poison himself to death. Feng Yuan did not kill Long Qing Tian. Knowing that he was in a hopeless situation, he committed suicide, as expected of a demon. Feng Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The jade sky goo was a rare poison of the great goo and was already extinct in the present southern border. Perhaps only the 4 great physicians would be able to treat him. If Feng Yuan wanted to take the goo and swallow it, he would have to come into contact with the goo poison. If one was poisoned by the jade sky goo, in less than 2 hours, their entire body would turn into a green light and dissipate. Very few goo masters were poisoned by the jade sky goo. Those who could survive, the Wu clan's Wu Shintong, was already considered an extremely lucky case. Even if Feng Yuan risked being poisoned, he might not be able to obtain the goo worm. The suppression here was weak. Long Qingtian could detonate his goo worms one by one. The risks and benefits were so disproportionate that Feng Yuan naturally wouldn't take the risk. But in this way, the last portion of the celestial essence budget was spent on Long Qingtian. The aptitude of beast placenta goo. I can only stop at 89%. Feng Yuan was filled with regret. In the end, after so much effort, he still didn't reach the 90% that he expected. I am still too weak. Such a scheming matter. I can only do my best and leave the rest to heaven. Long Qingtian's sudden incident caught Feng Yuan off guard. Feng Yuan was a human after all, not a god. He couldn't predict this change. Although he had his previous life's memories, he tried to recall them clearly. But such details, as long as the person involved didn't say it, who would know? Moreover, since his rebirth, he had changed many things. Whether Long Qingtian's incident was something that happened in his previous life, it was hard to say. Forget about the beast placenta goo. What's worse is that this world is already poisoned by the jade sky goo. Sooner or later the poison will take effect. By then, this world will rot and turn into a green light, forming a huge hole. Feng Yuan looked at this world. The green color was getting darker and spreading outwards. Such a hole would accelerate the decline of the blessed land. This also meant that the land spirit would be weakened. If it were a younger, blessed land, as long as I have enough immortal essence, even if I can't cure the poison, I can get rid of this mutated area and make up for the hole. But this blessed land is too old. It lacks immortal essence. Once this hole forms, it will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Sigh, I don't have much time left to refine goo. I need to hurry. At this point, Feng Yuan's merciless massacre finally came to an end. He returned to the hall and continued to refine goo, racing against time. Time passed day by day. The pressure from spring-autumn cicada increased day by day. Feng Yuan slept for an hour on average every day, crazily squeezing out his potential. Under his desperate efforts, although there were many inevitable failures in the goo refinement process, the overall progress was quite fast. The land spirit praised him repeatedly. While Feng Yuan was moving toward success, his younger brother was also in high spirits. Central continent, Tian Ti Mountain. At the center of Hu immortal blessed land, on Dang Hun Mountain, Feng Zheng climbed up with great effort, surpassing one figure after another. During this period of time, he had become the center of attention, attracting many people's attention. It's him, that crane gates Feng Zheng. He surpassed another person. Someone was envious. Feng Zheng. Looking at Feng Zheng's climbing figure, Fairy by Xia had a complex gaze. This kid is indeed strange. Looking at this trend, I'm afraid he will be the first to reach the top. Wei Wushang, who had enmity towards Feng Zheng, had to admit that Feng Zheng had a high chance of winning. Feng Zheng used both his hands and feet to climb. He breathed heavily, and with the help of Master Tenchu, he surpassed one elite after another of the 10 sections. Eventually, only 3 people were left above him: Xiao Qixing, Ying Xingji, and Feng Kim Hong. This kid has finally caught up to the first echelon. It was not in vain that I used my own Wei Gu. Feng Yang had been paying attention, and seeing this situation, he let out a sigh of relief. If there are no accidents, the winner will be one of these 4. A Gu immortal transmitted. Crane Gate's speed is quite fast, hee, but who will emerge victorious is hard to say until the final moment. Indeed, Crane Gate is only fourth currently. There is a clear gap between him and the top three. Now, let's see if he can catch up and surpass them in a limited time. The Gu Immortals conversed. The entire inheritance contest had finally entered the final stage at this moment. In the hall, a lump of profound light of all colors, the size of a water vat, floated in the air and spun madly. Feng Yuan controlled the profound light. His eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly spoke. Take 3 ounces of willow stone yellow. Immediately, the sculpture in the hall broke away from the bronze bricks and turned into a solid form. It was willow stone yellow. This was an ancient stone material that was rarely seen in the current era. After being taken by the land spirit, it split into 3 ounces and flew into the dazzling, profound light. Feng Yuan's concentration was concentrated, not daring to be careless. When the profound light suddenly turned yellow, he spoke again. Take 30 snowball goo. 30 snowball goo flew into the yellow light lump. The water vat-sized light lump was still yellow, but its size continued to shrink. In the end, it condensed into a dot, forming an earthen yellow stone that was completely unremarkable. Feng Yuan carefully received this stone and let out a long sigh of relief. This Gu refinement lasted for 2 days and 1 night and finally came to an end. He was extremely tired, immediately lying on the ground and falling into a deep sleep, wishing he could sleep for 7 days and 7 nights straight. But in less than an hour, he was woken up by the land spirit on time. This stone could not exist for long. In another 15 minutes, it would evaporate and dissipate. By then, all of Feng Yuan's previous efforts would be wasted. He would have to start from scratch again. Gu refinement is difficult. It requires a strength path Gu master and also a refinement path expert. Even for me, with my previous life's memories and foundation, it is very difficult. I almost failed several times. It was extremely dangerous. No wonder no one could refine the second aperture Gu in my previous life. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly, patting his cheeks to wake himself up. After resting for an hour, he felt much better, but his head was still dizzy. This was because he had used up too much mental energy. He was too tired. The second aperture Gu was rank 6. Refining an immortal Gu was naturally not simple. Feng Yuan did not need to look in the mirror to know his current appearance. With messy hair, pale face, dark eye bags, and extremely haggard. Land spirit, how much immortal essence do I have left? He asked. 5 portions of immortal essence left. The land spirit immediately answered, its voice revealing a trace of weakness. Right now, 18 days had passed since Feng Yuan killed Long Qingtian. The speed at which the blessed land was weakening made Feng Yuan inwardly shocked. In order to support the opening of 3 kings' inheritance, the immortal essence expenditure was huge. This abnormality had already caused an uproar in the outside world. During this period of time, even more Gu masters came to explore the blessed land. Among them were many famous experts. Only 5 portions of immortal essence left. But the Gu refinement is only 2/3 done. Land spirit, what date is it today? Feng Yuan's expression was solemn as he asked. According to the calendar you mentioned, it is already the 19th day of the 10th month. The 19th day of the 10th month, according to my plan, the final step of refining the second aperture, Gu, will be in 5 days. The 24th day of the 10th month. This day in history isn't the day that Feng Kim Hong wins and inherits Who Immortal Blessed Land? Feng Yuan suddenly thought of Feng Kim Hong. This girl had outstanding talent and a deep background. After inheriting Who Immortal Blessed Land, her status soared to the sky. In the future, using this to cultivate to become a Gu Immortal, her prestige would spread far and wide, and her aura would shine brightly. In his previous life, Feng Yuan escaped southern border and came to central continent. becoming a Gu immortal and establishing the Bloodwing demon sect. This girl was his archenemy. After hundreds of battles, Fang Yuan allied with several demonic path Gu immortals and attacked Hu immortal blessed land together, paying a bloody price before they managed to kill her. Currently, my influence has not spread to Central Continent. Feng Kim Hong obtained Hu immortal blessed land. His benefits are as great as the heavens. Even the second aperture, Gu, cannot compare to him. Fang Yuan sighed. His previous life's archenemy wanted to soar to the sky, but he was unable to stop him. Fang Yuan still did not know that his own brother was still alive and was currently fighting intensely with Feng Kim Hong and the rest. Chapter 394, October 20th. In the hall, red light flickered and shone on the surroundings. More than half of the sculptures on the bronze bricks had already disappeared. Fang Yuan's face was pale and haggard. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at every change in the light lump. Everything was silent. October 21st. The land spirit sent bad news. A rank 5 expert had entered the Gu Master blessed land. Fang Yuan looked at the image and immediately recognized this person. So it is Shao tribe's Shao Meng. He has rank 5 extreme light Gu and is a light path expert. In my previous life, his figure could be seen on Sancha Mountain. He finally came. The land spirit breathed in. Extreme light Gu? This means this Shao Meng can activate the light of glory of the immemorial era. This is a huge threat to us. The land spirit was extremely worried. There were 9 heavens in the immemorial era: white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. The sunlight of the immemorial era was extraordinary. It was the light of glory. It could pierce through the 9 heavens and spread warmth to all living beings. But now, the 7 heavens were no longer red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. Only white heaven and black heaven remained. The sunlight no longer had the glory of the immemorial era. It was extremely weak and could only pierce through white heaven. Once the rank 5 extreme light Gu was activated, it could burst out with the light of the blazing sun of the immemorial era. This light had no offensive power, but it could pass through all barriers and shine to the ends of the world. That is to say, this blessed land could not block the light of the immemorial era. Fang Yuan sneered, Bagui, relax. His extreme light, Gu, was obtained from robbing a tomb. It is only a damaged Gu. Every month, it can only be activated 3 times. After 3 times, it will self-destruct. The land spirit heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. I'm getting weaker and weaker these days. At the final juncture, you still have to rely on yourself. I like to rely on myself. Fang Yuan replied and did not speak anymore, continuing to refine Gu. October 22nd. GUH. Oh no, I failed again. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision darkened, and he almost fainted. He clenched his teeth and supported himself with his hands on the ground. He felt the world spinning around him. His eyes were seeing stars, and his ears were buzzing. His chest was so stuffy that he felt like vomiting. After a long while, this terrible feeling was slightly alleviated. Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly sat down. If the Gu refinement fails, there will be a backlash. I've already failed this step 3 times. It's not that my skills aren't good. I've done my best, but this step requires luck. I'm betting on that 1 in 10 chance of success. Sigh. There's no more time. Fang Yuan's face was pale. He endured the pain of the backlash and began the 4th round of sprinting. At this moment, there were less than 4 portions of celestial core power left in the copper cauldron. October 23rd. Fang Yuan stopped and looked at the Gu worm in his hand, his eyes shining brightly. This Gu was a beetle with a big belly and a pointed head and tail. It did not have any legs or tentacles. Its shape was blurry like a rough carving. It was lifeless like a gray stone. The land spirit, however, said happily, "Young man, I didn't misjudge you. You've refined this fake goo. You're only one step away from turning fake into real goo and refining the real second aperture goo." "That's right, I'm only one step away." Fong Yuan's tone was complicated. It was relaxed but also heavy. Refining this second aperture goo was like climbing a mountain. There were thousands of steps and countless failures. Fong Yuan almost did not sleep or rest, but he finally reached this step. His previous efforts were not in vain. Thus he was relaxed. But this last step was the most crucial. It was a qualitative change and required the use of the immortal goo, divine travel goo. Although Fong Yuan had refined spring-autumn cicada, he had never used an immortal goo to refine an immortal goo. Thus, this last step was also the one he had the least confidence in. Thus, his mood was heavy. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. Divine opportunity is limitless. Travel the wilderness. Add 3 watch periods. 3 watch periods. 3 watch periods are 9. 9 is the extreme. The refinement is complete. This last step, I need to use lifespan goo, divine travel goo, and 2/3 watch goo. Fong Yuan pondered in his heart. He could understand the previous steps and could even modify them. But at this point, he only understood 30% of the true meaning. Land spirit. What changes are there in the blessed land? Fong Yuan asked. 2 groups of people have arrived, dozens of rank 3 goo masters, each led by a rank 4 goo master. They're very imposing. The land spirit showed the scene to Fong Yuan. So it is Che tribe and Zwa tribe. Thiske, the 2 tribe leaders and most of the elders have come. Fong Yuan took a look and recognized the situation. The whole of Sancha Mountain was located between Zwa tribe's Cold Tremor Mountain and Che tribe's Phalai Mountain. These 2 tribes had been expanding and had been competing in Sancha Mountain in recent years, having the intention to invade. But the eruption of the 3 kings' inheritance completely messed up the plans of these 2 tribes. The whole of southern border had 100,000 famed mountains and countless nameless mountains. There were also ferocious beasts and wild goo worms everywhere. The environment was dangerous and difficult to travel. Other forces could only send their elites here. But these 2 tribes were in a favorable position and had been restraining themselves. Now that they sensed the abnormality of the inheritance, they finally sent a large group here. To Fong Yuan, this was bad news. At the final juncture, everyone would definitely attack the center of the blessed land, which was this main hall. These Che tribe and Zwa tribe people were Fong Yuan's enemies. Other than them, there will also be Li Xian, who may heir, Ihua, Kong Ritian, and other experts. At the final juncture, I will need to refine goo and can only rely on land spirit, by Ningbing and Feng Tianyu, to defend against the enemies. The situation is dangerous, but it's only external. The final step, I need to use 2/3 watch goo consecutively, which will cause my body's time to flow 9 times faster. To spring-autumn cicada, it is a great tonic. At that time, the pressure will rise sharply, and my aperture will be in danger. This is the internal cause. With internal and external pressure, danger lurks everywhere. But I can only grit my teeth and persevere. I have already worked so hard and am just 1 step away from reaching the peak. If I don't take a gamble, I won't be satisfied. If I succeed, I will have a second aperture. With further nurturing, when I reach rank 6, I won't be too far behind Feng Kim Hong. In Fong Yuan's rebirth plan, Qing Mao Mountain was only the starting point, Shang Clan City was only a platform, and second aperture goo was only a stepping stone. But it was because of these accumulations that he could charge towards a higher level. Next, there will be many fortuitous encounters without a certain level of cultivation and strength. One would not have the qualifications to participate. All living beings, survival of the fittest. I can't give in to these fortuitous encounters, and I have to seize every second. This is truly worthy of my rebirth body. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh and began to rest, preparing for the final day. October 24th. Fang Yuan woke up from his slumber and slowly opened his eyes. I haven't slept so well for so many days. The great battle is coming up. He stood up and slowly walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, two people were already standing under the guidance of the land spirit. Master, Feng Tianyu saw Fang Yuan and immediately knelt on the ground, offering a gu worm. This gu looked ordinary, like a gray round stone. It was none other than undefeated 100 battles gu. This subordinate did not disappoint you. I have already passed 100 rounds and obtained King Xian's inheritance, subduing these hairy men. Feng Tianyu said. Beside him stood hundreds of hairy men. Each of them had thick hair and were standing silently. Good. Fang Yuan nodded, lightly praising. He was not surprised. These hairy men had a nature. They liked to follow people who were better at gu refinement than themselves. Feng Tianyu had passed 100 rounds. It was not strange for him to have these followers. Fang Yuan walked towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked at the grand bronze hall, her gaze revealing a trace of understanding. It seems that this is the blessed land's central area. Saying so, her gaze moved towards Fang Yuan. Humph, you better remember your promise. Fang Yuan smiled. Don't worry. He looked behind Bai Ningbing. There were close to 100,000 dog beasts. Some were entrenched on the ground. Some were playing with each other, and some were running around. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Bai Ningbing's control was too weak. If it were Zhang Sansan, Wu Gui, or Wu Xintong, they would be able to make these dog beasts line up tightly and remain motionless like an army. But Bai Ningbing was forced to do something beyond her abilities. She did not have any enslavement path training. It was not easy for her to do this. In fact, Bai Ningbing's mind was in a daze. Her movements were erratic. She had a feeling that her soul was heavy and her body was like a marionette. It was truly difficult for her to control so many dog beasts at once. Now, listen to my arrangements and set up the defenses. No matter what the enemy is, do not attack. Remember this, remember this. Fang Yuan instructed. Since it is your arrangement, success or failure has nothing to do with me. Bai Ningbing said coldly. He, regardless of success or failure, I will give you the Yanggu. Fang Yuan guaranteed with a smile. Humph, you better keep your word. 2 light pillars disappeared. This means that King Xian and King Quan's inheritances were taken away. Early in the morning on Sancha Mountain, the Gu masters were incomparably shocked. There was a commotion. The opening of the inheritance this time is very strange. It has lasted until today, causing the blessed land to deteriorate rapidly. Someone was already suspicious, but compared to this, more people were concerned about the inheritance's whereabouts. Just which 2 lucky fellows have inherited the legacy? I think King Xian's inheritance should be obtained by Lord Taimu Bai. Ever since he entered, he has not come out. King Quan's inheritance should be Wu Gui. No, it should be my tribe's lord Wu Xintong. Humph. The way I see it, my demonic path's beast enslavement master Zhang Sen also has a chance of winning. After everyone argued for a while, someone finally found something strange. Strange. The few rank 5 Gu masters who participated in the inheritance have not come out. What is going on? King Xian and King Quan's inheritances were both obtained, but why haven't the others come out? They are trapped in the blessed land. This blessed land is close to collapse. Not long later, the entrance will open, and we can enter and exit at will. A loud voice resounded. It is Lord Xiaomeng. Immediately, a righteous Gu master recognized the speaker. This Xiaomeng came to Sancha Mountain, but did not enter the inheritance. What is he trying to do? The demonic Gu masters muttered in their hearts. Xiao Mang's arrival suppressed the demonic path's arrogance, successfully attracting everyone's attention. Xiao Mang laughed arrogantly. Next, I will use extreme light Gu to open the entrance of the blessed land for all of you. The moment he finished speaking, his eyes opened wide in anger as he activated his primeval essence and raised his fist. Extreme light Gu, Providence Gu, empty fist Gu, killer move, immemorial light fist. 3 Gu activated together, and the whole sky turned dark. Everyone watched in shock as a fist made of light, the size of a mountain, descended from the sky and suddenly disappeared, striking somewhere in the darkness. Extreme light Gu did not have any attack power, but when combined with the other 2 Gu, it formed an incomparably powerful attack. Rumble. Chapter 395. At the peak of Sancha Mountain, there was only one light pillar left. However, a grayish-black plane appeared in front of everyone like an illusion. It was like it was separated by a layer of gauze, like a dream. How could there be a plane on the mountain peak? This was caused by Xiao Mang punching a hole in the blessed land. For a moment, Sancha Mountain was silent. Some Gu masters were dazed, some were shocked, some looked at each other, but no one moved. Xiao Mang snorted in his heart and secretly signaled to someone in the crowd with his eyes. A Gu master immediately ran out from the crowd. Lord Xiao Mang is invincible, forcefully punching a hole in the blessed land. This way we are no longer restricted by the 3 kings' inheritance and can all enter. After shouting this, he jumped out of the crowd, and with a few leaps he passed through the hole and entered the blessed land. He activated his Gu worms in front of everyone. 1, 2, 3. Near this hole, the restriction of heaven and earth was weak, allowing him to activate 3 Gu worms. This scene immediately caused a commotion in the crowd. Countless people woke up from their stupor, breathing heavily. Being able to use Gu worms meant they had the ability to protect themselves. This also meant the risk of entering the blessed land was greatly reduced. But the performance was not over yet. This Gu master suddenly ran back and jumped out of the blessed land, successfully returning to Sancha Mountain. Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly and cupped his fists toward Xiao Mang. Thank you, Lord, for making an exception. Xiao Mang chuckled. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. I only feel that everyone should have the right to compete for the treasures of heaven and earth. It is too much for a limited few people to hog it all. But how much you can snatch will depend on yourselves. Lord Xiao Mang's benevolence is unparalleled. Lord Xiao Mang is such a good person. His elder brother is Xiao Shan, great hero Xiao. Truly a dragon and tiger brother. Among the rank 5 Gu masters on Sancha Mountain, only Lord Xiao Mang can think for us weaklings. He is truly a role model of the righteous path. So benevolent. Everyone cheered unceasingly. Fawning words entered Xiao Mang's ears like a tide. The crowd surged as large numbers of Gu masters rushed into the blessed land. A bunch of idiots. Xiao Mang said with a warm smile on his face, but in his heart he was sneering. Compared to Tai Mu Bai and Wu Gui, the time I came to Sancha Mountain is still too late. The inheritances of King Quan and King Xan had all been taken by someone else. Only the inheritance of King Bao was left. Damn it. I have long wanted to plead with my father and the other elders, but these people only cared about Xiao Shan's illness. Humph. Isn't it better for him to die? That way, I can become the young clan leader. Alas, I coaxed and pestered before getting permission to come to Sancha Mountain. But it's already too late. How can I compare to the accumulation of those people from before? Only by destroying the blessed land and creating a loophole will I be able to benefit from it. For this blessed land, the more people that enter, the heavier the burden. Hee, the suppression of heaven and earth is getting weaker and weaker. So what if you guys obtain the inheritance? I can use my Gu worms to snatch it. The inheritances of King Bao, King Quan, and King Xan are all mine. Even if I can't get it, none of you can. All right, that's about it. Fang Yuan looked at the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. This bronze hall was located on a hill. The hill was not a dangerous peak, but a gentle slope that extended to the surroundings. Such a terrain was not easy to defend, but thankfully there were many dog beasts, and with their numbers, they could slightly make up for it. In the past 2 hours, Fang Yuan had been arranging the formation for Bai Ningbing, as well as instructing her on how to deal with any situation that arises. Bam! Right at this time, the whole heaven and earth shook, and the bronze hall shook, causing dust to fall. Not good! That Xiao Mang used extreme light goo and pierced a hole in the blessed land, forming a passage. Large numbers of goo masters are rushing in, killing each other and fighting for the treasures. The scene is in chaos. The land spirit transmitted. Fang Yuan chuckled but did not panic. In his previous life's memories, there was such a scene. Xiao Mang's arrival meant that this had happened. Chaos is good. Xiao Mang wants to obtain victory in the chaos, but I also want this chaotic situation to help me stall for time. Fang Yuan's black eyes shined with eerie light. Among these people, there is a rank 5 Goo Master. This young man is amazing. He actually blocked my senses earlier. Only when he attacked did I discover something amiss. The land spirit suddenly said. Fang Yuan frowned. This situation was out of his expectations. Who is it? An image appeared in front of him, showing a young man with waist-length black hair and a pair of deep purple pupils. A pair of thick black eyebrows. The tip of his eyebrows were raised high, branching into a few branches like a wild flame burning. His demonic aura was awe-inspiring, with a domineering aura that could destroy heaven and earth, like an evil dragon descending into the world. Emma Wu Tian. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated, recognizing him. This person was a demonic genius, inheriting an ancient inheritance, and was a soul path Goo Master. Be it fame or strength, Fang Yuan could not compare to him. In his memories, during the battle of Yi Tian Mountain, Mo Wu Tian had killed several rank 5 righteous Goo Masters. His reputation was infamous, and his demonic flames soared to the sky. In the end, the demonic side was defeated, and Mo Wu Tian broke out of the encirclement, leaving with no one able to stop him. In my previous life, Mo Wu Tian did not come to Sancha Mountain. It seems the influence of my rebirth has already reached this level of people. Just as Fang Yuan was in deep thought, Mo Wu Tian seemed to sense someone was watching him. He turned his head and looked at Fang Yuan. So that's the direction. He muttered softly as a sinister smile appeared on his face. Not good. He seems to have sensed something and is charging towards the hall. The land spirit warned. Fang Yuan's eyes squinted. Mo Wu Tian was actually targeting him with intense hostility. What was his motive, and what did he discover? The chaos will only last for a while. Taimu Bai and the others have not appeared yet. It will arouse the suspicions of others. There is not much time left. I need to refine the goo now. Land spirit, raise your fog. Feng Tianyu, follow me into the hall and assist me in refining the goo. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan shouted and led Feng Tianyu into the bronze hall. As for the hairy men that the latter brought, they were left outside to guard the hall, forming the final line of defense. Looking at Fang Yuan and Feng Tianyu's departing figures, Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a cold light. The fog started to rise and spread rapidly, soon covering the hall and all the dogs on the mound. The bronze hall was vast and majestic. Fang Yuan and Feng Tianyu's footsteps echoed, making this place even more quiet and spacious. Right now, the bronze bricks in the hall were already empty. Most of the materials and goo worms had been used up during the goo refinement. Only a few carvings were left. Fang Yuan walked to the bronze cauldron and sat down with Feng Tianyu. This is the final step, the truly crucial moment. He breathed in deeply, his eyes clear like water. Feng Tian Yu's breathing was rough, showing his excitement. To a refinement path, Gu Master, being able to refine immortal Gu was the most desired thing in their life. Let's begin. Feng Yuan took out the fake second aperture Gu and threw it into the bronze cauldron. The bronze cauldron ignited without any fire. Only a thin layer of immortal essence was left at the bottom. It was being consumed rapidly and started to burn. The burning green smoke rose up like smoke, wrapping around the fake Gu in the second aperture. The fake Gu floated above the bronze cauldron and was transformed by the green smoke into a yellow light that filled the air. Feng Yuan and Feng Tian Yu focused their minds and tried to harmonize the green smoke and the yellow light. After an unknown period of time, the green smoke turned into green grass that grew in the air. The yellow light turned into flowers that fell down and adorned the grass. It is time. Feng Yuan took out a dagger and cut his artery, spurting out his own blood essence. This step was indispensable. Only after this step could the refined second aperture Gu belong to Feng Yuan. Otherwise, it would be an ownerless object and would fly away once it was refined. A large amount of blood essence poured over. The green smoke and yellow light immediately let out a sizzling sound, turning into a red cloud that resembled a raging sea of blood. The blood surged, but it only formed into a ball that floated in the air and did not spread. The cloud continued to transform. The sea of blood gradually calmed down and condensed into a field. A large field of scarlet rice, scarlet like blood, grew on the field. Feng Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air, quickly using Gu worms to heal his injuries. Even so, he had lost a lot of blood, and his face was pale. Wild grass flourishes, blood chi like the sea. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn. Divine opportunity is limitless. Roam the wilderness. Add the third watch is 9. 9 is the extreme. The refinement is complete. He had already memorized the recipe by heart, but he still recalled it now. 300 years is spring. 500 years is autumn. Next, it is lifespan Gu. Ba Gui. Feng Yuan shouted. The land spirit was already on standby. Hearing Feng Yuan's call, it quickly took out 2 lifespan Gu. These lifespan Gu were one big and one small, like ginseng roots and old tree roots. Touching it, it felt rough and ancient. The small one was a 300 years lifespan Gu. Like a green snake coiling in a circle, it could increase a Gu master's lifespan by 300 years without any side effects. The big one was like a horned dragon flying in the sky. Bearing its fangs and claws, it could increase a Gu master's lifespan by 500 years without any side effects. The value of these 2 Gu was self-evident. Feng Tian Yu saw this, and his eyes shone, his body trembling. Feng Yuan first, through the 300 years, lifespan Gu into the cloud. The cloud swallowed the lifespan Gu and immediately surged like boiling water. At this moment, the cloud seemed to have turned into a green-scaled snake, slithering and trying to escape from Feng Yuan's control. Feng Yuan jumped in shock. He was caught unprepared and almost let the green snake escape. When he reacted, it seemed that the green snake had already mostly escaped from his hand. Only its tail was left. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open and red. He poured all his attention into the cloud without holding back, using all his strength to firmly hold onto it, not letting it escape. Chapter 396. Time became unbearable at this moment. As the minutes and seconds passed, the cloud in the air gradually stabilized. Feng Yuan finally had the spare energy to curse the original owner of the blessed land. Such an important obstacle. There was actually no annotation in the recipe. If not for his concentration and reaction time, As well as Feng Tianyu's help, he could barely stabilize the situation and turn the tables. Otherwise, he would have failed completely. As time gradually passed, a mystical aura spread out from the place. The cloud completely digested the 300 years lifespan goo and calmed down, turning back into the scene of the blood field and red rice. But now, the red rice had turned into a green color, like rice growing in spring, densely packed. It was the scene of 300 years as spring, described in the recipe. That mysterious goo immortal must have only researched the recipe, but did not use it to this step. Otherwise, why would he not make any annotations? Feng Yuan came back to his senses, thinking, "Next, I need to use the 500 years lifespan goo. But there is no rush." He wiped the sweat off his forehead, calling the land spirit. "Ba Gue, show me the scene of that poisonous land." Immediately, a smoke image appeared in the air, showing the scene. Long Qing Tian's corpse, quietly lying on the ground. The surrounding sky and ground were dyed a deep green color. It was Long Qing Tian's jade sky, goo poison. This goo originated from the immemorial era. Its poison was extremely strong. Even Feng Yuan did not dare to touch it. Coincidentally, at this time, 2 goo masters appeared in the scene, both with rank 3 cultivation. "This place is strange. Why is it so green?" "Look, that corpse, it's Long Qing Tian." They rushed here and unexpectedly found Long Qing Tian's corpse. Long Qing Tian is rank 4 peak stage. A famous demon. He was actually killed. Let's go take a look. There might be something good on his corpse. The 2 were excited, running towards Long Qing Tian's corpse. Blinded by greed, they did not realize their bodies were dyed in green light. Courting death. Feng Yuan sneered. Sure enough, the 2 of them did not even manage to take 10 steps before they died from the poison, turning into green light and disappearing into the horizon. The poison of the blue sky poisonous insect has accumulated deeply. This area is going to be ruined. The hole formed is even bigger than the one created by Xiao Meng. Time was of the essence, and every second was precious. Feng Yuan was also extremely anxious, but he still chose to restrain himself. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, there was a loud boom. The blessed land shook and the main hall trembled. The second loophole was formed. The land spirit let out a long sigh. The speed at which the blessed land was collapsing was too fast. It had doubled again. Continue refining goo. Feng Yuan took out the 500-year lifespan goo and threw it into the cloud. The clouds began to boil again, trying to break free from Feng Yuan's control. But this time, Feng Yuan was mentally prepared. He wasn't caught off guard like last time, so he was able to firmly control the situation. However, he soon felt that his strength was not enough. This time the change in the clouds and mist gave him a feeling. Not only was it slippery, but it also carried a kind of brute force. It was like a green snake had turned into a dragon, trying to break free from Feng Yuan's control. Feng Tianyu quickly helped. The 2's minds worked together to suppress the cloud's change. The clouds boiled several times, almost breaking free, but were eventually suppressed. After the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, the clouds became clear again. It turned into a field of blood. The rice on the field was golden and full of fruits. This was the scene of 500 years' autumn. Fortunately, he waited until the poison took effect before refining the goo. Otherwise, the second loophole would have formed and the hall would have shaken, interfering with the goo refinement, and it would not have been so smooth. Feng Yuan waited for a while. The clouds were ready and slowly dissipated. From the size of a water vat, it gradually shrunk until it formed a new goo. It fell down. Feng Yuan held it in his hand. This goo was like a peanut shell, shining with a golden color. The markings on its surface were scarlet blood traces. The fake second aperture goo could only exist for 7 days and 7 nights and was not stable. But this new gu could already exist for 40 years. At this step, the true second aperture, gu had already formed an embryo and was growing in the peanut shell. But if it was left to develop, not to mention 1,000 years, even 10,000 years might not be enough to become the real thing. Only by using a huge external force to get rid of the fake and retain the real, turning the fake into the real, could it achieve a qualitative change, transcend the mortal, and become an immortal. And this external force was none other than the rank 6 divine travel gu. Next, I need to use the immortal gu to refine the immortal gu. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply, adjusting his breathing, and began the most important step in the entire gu refinement process. At this moment, outside, shouts of battle shook the sky. "This dog is mine! As long as you obediently hand over the gu worm, I will spare your life." Kill all these eggmen. These mutants actually occupied a spirit spring. What a waste of resources. All kinds of looting and fighting. Gu masters were in a frenzy, and the number of casualties continued to rise. Strange. Why have we not seen Lord Tai Mu Bai after so long? Our Wu clan's Lord Wu Shentong, where did he go? Wu clan's Gu masters, Tai clan's Gu masters, and others all sense something amiss. Search, continue searching. The suppression of heaven and earth is already very weak. It is enough to mobilize most of the gu worms. The situation is in chaos now. There is killing everywhere, and blood is flowing like rivers. We need to find our clan's experts to suppress this situation. Where have we not explored yet? Only the deepest part of the blessed land. There is a thick fog there. Just as these people turned their attention to the bronze hull, Mo Wu Tian had already arrived at the periphery of the fog alone. There is indeed the aura of an immortal gu, a pair of purple pupils, deep and mysterious, yet also wild and coquettish. Under the purple pupils, the fog became faintly discernible, and a vast number of dog beasts appeared in Mo Wu Tian's vision, his brows slightly furrowed. The enemy's defense was tight. He alone could not break through this defense. He needed to borrow strength. His brows relaxed as Mo Wu Tian turned around and left. His body moved like lightning, traversing hundreds of li in the sky. Before long, he landed in front of Hu Mei Er. Hu Mei Er's face turned pale from fright, but when she saw Mo Wu Tian, she smiled brightly. "Young Master Wu Tian, you are here too. This 3 kings' inheritance has little meat, but more wolves. I am afraid you will be disappointed. You have already cultivated to rank 5. Hu Mei Er looked at the man in front of her, unable to conceal her shock. She swallowed her saliva, trying to digest this shock as she forced a smile. "This is great. You have rank 5 battle strength. You are suitable to take this riches. These green eggmen are numerous. They have already built a castle. I have not been able to take them down. There is a green egg empress inside. As long as I capture it alive, I will be able to make a fortune in the future." He. Mo Wu Tian glanced at the castle, laughing lightly. Back then, King Bao Wang Badan had 8 eggman empresses, and countless eggmen were produced daily. King Xian Wang Shao Ye's inheritance has the secret reporting gu and undefeated 100 battles gu. Beside Dog King Wang Er, there are 2 dog emperors, Yingming and Ba Huang. These are the essence of 3 kings' inheritance, but they are not worthy of my attention. Hu Mei Er's smile froze. To think that young Master Wu Tian knows so much about 3 kings' inheritance. Since they are not worthy of your attention, why don't you give them to me? Women are truly short-sighted. Mo Wu Tian laughed, staring at Hu Mei Er's eyes. "I will tell you now, this blessed land's spirit is not dead. There is a gu immortal's inheritance in the deepest part." "What?" Hu Mei Er was shocked. "But there is dense fog there. There are close to 100,000 dog groups to charge into the central area's sacred hall. Just the 2 of us are not enough." Mo Wu Tian smiled deeply. Hu Mei Er was an astute woman. She immediately understood Mo Wu Tian's intention. Her eyes shined as she laughed. Isn't it easy to get people? Hu Mei Er was a decisive person. She immediately abandoned the Green Egg Empress and roped in other demonic path Gu masters with Mo Wu Tian. Using Hu Mei Er's network, Mo Wu Tian's cultivation and reputation, they quickly gathered large numbers of demonic path Gu masters. Adding on the news of the Gu Immortal's inheritance, demonic path merchant Li Xian, fiery star Bao Tong, rock lizard Li Chang, and other experts also gathered. When Mo Wu Tian returned to the fog, he was no longer alone, but a demonic path army of thousands. They are finally here. Bai Ningbing, who was sitting on the hill, slowly stood up. The fog could obstruct everyone's vision, but because of the land spirit support, Bai Ningbing's vision was clear. She naturally saw this demonic path alliance army. Mo Wu Tian observed for a while before saying, Li Chang, bring 300 people to attack the front. After a few dozen steps, you will be obstructed by the metal shield dogs. Fight and retreat. Move to the left. There will be Chrysanthemum Akita dogs' pincer attack. Defeat them and charge towards the southeast. Hu Mei Er, send 500 people to attack the left. Along the way, you will encounter lightning symbol dogs, hedge dogs, and corpse-eating dogs. Don't worry about the losses. Charge towards the north. Bao Tong, take the right path. Lead 800 people. From the northwest direction, there will be battle cries. Directly charge in. There will be no dogs obstructing you within 500 steps. If you encounter lightning symbol dog groups, charge with all your might. If you can't reach them in 3 minutes, retreat. Li Xian, send 400 people as backup, ready to be deployed at any time. If I do not give any orders, you will lead the retreating army. What about you, Mo Wu Tian? Li Xian's gaze flickered as he asked. Of course I will stay in the center. Why are you worried? Mo Wu Tian was expressionless, his purple pupils staring at Li Xian. Li Xian immediately felt a chill from the bottom of his heart, running up his spine. This Mo Wu Tian, how did he become so terrifying? His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Killing intent surged in his chest. It seems the ancient inheritance he obtained is no small matter. Otherwise, how could he have such progress? I had thought Little Beast King could compete with him. Only now do I know he is the true #1 genius of the demonic path. He is truly terrifying. Li Xian's heart turned cold. He could only accept the order. Chapter 397. They're here. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered. Her expression became nervous as she quickly mobilized the dog group. The originally still dog pack formation began to move like a giant millstone. As for these Gu masters who charged in, they had all turned into green beans and yellow beans. In just a moment, they were ground into bean dregs. Most of them died. The rest saw that the situation was bad and quickly retreated. The demonic Path Alliance army suffered a huge loss. Over 1,000 people were sent in, but only a few hundred returned in defeat. Young Master Wu Tian, did you see clearly? Li Chang was the first to speak. I followed your instructions and charged in. In the first wave, we met the Iron Shield dogs. We fought and retreated, moving to the left, but were attacked by the Lightning Symbol dogs and Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. There were too many of them. We could not kill them all. After fighting for a while, we could only retreat. Bao Tong's temper became even more violent. I led 800 people, but I did not hear any battle cries from the northwest direction. Instead, I heard people fighting in the southeast direction. I led my army to attack, but was immediately attacked by lightning symbol dogs, hedge dogs, and corpse-eating dogs. Hu Mei Er's expression was also unsightly. Young Master Wu Tian, I listened to you and prepared to attack. But after charging for 800 steps, we did not encounter any dog groups. Just as we were feeling suspicious, we suddenly saw dog groups surrounding us from all directions. Thankfully, I turned around and counterattacked, otherwise I would have lost my life there. Li Xian was expressionless, standing at the side. His group was prepared to protect the scattered Gu masters and face the pursuing dog groups. But while there were scattered soldiers, none of the dogs chased after them, causing him to stand there for a long time. Mo Wu Tian's expression was grim. After a while he spoke. I can see the exact situation more clearly than you. This dog group has someone commanding them. It is not a dead formation, but a living one. That is why you all returned in defeat. Everyone was shocked. There is someone commanding them? Who could it be? Mo Wu Tian shook his head. The fog is too thick. I can only vaguely see and cannot see clearly. There is definitely a mastermind behind this. Only human intelligence can make such a brilliant reaction. But don't worry, I have a deep understanding of the enslavement path. You only need to attack like this to break the encirclement and obtain the Gu immortal inheritance. Their faces were stained with blood. They looked at each other for a while. Because of Mo Wu Tian's rank 5 strength and the temptation of the immortal treasure, they reluctantly nodded. But this time, they still returned in failure. In fact, the losses were even more severe than the last time. The mastermind has great attainments in the enslavement path. I underestimated him. Mo Wu Tian frowned deeply. Just now, his plan was thorough, and the 4 sides cooperated ingeniously, but he didn't expect the other party to react so quickly, as if seeing through his plan in an instant. The mobilization of troops was neither too fast nor too slow. The 4 paths were destroyed one after another. His movements, vaguely, had the demeanor of a master. Mo Wu Tian, you have to give me an explanation. We fought with our lives on the line and lost so many people. Not even a strand of immortal treasure could be seen. Is it fun for you to stand there and watch? You are a rank 5 Gu master now. You should do your part. Bao Tong shouted angrily as he covered his injuries. Oh, you want an explanation? Then I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Mo Wu Tian laughed sinisterly, his purple eyes suddenly lighting up. You. Bao Tong was caught off guard. He stared at Mo Wu Tian with all his might, unable to move. After a while, he fell to the ground with a thud. Dead. The demonic path, Gu masters gasped. Fiery Star Bao Tong, a famous rank 4 fire path Gu master. Mo Wu Tian didn't even move. He just stared and killed him. You want an explanation. I will give you one. Are you satisfied with this explanation? If not, you can tell me. Mo Wu Tian looked at Bao Tong's corpse, listening attentively. You are not speaking. It seems you are satisfied. Mo Wu Tian laughed, looking around. Bao Tong is satisfied. Are you guys satisfied? Do you want me to give you an explanation? The surroundings were deathly silent. Mo Wu Tian killed people while talking. Bao Tong was rank 4 upper stage. But he could not even block one move, dying instantly. The demonic path Gu masters were shocked and afraid. They started to regret being blinded by greed. Why did they follow Mo Wu Tian? Now that they were on the pirate ship, they wanted to leave? Too late. Hu Mei Er and the rest lowered their heads, not daring to look at Mo Wu Tian's eyes. Mo Wu Tian's method of killing made them tremble in fear. They had thought that Mo Wu Tian had just advanced to rank 5. His battle strength might not be rank 5. But to think that Mo Wu Tian's battle strength was beyond imagination, comparable to Wu Guwei and the rest. How old was he? The number 1 genius of the demonic path, truly deserving of his title. After successfully killing and establishing his might, Mo Wu Tian laughed evilly. Bao Tong's Gu are still here. You guys can split them. Consider it my compensation. Once he said this, the Gu master's eyes brightened. Li Xian was the first to react. With a whoosh, he pounced on Bao Tong's corpse like a rabbit, taking his Gu worms. Almost at the next moment, Hu Mei Er and Li Chang also reacted, pouncing on him. The others could only stare, not daring to fight. The three of them took all of Baotong's wealth. Gaining a lot, the resentment in their hearts dissipated, turning into reverence towards Mo Wutian. Mo Wutian could use his gaze to kill. This was not strange. It was a visual killer move. This killer move directly competed with the soul. The loser's soul would dissipate, not even having the chance to self-detonate their goo worms. Mo Wutian was a soul path goo master. The strength of his soul was unrivaled. If he could deal with Baotong like this, wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with them? Cough, cough. Li Xian coughed, asking, "Since there are dog beasts guarding this place, then this must be the central control hall. There's a high chance that the Goo Immortal's wealth is hidden there. But how are we going to kill our way in?" He was astute. After obtaining the most benefits from Baotong, he immediately expressed his support for Mo Wutian. Speaking of the Goo Immortal's inheritance, Hu Mei and Li Chang's attention was also drawn to this topic. Mo Wutian looked at the people around him. They were all injured. Their faces were haggard. They were frightened and had low morale. He sighed and said, "What a motley crew." It seemed like he could only gather more people before he could break through. Spread the news, be it righteous path or demonic path Goo masters. Just say that Tai Mu Bai and the rest have already entered the hall. The Goo masters who obtained King Quan's inheritance are blocking us outside. They want to take all the benefits for themselves. This, Hu Mei hesitated. Mo Wutian sneered. Time is pressing. Once the blessed land collapses, we will have nothing. Without anyone else, do you think we have the strength to charge in? Young master is right, Hu Mei quickly said. They finally stopped. On the slope, Bai Ningbing let out a sigh of relief, but soon frowned again. The methods that Fang Yuan gave her had already been used up by more than half. If they attacked a few more times, Bai Ningbing would be out of ideas. Ha ha ha! My strategy of obtaining victory in the chaos was indeed correct. Explode this wall. I can obtain King Bao Wang Ba Dan's inheritance. Xiao Meng laughed loudly. Right now he was alone in a hidden cave. In front of him, there was a thick and huge stone door. As long as he could explode it, he could obtain King Bao's final inheritance. Boom, boom, boom. Light blossomed. Explosions rang out continuously. After a long while, Xiao Meng stopped his attacks while gasping for breath, looking at the stone door with hatred. The stone door was unscathed, showing no signs of damage. Light path excels in speed and purification, but its destructive power cannot compare to fire path. This stone door is sturdy. King Bao clearly wants the fated person to use fire goo to break it open. But I do not have these goo worms. Xiao Meng gritted his teeth. He felt indignant. Right at this time, a goo master came to report. Get out, who let you in? King Bao's inheritance. I want to open it alone. What did you say? Xiao Meng scolded loudly. Suddenly hearing his subordinate's report, he grabbed the person's collar and brought him up. You said there is a Goo immortal inheritance, hidden in the fog, being attacked by everyone. Yes, this news has already spread. Countless Goo masters have gathered. How could I dare to deceive second young master? The subordinate quickly said, Humph, don't call me second young master. I hate this title. Xiao Meng scolded, looking at the stone door reluctantly, but his gaze changed from hesitation to determination. Wang Badan was only a rank 5 Goo master, although he was called King Bao. He was only at the same rank as Xiao Meng. How could his inheritance compare to a Goo immortal's inheritance? Go, let's go. Xiao Meng dragged his subordinate and walked out quickly. There are more and more people. On the hill, Bai Ningbing frowned deeply. There were already over 10,000 people gathered outside the fog. These people, although their cultivations were uneven, with some being rank 1 and 2, were still Goo masters. Their combined strength was enough to form a flood that could engulf everything. And even though he had close to 100,000 dog beasts, he was only one person. Outside the hill, Countless gazes looked forward with fervent gazes. They were all attracted here by the immortal treasure. There was a commotion in the surroundings. But Mo Wu Tian smiled without speaking. His goal was achieved. Birds die for food and men die for wealth. This was the human heart. The righteous path has gathered people again and charged into the fog. Hu Mei Er looked not far away, full of worry. Young Master Wu Tian, almost all the demonic path Gu masters are here. Shouldn't you gather them and form a group? We can't let the righteous path snatch the immortal treasure. No rush, no rush. The fog is thick. The dog formation is as firm as an iron wall. What can their charge amount to? Mo Wu Tian snickered coldly but did not move. The demonic path was not like the righteous path. The righteous path was united and easy to ally with, while the demonic path Gu masters were used to roaming alone. Although Mo Wu Tian had rank 5 cultivation, he was still young, and this was his first time acting as the leader. He could not convince the others. Kong Ri Tian and Li Fei Lu, these demonic path veterans, would not easily listen to him. Only by making them realize the necessity and benefits of working together could he take advantage of the situation and get twice the result with half the effort. At this moment in the hall, the Gu refinement had reached a crucial moment. After brewing for a long time, the golden peanut shell and divine travel Gu collided. Rumble. Fang Yuan and Feng Tian Yu's vision darkened, as thunderous roars resounded in their ears. Unlimited divine opportunity roamed the wilderness. Open for me. Fang Yuan screamed, using all his concentration to activate Divine Travel Gu. Divine Travel Gu was an immortal Gu. How could a mortal like him activate it so easily? Fortunately, he had the land spirit's secret help. As immortal essence gushed out, Divine Travel Gu turned into a speck of light and entered the golden peanut shell. Chapter 398. Xiao Meng looked at the fog in front of him, his gaze deep. He relied on his rank 5 cultivation to obtain the authority of the righteous path's commander. He had organized several attacks, but they were all defeated and returned in low spirits. In the fog, there were countless dogs and beasts, causing every wave of Gu masters that charged in to suffer heavy losses. Even if the losses are heavy, they cannot stop my footsteps. Immortal treasure. This is an immortal treasure. Xiao Meng's eyes shone with brilliance as he shouted in his heart. Let's continue and organize the next wave of attacks. Xiao Meng shouted, but there were few who responded this time. The lesson of blood was right in front of them. Even though the benefits were huge, these righteous Gu masters could not help but hesitate. After all, they only had one life. A bunch of cowards. Xiao Meng saw everyone hesitating and cursed in his heart. To him, time was of the essence. Other than this immortal treasure, he still had King Bao's inheritance waiting for him to open. If there is an enslavement path Gu master commanding the beast group as cannon fodder, then the Gu master casualties will decrease sharply, and we can definitely regroup. Xiao Meng suddenly thought of this. At this moment, the importance of enslavement path Gu masters became obvious. Where did Wu clan's Wu Shentong go? With Wu Shentong's help, we can definitely break through the fog and reach the central control hall. Xiao Meng asked, but the answer he got made him extremely disappointed. Wu Shentong was nowhere to be seen. Even Wu clan's clansmen were looking for him. Xiao Meng looked at the demonic formation and his heart shook. Not just Wu Shentong, even the demonic paths Wu Gui and Zhang Sensen have not appeared. Don't tell me the one controlling the dog beasts in the fog is one of them? Xiao Meng guessed in his heart as he looked at the general direction of the sacred hall. But the fog in front of him blocked his vision, making him even more irritated. Damn this fog, so annoying. Too bad Wan Li Xiongfeng is not here. Otherwise, my clan's divine wind would have dispersed the fog long ago. Wan Clan's Gumaster sighed. If our clan's old clan leader appeared, would we be afraid of mere dogs? Tai Clan's for old-timers snorted. Lord Xiaomeng, there is no progress in the situation. There are still demonic Gu-masters watching us from the side. What should we do next? The Righteous Path's famous healing Gu-master Tao Zi walked over and asked Xiaomeng, "These demonic bastards." Xiaomeng glanced at the Diabolism camp in the distance and became even more annoyed. "Looks like I have to make a move." He snorted coldly, and his eyes shone brightly. "All of you step back." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly retreated dozens of steps. Suddenly, there was an empty space around Xiaomeng, highlighting his existence. Xiaomeng stood still, slowly closing his eyes. He poured his consciousness into his aperture and slowly circulated his purple crystal primeval essence. The waves on the surface of the quintessential sea grew larger and larger. After brewing for a while, Xiaomeng suddenly opened his eyes. The primeval sea had already turned into a tsunami, and a large amount of primeval essence poured into the 3 goo worms. Extreme Light Goo, Self-Will Goo, Bright Spear Goo, Killing Move, Glory of My Spear. Xiaomeng's body began to emit dazzling white light. The light was dense and rapidly expanded to the size of a hill. Xiaomeng was bathed in the light, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. It was as if a deity had descended to the mortal world. He slowly pointed his finger in the direction of the thick fog. Instantly, the incandescent light around him was drawn in. It fiercely shot out. All the snow-white sunlight shot out the moment it shot out. It formed a light spear that was 60 feet long and 20 feet wide. And beside Xiaomeng, there was not a single drop of light left. 60% of the purple crystal primeval essence in his aperture was consumed in an instant. The light spear had a majestic aura, directly piercing through the thick fog and landing on the hill with lightning speed. Boom! A ferocious explosion suddenly occurred. An intense light burst forth, causing everyone to close their eyes and subconsciously take a step back. Even Mo Wutian had to squint his eyes into a slit. The explosion caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. After the white light, there was a shock wave. The shock wave transformed into a gale that radiated in all directions. It whistled as it swept over, causing many people to sway unsteadily. Puff, puff. In the hall, Fong Yuan and Feng Tianyu, who were refining goo, were disrupted and both spurted out a mouthful of blood. Bai Ningbing's face was pale, her ears filled with the sound of the explosion. This is the battle strength of a rank 5 Goo Master? Fortunately, such a killer move did not hit me. If it had landed on me, my defensive goo would not even last a breath of time. Bai Ningbing could not help but feel shocked. A rank 5 Goo Master's killer move was not something the current her could block. The whiteness in her eyes gradually faded. Where the huge light spear landed, thousands of dog beasts were completely vaporized. What was originally a gentle slope of the hill was now a huge pit. Bai Ningbing took in a breath of cold air. Such power, if it was shot a few more times, the whole dog formation would be destroyed. She felt even more uncertain. But fortunately, Fong Yuan had told her what to do if she was hit by such a powerful move. Under Bai Ningbing's command, large numbers of dog beasts rushed to the pit, and the gap in the defense was gradually filled up. Hiss, so many dog beasts. Bai Ningbing's mood was grave. The righteous and demonic Goo Masters also drew in a breath of cold air. Earlier, when the fog was thick, they could not see it. But now, the fog had been dispersed by the white light, and everyone's vision was clear. Over 90,000 dog beasts, densely packed, lined up on the hill, forming an iron bucket defense. Lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum akita dogs, hedge dogs, iron shield dogs, een dogs. Someone counted. Each dog group had at least 5,000. So many dog kings, someone exclaimed. No matter how many dog beasts there were, they could not conceal the Dog King's ferocity, other than a few chrysanthemum Akita dogs. These Dog Kings were all lying down, like flames in the darkness, extremely obvious. These dog beasts and Dog Kings are not much of a threat. But there are Heavy Tie, Green Flower, Smoke Song, Light Hung, and Star Hung. These 5 great mountain dog groups. The Gu masters with keen eyes were pale. The outer defense was formed by lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum Akita dogs, and other ordinary dog beasts. The inner defense was formed by the 5 great mountain dog formation. And at the entrance of the Bronze Hall, there was the final layer of defense, formed by hundreds of hairy men. The entire formation was tight, but it was not rigid. All parts were connected to each other. It really is an iron formation. Mo Wu Tian's purple pupils shined. The more he observed, the more troublesome it was. Even more people's gazes moved towards the Bronze Hall. The hall was simple and grand. The patterns and structure were emitting a dense, ancient aura. That is the Bronze Hall, the place where the immortal treasure is sealed. As long as we get past the dog group, we can reach the hall. Immortal treasure, immortal treasure. I wonder what kind of earth-shattering wealth is there. Everyone's gazes gradually became heated. The target was right in front of them. It stimulated their greed. Hee, it is time. It's time. Mo Wu Tian looked around, his sharp senses sensing the change in the atmosphere. Greed was like a fire burning in everyone's hearts. However, the huge pack of dogs deterred them, and everyone understood that it was impossible to succeed on their own. This was the basis of cooperation. Lord Xiaomeng, let's talk about cooperation. Mo Wu Tian moved like a phantom. Taking a few steps, he stood out from the crowd and arrived in front of Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng snorted. When he saw this dense dog group, he thought of cooperation. But he was afraid of Mo Wu Tian's rejection and worried about himself, a righteous path, rank 5. But he took the initiative to talk about cooperation with the demonic path. It would be used against him and people would gossip about him. Now that Mo Wu Tian took the initiative to look for him, it was exactly what Xiaomeng wanted. Humph, Xiaomeng snorted. His attitude was neither cold nor warm. He looked at Mo Wu Tian. Mo Wu Tian immediately understood Xiaomeng's meaning. He was extremely disdainful of such hypocrisy, but he said, then after a moment, we will attack from the front and back. Xiaomeng nodded slightly. He turned around, no longer looking at him. Mo Wu Tian sneered. He turned around and said to everyone, I took the initiative to look for him and provoke Xiaomeng. I want to spar with him. Next, we will split into 2 and attack together. Let's see if it is the righteous path or us demonic path that will attack the Bronze Hall first. Xiaomeng announced, Demonic path scoundrels are greedy and despicable. They actually wanted to cooperate with me, but I rejected them. How can I team up with such despicable people? After a moment, they will attack. We will take the chance and let them share our pressure. Ha ha ha. Young Master Wu Tian is domineering. Defeat these righteous path hypocrites. The demonic path Gu masters were mobilized, shouting, Lord Xiaomeng is wise. Let those demonic scoundrels attract the firepower for you. The righteous path Gu masters were roused. Kill. After a moment, the attack began. The righteous path and demonic path were far away from each other, attacking from 2 different directions. Bai Ningbing hid somewhere, using the shared vision of the land spirit to observe the whole battlefield. 10,000 dogs barked and howled, brandishing their sharp claws as they charged forward. At once, blood flowed and broken limbs flew everywhere. All kinds of goo worms appeared. Ice and fire flew together. Lightning flashed, the ground rumbled, and green vines grew. Kill! Yi Chong took the lead, brave and fearless. His body was covered in blue fish scales. The wind blew his disheveled, fiery red hair. Beside him, there was a light blue whirlpool. Together with the black fins on his back, he was like a vicious shark in the sea. Even a pack of ordinary dogs couldn't stop them. The immortal treasure, if I can snatch one or two and make a contribution. I will be able to change my surname to Shang when I return to the clan. Yi's gaze was resolute. He turned into a god of fire, charging with even more power than Yicheng. Everywhere he went, flames raged and dogs howled. Kong Ri Tian laughed heartily, turning into a rain of flowers. Li Xian sneered, while no one was paying attention. He used a rank 5 goo worm to conceal his body and sneak up. Let's work together. I will heal him. No need to worry. Tao Zi shouted, and a large number of goo masters immediately gathered. The crowd surged in the heated battlefield. Yan Jun was walking calmly. His steps were neither fast nor slow, as if he was taking a stroll. A majestic dog king pounced at him, but Yan Jun's expression was calm as he suddenly turned into a phantom. The dog king pounced, but only passed through the phantom. The phantom shook and returned to Yan Jun's original body, and the dog king behind him was engaged in an intense battle with the goo masters behind him. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.